Welcome to Great Online Training. So today we are going to see how we are going to become some expert in Python. So in this 10 hours of video session, I'm going to focus from the scratch. It means even if you are non-computer science background student, if you don't have any knowledge in computer science, if you don't know any programming language, even if you are from arts background also, you can understand and you can easily become an expert in Python. So maybe you may seen so many videos in YouTube for learning Python, but the only difference to that videos and my video is I'm going to start each and every topic by assuming that student is from non-computer science background. So that's why we'll start from the very basic level. So let me explain the contents what I'm going to cover. Without any delay, let me start the contents of what this 10 hours of video. So before going to the contents of 10 hours video, let me introduce myself. My name is Sheikh Akbar. I did my BTech and MTech, and as well as I'm doing my PhD. I'm having more than 15 years of experience, various institutes, and as well as corporate trainer, and as well as programmer. So yeah, what are the topics I'm going to cover in this 10 hours of video? Let me start with the basics of Python in day one. This 10 hours of video is divided into 13 days. So in day one, I'll cover introduction to Python, scope, features of Python. In day two, I will discuss about installation of various integrated development environments like PyCharm, IDLE, and as well as Anaconda and other tools. In day three, we'll discuss about output functions like print and some sample programs of print statement. In day four, I'll discuss about basic input functions and sample programs of input functions. In day five, we'll start with basics of variables and identifiers and the rules of identifiers, and as well as the sample programs on identifiers and variables. In day six, we'll start with the basics of data types like integer data type, float, double, string, and Boolean, and some example programs of all these data types. In day seven, in continuation to the data types, we'll see some advanced programs on data types like conversion of one data type to other data type, and some more programs. In day 8, I'll start with operators like basic arithmetical operators, logical operators, relational operators, and basic programs on all these operators. In day 9, in continuation to the operators, we'll discuss assignment operators, identity operators, and membership operators, and the respective programs of all these operators. In day 10, we'll see some more advanced programs with respect to the operators, means how to use different types of operators in a single program, and as well as how to use bitwise operators. Okay. And day 11, we'll start with the advanced data type. Basically, we'll start with list and what type of operations we can perform on list, and various simple programs for list. In day 12, we'll start with one more advanced data type like tuples, and what are the operations to be performed on tuples, and as well as strings, and some sample programs on tuples and strings. In day 13, the advanced data types will discuss about sets. So in this 10 hours of video, we are going to give the program as well in the title, and you'll, with the help of the title, you will get it the content also, so that you can learn easily, and you can easily understand the concept with suitable examples. I'll try to explain. This is all about the video what we are planning for 10 hours. And if you people are interested, so please visit our website to enroll to attend a demo session, or if you have any queries, please visit our website greatonlinetraining.com, and you can inquire or you can register through mail and as well as through WhatsApp also. In this class, just I want to give a brief idea about why this Python is very important and what type of features it is having compared to other programming languages, and why nowadays this Python is the buzzword for most of the students and as well as in the industry. So in this class, let me discuss the basic concepts of Python. So first of all, what is Python? What is Python? So Python is it's a programming language. It is going to support object-oriented programming concepts, and as well as you can write different types of functions. So the only reason why we are going to use this Python language is it's very simpler to write the code. So always as a beginner, as a fresher, if you want to write some code, then definitely you are going to think about in which programming language, okay, I'll write the code easily. So that is the obvious decision. As a programmer, always you are going to think like am I right uh, in an easiest way. For example, you are written some program, okay, so again you are going to think, can I write this program in a very simpler way. So for all these types of questions, Python is the answer. So it's very easy. Very easy means it's very similar to English like syntax. So you don't need to remember any particular technical words like that. So it is similar to your English like syntax. So that's why we can say it's very easy. And second point is, so many inbuilt libraries are available. Inbuilt libraries. What is meant by inbuilt libraries? Inbuilt libraries means you don't need to write your own code from the scratch. Already something is available, means ready-made libraries are available. Just you need to know how to use them and how to convert them as per your requirement. For example, if you think about a C language, or if you think about Java language, so in C language we are having some header files, right? So but if I ask some program, so where there are no header files supported for that program, then you need to write everything from the scratch. So but in Python, if you want to do any type of application, so let me write some applications. For example, you want to do some graphical user interface programming, GUI programming. This is also known as GUI programming, graphical user interface programming. Means you want to design some forms, some login form or some uh, okay, registration form, some profile form. So if you want to do some GUI programming with different forms, then you are going to use inbuilt library, like the library name we can call it as Tkinter. It is by default available. Just you can import this library and you can use as per your requirement. Everything is available inside this library, and uh, you can use different components, like if you want to use text box, or if you want to use some label, or if you want to use some checkbox. So you can use everything as per your requirement. And next, for example, you want to work with some mathematical you are going to work with some mathematical applications. Okay, so if you want to work with some mathematical applications, Then you are having a math library. So similar to your math.h in your C language. So here actually we are having math. So you can use this, you can import this math library, and in this math library, for example, let me give very simple example. Why Python is very convenient and why it is very useful for the programmers. Simple example. For example, my question is I want to write a factorial program. I want to write a factorial program. Let me compare how this program can be written in different programming languages. Okay. So if I want to write a factorial program, for example, let's say in C language. In C language, at least I need to write 10 to 15 lines of code. In C language, at least I need to write 10 to 15 lines of code. Similarly, I want to write same factorial program in Java language. In Java language also, at least I need to write 10 to 15 lines of code. But I want to write the same program in Python. Okay. If I want to write the same program in Python, so it can be written only in a single line. Okay. So in 1 or 2 lines maximum, we can write in. You can actually, you don't need to write anything. Already you have a inbuilt function for factorial. It is available in math module. So directly you can call it, right? You can call this factorial function from the math library, from math library. So it is only one line only actually. So in this way, how you are writing 10 to 15 lines of code in other languages, but coming to Python, you are writing in a single line. Just you already ready-made, it is available. Just you are calling. It's just I given a simple example. It's only a simple example how you are going to work with Python. But like this, we are having so many. Okay, so many simplifications are there in Python. So that is the reason why we are going to treat Python is the simplest programming language. It is used by most of the it is preferred by most of the companies, and as well as by most of the students. Why they are going to learn? Because in the olden days there is a systematic way of learning programming languages. Like okay, first you are supposed to learn C programming language. Next you are going to learn C++. Next you are going to learn Java. Okay, next you are going to learn some SQL or Oracle, and next you are going to learn some other advanced languages like .NET, ASP.NET, VB.NET, like that. But nowadays, before learning C, okay, for example, if you want to learn C++, there is a prerequisite. For example, if you want to learn C++, immediately I'll ask a question. Do you have a knowledge of C language? Or you want to learn Java, immediately I'll ask a question. Do you have a knowledge of C++? Okay. So in other languages, if you want to learn other programming languages, there is a prerequisite. You should have some knowledge of the previous programming languages. But what about Python? In Python, you don't have any prerequisite. Okay. So you don't require any programming knowledge prior to learn Python. You don't need to know any programming language. So without knowing any programming language, you can start your programming journey from Python. So that is also one of the most advantage of this Python. As I said, the syntax is very similar to your English like language. As I said, it's very easy. So that is the reason why you can start your programming journey from this language only. You can start directly Python, and after Python, if you want to learn some more programming languages, maybe you can go with C, or maybe you can go with C++, Java, and so on. So that is a way how you are going to continue your programming journey. These are some of the advantages with respect to technical aspects. Okay, and with respect to some career aspects. Okay, so with respect to the careers means in industry, in job market. So how this Python is going to uh, dominate all the technologies. So actually, as per the NASCOM reports, I think maybe you may heard about this word, NASCOM. Okay, so it is actually the association, National Association of Software Services Companies. So it is an association. In this association, all the software companies are going to be the members. So NASCOM has actually given a report based on how this migration is happening from uh, Java to Python, or from some other programming languages to Python. So already by 20 by 2023, already 20 percentage of migration is done. So what is this migration? Migration is nothing but, for example, if some company is working on Java projects in the past, the same company is going to change their programming language, or they are going to convert, they are going to use Python instead of Java. So they are not doing any new projects, but they are changing the programming languages from Java to Python. So this migration is already started. So by 2030, almost almost 70 percentage of the companies will migrate to Python. Already the migration is started. So by 2030, almost 70 percentage of companies throughout the globe. I'm not talking about Indian companies. 70 percentage of companies will be migrated to Python. Okay, so um, these are the aspects. That is the reason why the students and as well as the institutes are going to introduce this Python. Actually, it's mandatory nowadays. It is mandatory. So how we are learning this mathematics, and how we are learning English, irrespective of your course, whether you are a BTech student, or whether you are a BSc student, or whether you are some okay, other graduate. Definitely you are going to know something about mathematics and something about English. Okay, similarly, this Python is also becoming very important subject, irrespective of your domain, irrespective of your uh, course. So and now the ratio the ratio of the ratio of companies companies using Python throughout the globe. How many companies are using? What percentage of companies are using Python? So it is also increased almost 35 percentage. Actually, it is before 10 years. Before 10 years, the ratio is very low. Actually, there is no Python. Actually, means even though it is there, but none of the companies are using Python, because I think last 30 years, from the last 30 years, Java is dominating the entire industry. So most of the companies are depends on Java only. If you know Java, then obviously you are going to get some job. You're going to get some job in a good company. So that is the way how Java dominated the globe. Right. So now simply this Python is replacing Java. So now almost Java is going to be converted to Python. And one more important aspect with respect to careers. So nowadays, if you are having minimum core Python knowledge, if you have, then definitely you are going to be selected in any of the company, especially the service-based companies like TCS, Cognizant, Wipro, IBM. Even if you know Python, I am also having requirement with me. If you are if you want any product based company, or if you want any service based company also, I am also getting requirements from so many as I'm having network with some other HR managers and some other companies. So they are also asking me, do you know any students with the basic core Python knowledge, basics only, they are not expecting too much. So as a fresher, they are expecting some core Python knowledge, and if you are having advanced Python knowledge, that is very good. So at least if you know core Python, and if you are having minimum percentage of 60, 65 like that, then also all the companies nowadays, they are not asking any other programming language. Everyone is asking, do you have a knowledge of Python? Have you did any project in Python? Okay, so if you know, then obviously they are going to recruit you. So this is the importance. So now no one is asking, do you have a knowledge on Java, or do you know advanced Java, do you know basic Java? So these days are gone actually. So now everyone is focusing on this Python programming. And next, so uh, various types of applications. The other point is, you can do various types of applications by using Python. You can do various types of applications. So what is the meaning of this point? Various types of applications. Various types of applications means you can develop some website. You can develop some website. That is what we can call it as web application development. So in the olden days, if you are going to design some website, maybe you should have some knowledge of HTML, or maybe you should have some knowledge of JSP, or maybe you should have some knowledge of PHP, or maybe you should have some knowledge of ASP.NET. So these are the different web technologies. Actually, you should have some knowledge of web technologies, so that you can develop some website. So now in Python itself, actually we are having different types of frameworks. That frameworks will help you to develop different types of applications. As I said, one of the application is GUI application. So if you want to work on only GUI applications, some companies only works on GUI applications. So then they if you know Tkinter library, how to use Tkinter library, then that is fine. For example, some companies are working on only this web application development using Python. Then maybe you are going to learn about the Django framework. Of course, core Python is compulsory. Along with that, you should have knowledge of Django framework. Okay, so this is one type of application. This is the websites development, or we can call it as web application development. And next, for example, I want to develop some AI applications. Okay, I want to develop some AI application. So AI application means it may be some robotic application, or it may be some uh, self-driving car application, or it may be some machine learning application, or it may be some image processing application, or it may be some speech recognition application, or it may be some natural language processing application, or it may be some deep learning application. So all these applications are going to be, actually we can call it as comes under AI only. So it may be some machine learning for example, nowadays most of the companies are working on this machine learning only. So they are attracting the customers. Okay, for example, if you observe YouTube, so how you are getting recommendations in YouTube? You are watching some video. So whenever you are watching some video, then you are going to get some recommendations. You may also watch some other video, or you may also watch some other thing, right? So in Facebook also you are going to get the recommendations. So how you are going to get all these recommendations? So the background, how they are going to give you these recommendations are based on this machine learning. So all these machine learning applications are going to be based on this programming language. Behind this is Python. And next you can do data science applications. So what are the data science
Sir,
applications?
recommendations means what, sir?
Recommendation is nothing but, for example, you are watching some Chiranjeevi video in YouTube, right? So the people who already watch the same video, okay, and your features and their features are matched. Your taste and their taste are matched. So then what you are going to get? So you are going to get the same type of recommendations what others already watched the same video, because you are also comes under the same cluster. You are also watched the same video. For example, I also watch the same video. So for example, if the features are matched, features means here the tastes are matched, then I'm going to recommend that maybe you can also watch this, right? For example, one more example, you are going to purchase some Apple phone. Okay, you are going to purchase some Apple phone from Amazon or Flipkart. Okay, whenever you are going to purchase this phone, immediately they are going to recommend you. Okay, you may also purchase some pouch of the same phone, or some headphones of the same phone, or you may also purchase some insurance for the phone, so that the coverage is going to be extended. So they are going to recommend the items. I purchased, for example, Apple phone. Along with the Apple phone, I purchased the headphones, and as well as I purchased some pouch. So you are trying to purchase Apple phone. As I purchased this pouch and headphones along with that Apple phone. So as per my taste, I purchased Apple phone. You are also trying to purchase the same phone. So they will recommend that some X user is purchased Apple phone. Along with that, he also purchased some headphones and as well as some pouch. So you may also purchase, right? So depending on correlation. This is what we can call it as correlation. So based on this correlation only, they are going to give you the recommendations. Even in YouTube also, you are going to get all these recommendations based on this correlation. Actually, for all this, the basic is machine learning algorithms. So they are going to find out the how these two people are correlated. For example, if you go to any store, for example, you want to purchase some items in some supermarket, or you want to purchase something in D-Mart. So whenever you are going to purchase some milk, right? Whenever you are going to purchase some milk, immediately they are going to keep the bread also along with that milk, because it is actually it's a coincidence. So whenever X, for example, X user wants to purchase milk, immediately he may interested to purchase bread also, because that is a combination, right? So in that way we are going to get the recommendations.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, so next to data science applications are mostly we are going to use different types of data sets. We are going to use different data sets. Maybe the data set is of numerical data set, or maybe the data set is of image data set. And by using that data set, we are going to analyze the data, and we are going to come up with various models. That models are going to predict the unknown data. For example, I'll take some application. For example, my application is, I want to predict a heart disease. I want to predict a heart disease for some patient. So then what I'll do is I'm going to take some data set. I'm going to take some data set, of heart disease. So I am going to train the data set in my language in Python by using some machine learning algorithm. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to predict some new person by giving some information of that person. I'm going to predict whether he is having a heart disease or not. This is actually prediction. All prediction problems mostly will comes under data science only. As we are analyzing data, as we are finding out the relations in the data, and finally we come up with some solution. That solution is going to predict. That solution is going to predict the exact outcome for the unknown data. So, and similarly, we can use this Python in deep learning applications. So, what is meant by deep learning? It's simply it's an extension to machine learning where we are going to work with images and as well as videos. In machine learning, mostly we will work with numerical data, numbers. But in deep learning, we are going to work with images. For example, if I given any image, I want to find is there any tumor in the X-ray image or not. So then what I'll do, I'll train my model with some existing images. So from that, if I given any new image, the model is going to predict is there any tumor in that image or not, or maybe even it will be used in agricultural sector also. For example, I want to predict whether a plant is having some disease or not. So then what I'll do, I'll train all the plants which are healthy plants and as well as the plants which are having some disease. I'll train my model so that my model is going to learn the important features from the data. If I given any image, then it is going to give me whether it is a healthy plant or whether it is having some disease. So these type of applications are also possible only in Python. As I said, Python is having different types of inbuilt libraries. So if you talk about data science, we are having different libraries like scikit-learn, matplotlib, numpy, pandas. So these all are the different libraries available will be used to work with data science projects or data science applications. And similarly, you can build some mobile apps also you can build by using Python, and you can build some natural language processing NLP applications. This is also one of the important area where Python is going to be used nowadays. Next, we can use speech recognition. In speech recognition, also we are going to use this Python. So I want to predict the speech whether it's from male voice or female voice, or whether it is from okay. I'm going to identify uh, the person who is speaking. That is speech recognition, like your face detection. Okay, face detection is nothing but if you are given any input, then obviously it is going to predict whose face is that. Right. So similarly, we can use in different types of image processing applications. So especially this image processing is whenever you are having some suspected persons. Whenever you are having some suspected persons, okay, then we are going to release uh, the image of that person so that we can easily identify, especially the criminals. Okay, we are going to use this image processing techniques while we are going to find any criminal or any thieves. So all these are actually possible in artificial intelligence. So we can't say that it's very limited. The scope of Python is very high. So for example, if I take any C language, or if I take any Java, or if I take some other languages, so the scope of other programming languages is very limited. So for example, if I asked you, can you develop a website in C language? It is not possible. Actually, C language is not going to be used for developing some websites, right? So, but if I ask, can you do some web application? Can you develop a website in Python? or can you develop some graphical user interface application in Python, or can you develop some machine learning application in Python? Everything is going to be possible. You can do different types of applications. You can do animations, you can do game developments. Okay, you can do gaming applications. Everything is possible. So this is one of the reason why uh, the companies are also looking for Python programmers, because everything is possible, and you don't need to think about whether this can be done in Python or not. One of the reason why sometimes why the projects are going to be failed. One of the reason might be, we don't know whether, for example, you are doing some application. Okay, so one of the feature you want to implement in that application, but that feature is not going to be supported by the programming language what you are selected. You have selected Java. You want to implement some some artificial intelligence related functionality, specific functionality, but Java doesn't support that type of functionality. Then what you will do? So definitely you are going to migrate to Python, or you are going to stop the project there itself. So these are the limitations. This is actually for other programming languages, the scope is very limited, and you are going to take the help of other programming languages. Like for example, if you want to validate some website, you are going to take the help of some scripting language like JavaScript. Or if I want to design something, then maybe I can use HTML. So these are the issues. Means we are not depending on only one programming language. We are going to use different aspects, different programming languages. So these all are the various reasons why students are preferring, why students are learning, and why companies are asking only Python programmers. Okay, so now almost in India also, all the service based companies are asking only for Python programmers. And if you know Python, irrespective of your branch, so they are going to select you. So that is the scope of Python. And the next, and maybe some students are having some doubt, why I am going to learn Python. Okay, and what is the future? This is also one doubt most of the students are having. What is the future with Python? Okay, why? Because so many programming languages are coming and going from the last 20 years. Okay, but if I'm learning Python now, but what about after 5 years, or after some 10 years? So mostly Python is going to be there for next 20 to 25 years. This is not my statement. So this is a statement given by famous software company only. So it will be there minimum next to 15 to 20 years, and it is going to rule the entire market, because it is supporting all the types of applications and different types of features are available. Then definitely no other language is not going to come in near future. Maybe it will come, but it is going to take some time. Some time means minimum 15 to 20 years. It will come to dominate or to overcome this Python, or to replace this Python. So that is the reason why once upon a time how Java is ruled this market, now Python is ruling. So not only in computer science uh, applications, not only in computer science domain, it will be used in all the domains. Even it will be used in electrical domain, it will be used in electronics domain, it will be used in mechanical domain, it will be used in civil engineering domain also. It is going to be integrated with the all other domains where uh, you are going to computerize the task. So for example, in mechanical I want to design some robot, so then maybe I am going to use Python in my technical aspect. I'm going to work with Python and I'll design it. Right. In electronics also, instead of MATLAB, so they are going to prefer MATLAB actually in the olden days. Now, almost for signal processing, for doing any type of task in electronics or in electrical engineering, so now they are going to use this Python only in place of other technologies like MATLAB. Okay, so these all are the various features and various um, points that will highlight this Python, and that is the reason why most of the companies are going to look into it. And one more reason is in the olden days, actually, they don't have this much of data. Now we are working in a world where it's full of data. Even we also from okay, even you also, from morning to night, you are working with your mobile and you are going to send lot of data and you are going to receive lot of data. So how can we handle, how can we manage this data, how can we work with this much of data? Even one person is sending some hundreds of videos, or he is posting hundreds of videos in Facebook, or is sending some hundreds of messages in WhatsApp, or he's sending some thousands of messages in other social networking websites. So then how this data is going to be managed, how this data is going to be stored, how this data is going to be uh, manipulated, everything. So for all these things, we are going to use Python and we are going to use data science to work with this much of data. So what are the softwares we are going to require to work with this Python? So in this programming language, we are going to have different types of IDEs. First of all, what is meant by IDE? IDE is nothing but integrated development environment. So in integrated development environment, what is the meaning of this integrated development environment? So in the olden days, actually, if we want to write some programming language, so we are going to have only one editor. Like for example, Notepad is there. If I want to write even in C language or some Java language, even in some other HTML, everything I am going to use only one editor where I am going to write and I am going to work on it. But what is this integrated development environment means? In a single environment, we can write multiple programming languages. So, for example, if I have some, uh, I want to work with the PHP, I want to work with the Java, or I want to work with C, or I want to work with the Python. So, all the programming languages we can write in a single environment. That is what we can call it as a uh, integrated development environment, right? So that is the meaning of integrated development environment. We are going to work with different types of IDEs in Python. The most common IDEs are, one is Python IDLE. What is the meaning of Python IDLE? IDLE means integrated development learning environment. This is Python IDLE, and we have PyCharm, and we have a Jupyter notebook, and as well as we have Google Colab. So these are the different environments. So of course we are having some other environments, but among the popular environments nowadays, what the industry is following, Okay, so these are popular environments. So in industry, maybe you can expect this environment or this environment. These are the two environments we are going to use in industry. So first of all, what is meant by Python IDLE and how we are going to install this? Okay, I'll show you. So because already it is there in my computer, but anyway, you can understand how this will be installed and how this can be done. So Python IDLE, if you want to install, it's the simple steps. Okay, installation steps. As a beginner, it's better to follow this Python IDLE. So as a beginner, most of the students or even the people who are going to learn Python are going to prefer this Python IDLE only. So installation steps. First, you go to uh, the website. So http colon double slash www.python.org. So this is the website. This is a website what we are going to uh, open. This is official Python website where you can get all the Python related IDEs in this website. Okay, let me open that python.org. Okay, so this is a website. So here if you go to downloads option, depending on your OS operating system, for example, uh, if you are using Windows, then it is already showing Python 3.11.0. Or if you want to use Mac OS, you can have different platforms. Other platforms are also there. Okay, so for example, if you are using Windows, then by default it will show you the latest version. Just you click on this version number, then automatically you are going to get this file will be downloaded. Okay, it is actually executable file. You are going to get Python 3.11.0.exe. An executable file will be downloaded and it's very easy to install it. Okay, so or if you want to, for example, if you, in my system, actually in my case it is Windows 11. For example, if you are having other operating systems like maybe Windows 10 or others, okay, then here you will have different types of flavors are there. Okay, for example, you are not updated with your OS. For example, you are having only Windows 10 or maybe you are having uh, some other version apart from Windows 11. Okay, so then you can have all these versions are there. So 3.11, 3.9.15, 3.8.15. So here you can see all the list of Python IDLE versions. So you can install anything, any version more than 3.7 is recommended. So if you are using any operating system, whether it is Windows or Ubuntu or Solaris, whatever may be the operating system, Mac OS also. So it's better to install above 3.7 version. So uh, first you need to go to this website and you click on this uh, the downloads link. Here it will show you different types of versions depending on the operating system what you are okay having. So and you can usually download it is by default it will show you, okay, download Python 3.11.0. So if you click on it, automatically it will be downloaded and installation is very simple. It is very similar to the normal softwares how you are going to install in your computer. It's very simple. The installation process is very simple, like how we are going to install. Okay, so first you need to open this website and uh, go to downloads. Okay, so in downloads you can select your platform, that is operating system. Select Windows or Linux, etc. Okay, so and you click on version what you want to install. Okay, automatically will downloads a .exe file. Okay, so I'm talking about Windows environment. If you are using Windows, then it automatically will downloads .exe file, and simply you can double click and follow the normal steps for installation. So how you are going to install normal softwares in your computer? Same thing. Just you download. Once it is downloaded, just you double click or just you open that exe file, and just by using next. Okay. So you follow the normal steps how we are going to install normal softwares. The same
Sir,
thing.
actually, I'm having Jupyter notebook already, sir.
Okay, Jupyter is also okay. That is fine. But as a beginner, my suggestion is it's better to prefer IDLE, because in Jupyter actually, uh, if you are having some expertise, then only maybe you can prefer Jupyter, because
Okay, sir.
as a beginner, I am assuming that you are not having any knowledge. So
Yeah, sir.
so that's why it's better to go with Python IDLE. So once you got some expertise, once you got some knowledge, then maybe you can go with other IDLEs. Maybe PyCharm also there. Okay, so maybe Jupyter Notebook and Google Colab. So Google Colab is actually it's online IDE. So for doing machine learning applications or for doing data science projects, most probably we are going to use this Jupyter Notebook and Google Colab, especially for doing machine learning, deep learning applications, data science applications. We are going to use this Jupyter Notebook and as well as Google Colab. But this PyCharm and as well as this IDLE are going to be used for doing normal type of applications. As a beginner, you can do okay normal programming, like it may be geo application, or it may be web application, or it may be some mobile application. For these type of applications, you can go for these normal IDEs. So I'll show you the
Okay.
environment how it will look like. So if you this IDLE. So yeah, this is the environment how it will look like. So it will show you ideally. In my case, it is 3.10.6. So this is the version number. So now the latest version is 3.11.0. So as I said, it may be even um 3.11 or whatever it may be. It doesn't matter. But above 3.7 is preferred. So it will show you 3.10.6, and if you want to check, just you can write some statement. Just I want to print something on the screen. So print welcome to Python. So this is working fine. So this is the way how you are going to check in your computer once it is installed. So the installation is normal only. It's nothing difficult actually, right? So once this is done, if you want to check, you can write some normal statement, like printing something on the screen like that, and you will get the output. So for example, if there are any issues here, maybe then it's some issue with your installation, or maybe it is not installed properly in your computer, right? So now we have other flavors, other IDEs. Second one is PyCharm. So PyCharm also, it's one of the popular IDE for Python applications. So it is also very easy to install. So this is actually PyCharm. So just I'll show you the environment, how it will look like. Okay, so I think it's not there. So I'll install it. Just you type in the Google, download PyCharm. Okay, so it is actually developed by JetBrains. We'll go to this JetBrains website, and here also you'll have different flavors: Windows, Mac, Linux. So here, just you if you want to install in Windows, just you click on this download button. Automatically, this will be downloaded. Okay. So, but one ID is enough. Okay, just I am going to demonstrate what are the different types of IDs are available. Popular IDs, of course. Apart from this, we are having some other IDs also. But just I'm going to discuss only the popular IDs what you may be used in the industry, or maybe for doing a real time project development. So this is one of the IDE. If you want, you can install this one also. Okay. So this is a website where you will get uh, the link for PyCharm installation. So this is where we are going to install this PyCharm. Next one, Jupyter Book. This is one of the popular IDE for uh, working with any type of projects, especially uh, deep learning, machine learning, data science, and as well as normal applications also you can do. So yeah, so here already I have this Jupyter. I'll show you how this environment will look like. So this is a Jupyter environment, a Jupyter notebook. So actually this Jupyter notebook is, it will come with Anaconda distribution. So Anaconda is actually, it's a distribution where we are going to get so many IDs will get with Anaconda. So just if I want to click here, then it will open Jupyter notebook. So it's actually, it is open in the browser. It will be open in browser. So it is going to ask me in which browser it should open, right? So now it is opened in this browser, right? So Jupyter, so it is opened in this browser. So here actually you have URL localhost, and 8888 is the port number. So with the localhost, this port number, it is opened here. So for example, if you want to uh, open any new project, right? So if you want to open any new project, then uh, you can click here new. Okay, so here new Python 3. Actually, this is the new file what we are going to create. Yeah, this is a new file. Same. Let me write simple example how this will work so you can understand. So print here also, just I'm going to write some statement. Welcome to Jupyter. Right. So here you'll have two options. One is you can click on this button, run cell. Right. So if you click on run cell, automatically this cell will be executed. Right. Or maybe you can use shift enter also. From your keyboard you can use shift enter. So that is also one option where you can execute your statement. So actually here it's a cell by cell, means in the same cell you can write multiple statements also. It is not only one statement per cell. You can write multiple statements. And here if you want to okay, if you want to open, you can open some notebooks. If you want to create a notebook, you can create notebook. You can save it. Okay. And here why the name is Jupyter notebook. Here everything you can save in the form of a notebook, like how we are having notebook. So it's like that. Here you can write the program, and you can write comments, everything. Finally you can save this entire document in the form of a notebook, so that everything will be there in your notebook. So that is the reason why it is Jupyter notebook, right? So next ID is Google Colab. So Google Colab is actually, it is also somewhat similar to your Jupyter notebook, but it is actually online environment. We can say Google Colab is, it's an online IDE. So if you want to work with the Google Colab, the only uh, difference between other IDs and Google Colab is, here for example, automatically you can install the libraries in Google Colab. For example, you are working with Jupyter Notebook, or you are working with PyCharm, or you are working with some IDLE, Python IDLE. Then what you need to do, for example, you need some machine learning library, you need some matplotlib. Okay, so that is not there in your okay, in your environment. For example, you are working in Python IDLE, right? So you are working in Python IDLE, but you want to work with the matplotlib, but it is not there. So if it is not there, then automatically what you are going to get is, you are going to get an error, module not found, matplotlib module not found. You are going to get an error. The error is module not found, matplotlib. Then what you need to do, again you need to install explicitly, and again you need to go back to your IDLE, and again you have to execute your program. So same thing for PyCharm also. Okay, same thing for Jupyter also. But here what will happen in Google Colab, as it is online IDE, automatically in the same place. For example, if you got any error, in the same place you can install a particular library, what it is not available, right? So I'll show you that also, how that the look and feel of this environment of this Colab, and as well as Jupyter notebook, are going to be looks like same. So here, if you just you required one Gmail, if you want to work in Google Colab, just you need to have simple Google Colab. If you want to work, then you should have simple Google account is enough, that is Gmail account is enough. So here if you observe here, just in the Google, you type Colab, right? Automatically you are going to redirect, just you type Colab, you will redirect to this colab.research.google.com. So this is the environment where we can write the programs. So here if you observe here, there is an option called new notebook. Just you click on new notebook here, then you will get an empty notebook. So here this is an empty notebook. Here also it's as I said, it is the look and feel of this Google Colab and as well as Jupyter notebook are same. So print for example, welcome to Colab. So here this arrow will indicates run cell, right? So if I click on this arrow, then automatically it is going to give output. Means the cell will be executed and we are going to get the output. So this is actually the environment of Google Colab. So these are the popular IDEs. So here and once you completed your program, you can save this program in your Google Drive also. You can locate in Drive, and you can save outside also. Okay, you can save it in GitHub also. Okay, so everything you can do. Of course, we'll see all these things whenever we are working with the programs. But as this is only the beginning of this environments, different IDEs, so I'm not going in detail, but these are the different types of environments where you can write your Python program, and you can save your program, and you can work. So these are the different popular integrated development environments. So first one is Python IDE, second one is PyCharm, and third one is Jupyter Notebook, and next one is Google Colab. Of course, apart from this, you may have this Visual Code. This environment is also there, Visual Code. So here also, if you want, you can write your Python program. Visual Code is there. So I'll show you that environment also. So this is Visual Studio Code, right? So here also, if you want, you can write your Python program in Visual Studio Code also. So you can start this, get started with Visual Studio Code. So here, if you want, you can go to File. So here also, you can open any new text file, and you can write your program, and that should be saved with all the Python files. Should have the extension of .py. So if it is PyCharm, or if it is ideally, the extension should be .py. And for Jupyter Notebook and for Google Colab, these all are notebooks. Okay, so that's why the file extension here, the files are saved with .ipynb. Okay, so this is the extension for Jupyter Notebook file, and as well as the same extension will be there for this Google Colab file also. Okay, so if you see here, this is a .ipynb. Okay, so this is the extension for your notebook files. NB means notebook. So even if you see the normal ideally, so here if you want to create any file, just you can create file, and you must be saved with .py. .py is the extension for a normal Python file, and .ipynb is a extension for the notebook files, whether it is Jupyter Notebook or whether it is Google Colab Notebook. All these notebooks are having the extension of .ipynb, and this Python means this PyCharm, and as well as Python IDE. These are having .py. .py is a normal extension for a Python file. Okay, so in Visual Studio Code also you can write, and even if you want, you can work in Spider also. Spider is also one of the environment where you can write your Python program. So these are all different environments. So many environments are there, but this is up to you what type of environments. But as a beginner, it's better to follow this Python IDE, and once you got some expertise, maybe you'll go with the Jupyter Notebook. So Jupyter Notebook and Google Colab are the popular IDEs, popular environments where we are supposed to work. Even if you go for any industry also, so we are going to work with only either with the Jupyter, or as well as with Google Colab. Okay.
Sir, actually in Jupyter Notebook also, if we write some basic code, it will come, no, sir? What's the difference between IDLE and Jupyter Notebook, sir?
There is
I
no
have practiced some
there is
basic questions, sir.
no, there is no difference. Actually, that is the environment. As I said, you can whatever the project you did in your Jupyter, the same project you can do in Google Colab also. The same project you can do in PyCharm also. These are the different environments. But that is a notebook.
Okay.
As I said, notebook means whatever you are going to write, everything is going to be saved in the form of notebook. Like how we are having notebook means what we are having some notebooks, right? Notes. So where we
Yes,
are
sir.
going to write everything, and it will be saved. That is what the notebook, the purpose of notebook is. So even you can convert that notebook into PDF also. So once you written something in
Oh,
there, so that notebook finally you can convert into PDF. So you don't need to, means it is not in the form of some for example, if you have written any C program, or if you have written any other programming language, any program if you have written, it's not going to be directly converted to PDF. But here in the environment itself, you will have an option directly. You can convert that entire document into PDF, where you can find everything in that document. So that is the main advantage. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
In ideal you are saying, sir.
In Jupyter notebook, I'm telling about the Jupyter notebook.
Okay.
Next, so what just I'll discuss some of the basics of this Python. So what are the properties of this Python language? Properties means we can say minimum things what we need to know before starting this Python programming language. So first thing is you should know Python is it's a case sensitive programming language. Case sensitive. So what is the meaning of case sensitive programming language? So I'll tell you. For example, even C language, Java, also case sensitive. So what is the meaning of case sensitive? Case sensitive is nothing but I am not supposed to replace a capital letter with a small letter. That is a simple definition for case sensitive. For example, simple example, I'll show you in this environment. So here we got some output. If I written some statement here, so just I'll change this small p to capital P. Same thing I'll write, same statement I'll write here. So now we got an error. Okay, why we are getting an error? Because we changed the case. So actually there is no function print with a capital P in Python environment. But what we did, we changed that small letter to capital case. So that's why we are going to get an error. So this is nothing but simple example of case sensitiveness. Case sensitiveness means we are supposed to write the capital letter in that form only, small letter in that form only. We are not supposed to substitute. We are not supposed to replace capital letter with small letter, or small letter with a capital letter. So this is we are not supposed to do. So that is what case sensitive. For example, if we consider a language like HTML, so HTML is case insensitive. Insensitive means if you are written small letter, or if you are written capital letter, if you are written small in place of capital or capital in place of small, it doesn't matter. You are not supposed to get any type of error. Okay, so that type of languages are known as case insensitive languages. But especially the language like Python, C, Java, they will be strictly case sensitive. So for example, simple example, I'll give one more example. I'll have a, and I'm going to have some number 10. So I want to print this value. Simply you can write a print of a. Then we'll get answer 10, because 10 is the value I given for a. But I want to print capital A. So then we are going to get an error. Why we are going to get an error? Because we are trying to print a small a value by using capital A. But here actually capital A is not existing in this context. So that's why we are going to get an error. So these are the simple examples. I given two examples. What is meant by case sensitiveness, right? So this is very important feature, or we can say this is very important property of a Python language. Next, we are going to have 30 keywords in Python. 30 keywords are there in Python. First of all, what is meant by keyword? So keyword is nothing but like how we are having some alphabets in Telugu language, how we are having some 26 alphabets in English language. Similarly, in Python also we are having some keyword. Keyword means it is also known as reserved word. For each and every programming language, there are some keywords. So they are having some specific meaning. So that type of words are known as keywords, are also known as reserved word. So what are the different types of keywords? You need to remember these keywords. Why? Because while you are doing any programming, you need to know. For example, I'll mention keywords. True is a keyword. Next, false is a keyword. And already I mentioned these all are case sensitive. We are not supposed to replace capital letter with small letter. So only these three keywords, true, false, none. Only these three keywords are having capital letter, and all the remaining keywords are having small letters only. Like and is a keyword, or is a keyword, not is a keyword, in is a keyword, is a keyword. Next, if is a keyword, else is a keyword, elif is a keyword. Next, for is a keyword, while is a keyword. Next, break is a keyword. Continue is a keyword. Next, else is already written. So def is a keyword. Next, class is a keyword. Next, with is a keyword. As is a keyword. Next, pass is a keyword. Lambda is a keyword. Next, return is a keyword. Yield is a keyword. Next, import is a keyword. From is a keyword. So these all are different types of keywords. Okay. So uh, if you see, for example, I'll show you. For example, if I written any keyword in the environment, then it is going to give me different color so that you can understand what is the keyword, or uh, what is keyword, and how you are going to identify whether it is a keyword or not. Everything you can easily identify, right? So for example, I want to write something like okay, so now see here, it's giving some okay, orange color, right? So if I am going to write something like a, so it's in black color, right? So a is not, actually it's not a keyword, so that's why it is not giving any orange. Similarly, I can write true again. So here actually I am not going to use capital T, so it is not a keyword. So this is a keyword again. So similarly, some key, I'll write some more keyword. False, it's a keyword. Similarly, I'll change the case, false, so it is not a keyword. So keyword means your Python interpreter will understand that there is a meaning for this. So that is the meaning of keyword. Whenever you are using any uh, keyword in any programming language, it is having some specific meaning. So now if I return true, then Python interpreter will understand that, so it is having some meaning. If I return false, it is having some meaning. So means I am not supposed to use this state, this line and this line, this word and this word for my purpose. I'm not supposed to use this. So for example, if I'm going to write true equals to something like 6, so it is nothing but it's invalid. We are not supposed to use any type of values for the keywords. As it is a keyword, we are not supposed to change the meaning. So that is what we need to take care about. So like that, Python is having 30 keywords, where each and every keyword is having some specific meaning to the interpreter. That keywords are also known as reserved words, where we are not supposed to use that keywords for our purpose. Means I said, like I can write something like a is equals to 10. It is valid. Why? A is not a keyword, and we are giving some value for it. So A is defined by us. It is not available in keywords list. So as it is not available in keywords list, I can use this A. But what about true equals to 6? So true equals to 6 is invalid. Why? Because it is already available in keywords list. We are not supposed to change its meaning. It is already having some meaning. If I am going to write true equals to 6, what I am going to do, indirectly what I am trying to do, I am trying to change the meaning of true, or I am trying to assign some value for true. It is invalid. According to the programming, it is invalid. So that is the reason why the programming language, in the programming language, what are the keywords you have, you are supposed to use the keywords in your program, but you are not supposed to use the same keyword for other purpose. You are not supposed to use these keywords for some other purpose. Some other purpose means you are not supposed to use it as user defined word. So A, I can say A is nothing but it's user defined, because it is not available. You can define it, you can assign some value, and you can use. But these keywords, whatever available in the programming language, we are not supposed to use that keywords, and we are not supposed to change their meanings, right? That is the meaning of keywords. So if you want to write any program, you need to know what are the keywords that are available. What are the keywords that are available in any programming language? It is the basic step to start any programming language. So if you need to start with the keywords, and once you know what is the meaning of keyword and what are the different types of keywords are available in any programming language, then you will get an idea what type of words to be used in your program, and what type of words are not going to be used in the program, and what type of meaning it is having, and what type of words we can use for some other purpose. And I said, it's the important property here is they are case sensitive. So we are not supposed to use as it is this for our purpose, but if you want to use the same type of word some other purpose, maybe you can use. For example, here I written some examples. This true is different, and this true is different. If you want to assign some number, so this is valid. So here actually this is invalid. This is invalid here. Why it is invalid? Already it is having some meaning, as it is a uh, as it is true is a keyword. So it is invalid. Why? Because true is a keyword. We are trying to change its meaning. So that's why it is invalid. And here, what about this? The last statement. This is valid. Why it is valid? It's valid way because true is not a keyword. True is true, not a keyword. So that's why these all are the some basics we need to understand. Right. So these all are the mandatory basics we need to understand before starting the actual concept. So yesterday we discussed about the basic keywords in Python, and I defined what is meant by keyword and what is the use of the keywords. In today's class, just we'll start basic programming concepts in Python. So I'll start with the input output functions, and as well as some programs also. Input output functions in Python. First of all, we'll see what, the famous output function, and how we are going to use this output function in Python. So output function in Python is actually the name of the output function in Python is print. So here print is used to display. Output function means the main intention of this output function is it is used to display. It is used to display something on the screen. Okay, so it may be some text or it may be some number or anything. So we are going to use print function in print. For example, you can write something here. You can write some string or you can write some number or anything. So in Python, uh, we are going to use double quote and single quote for the same purpose. So that is one important point we are supposed to remember. Okay. So in Python, double quote or single quote will be treated as same. So I'll programmatically show you why this will be treated as same also. But before going to these things, let me explain what is this output function. So output function is a print function in Python. So it is used to display something on the screen. For example, if you want to display your name, or if you want to display some other numbers, okay. So everything is going to be used print function only to display something on the screen. First of all, let me explain how we are going to write uh, Python program, and we'll see some programs with respect to this input and output functions also. First of all, you need to open this IDLE. So this is IDLE. So just you click on open. And once you got IDLE, so now by default we'll get this window. This is what we can call it as shell window. Okay. In shell window, actually we are not supposed to write any program. Only we are going to execute some functions. If you want to practice some functions, you can practice. Functions means, for example, as I said, something like a print function. I want to work with some print function. So print hello. So then immediately we are going to get output here. But here we are not supposed to write any program. Only the practice, the functions practice, or maybe you can practice some other things. Everything you can practice here, but it is not going to be called as a program. So how we are going to write the program? If you want to write any program in Python IDLE, you need to click on file and you click on new file. New file. When you click on new file, automatically you are going to get an empty window that is untitled. So untitled is nothing but we are not given any title further. So here now you can write some program. For example, I want to write a single line print. So this is the first program. This is the first program in Python. Okay, so uh, only I want to print something on the screen. This text I want to print on the screen. So that's why I written this text by using the print function. As I said, print is a output function. And one more important point I want to mention. This is also very important. Hash will be used. Hash will be used to write comment. To write single line comment. Write single line comment in Python. So first of all, what is meant by comment? Comment is nothing but I want to give some description. I want to give some explanation. So if I want to give some explanation, then I need to use uh, hash. Hash is nothing but whenever in industry also, if you want to write any program, if you want to write any logic, for that logic also you need to explain. For example, you are writing a new function. So that new function is going to take some arguments. So definitely you need to write what are the arguments it is going to take, and what are the data types of that arguments. Everything you need to mention. Why? Because tomorrow maybe you are not working in that company. Maybe you got some other you got some good offer in other company. you are not available. Okay, so you went to some other company. In place of you, some new person is going to join and he has to carry the work whatever did you. Okay, so first if you want to carry your work, he is nothing but a replacement for you. So if you want to carry your work whatever you did, he is trying to understand the programs, he is trying to understand the work what you did so far. So that is what we can call it as, documentation or comment. Documentation or comment are nothing but it is simply help statement for the unknown programmer or unknown user to understand. For example, you are written some 1,000 lines of function. You are defined one function, it is having 1,000 lines. I don't need to understand what is there in each and every line, but only just what is my intention is just I want to know what that function is doing. What is the main logic behind that? I don't want to see from line 1 to line 1,000. Okay. So instead of that, just I want to know what that function is doing and what it is taking and what it is giving, what type of logic you are written for that. So if I want to understand that type of statements, you are supposed to write the documentation. You are supposed to write the comments. So that is the main intention behind comments. So it is very good to write comment in any programming language. For example, here I'll write some comment here. Comment means maybe you can call it as some description for the program or some explanation for the program. Okay, some documentation for the program, anything you can call it as. So here I am going to write example for print function. So whenever we are using this comment, automatically the interpreter is not going to consider this line. So whenever we are using this comment, here it is coming in red color. So whenever you are using hash is nothing but it is a symbol used for single line comment. So whatever you are going to write after hash symbol, so that will be treated as a comment. So it is not going to be become a part of your program. So even though if you are it's showing like this is first line and this is second line, but your program is having only one line. The first line is not going to be considered as a part of program. It is only description, or we can say it's only the comment. So now once you are written a program, you need to save this program. So how you need to save this program? Just you go to file and you click save as. You go to file and you need to click on save as. So once you click on save as, then you need to select a location where you need to save your file. So here this is the location I am saving in this folder Python SQL. So in this location I am going to save, for example, I am going to save this file as first.py. You can give any name, but .py must, because it is a Python file, the extension is .py. So I'm going to save this file as first.py. So if you observe here, before giving any name, it is showing like untitled. But whenever I am given some name first.py, when I click on save, automatically it is going to be converted to the name, right? So and it will show you the location also. In C drive, there is a folder called Python SQL. So in this folder, I am going to save the file. The file name is first.py. So this is the file. Okay. So now we completed the sample program. Of course, it is having only one line because we are talking about only output function, that is print function. So now we are having this program and already saved it. Now just you go to this run module. Just you click on run and okay, select the run module. Automatically your output, always your output will be, you are going to get output on the shell only. Whatever may be the program in Python IDLE, your output will be, you are going to get on the shell only. So if you see here, what is the program? Program is first.py and it's there in C drive Python SQL folder, and the output for that program is, this is the first program in Python. As we have written only single line, it is going to display only that line only. So this is the way how you are going to create a Python program. So here we are going to use comment, means hash symbol will be used to write the comment. So this is the difference between writing a program separately and practicing on the shell. Actually here also I'm directly written some statement print hello, but actually it is not going to be called as a program, just we are practicing something on the shell. So let me write some more program so that you can understand. Okay, just you go to file, click on new file. So again I'm going to write some comment here. Second program on print function. So this is the program. So now I need to write print, or directly I can take some values. A equals to some 10, B equals to some 20. Print A value is okay. So here this is very important. Previously what I did, simply I used to write something like hello or welcome to Python, something like that. But here what I'm going to do is I'm going to print the value we assign for a variable. So here a is a variable. For that we assign some value 10, and B is one more variable. For that we assign one more value 20. So now I want to print A value, B value, and I want to perform some operations also. So here A value is, whenever you are going to write this double quotes, okay, so it is going to be printed as it is. It is going to be printed as it is because it is written in double quotes. So here if you want you can write your name also. Okay, but after double quote, if you are putting comma and if you are adding something, so the value is going to be displayed. So here what will be the output of this statement? So the output is A value is, you are going to get some space. You are going to get some space, and the value whatever you are going to have for A, that will be printed. So for this program, what we are going to do, we are using same output function, print function only, but we are trying to print the value what we assign. So let me write some more lines. Print b value is b. So for this line, the output is b value is. Whenever you are going to write anything in the double quotes, so that will be printed as it is because it is a string. So sometimes you may not write anything also. Sometimes, for example, I want to write only print A. So here if you see the difference between the previous two lines and this line. In previous two lines, I am going to print something like A value is followed by a single space and a 10. B value is followed by some single space and a 20. So this is what I required. So that's why I am going to write this B value is in the double quotes. Otherwise, if I want to print only 10 and 20, then I can write something like this: print A and print B. So print A means automatically A value will be printed. Print B means B value will be printed. Let me save this program and we can run this program so that you can understand why we are going to use that string in the double quote. Okay, so I am going to save this program in the same folder. I can save it as second.py. Second.py. Py is must be because it is a Python program, and I can easily know that whether the file is saved with that name or not. Right. So now I am going to click on run module. So now you can see here, if you want you can see these two. This is a program. You can see these two side by side so that you can understand what is happening in the program with respect to the output. Okay, so this is the program what we written and this is the output what we got. So here a value I assign some 10, b value assign some 20, and print a value is just I'm going to print a value. So if you see here, a value is you got some space, single space. Okay, whenever you are going to put some comma, automatically it is going to give a single space in Python, because you are going to print a value, the value what you assign, and b value is you are going to have some space, and b value whatever you are going to assign already, so that b value. And if you see last two lines, print a, print b. Print a is a value whatever you assign that will be printed, and print b is whatever we assign that will be printed. So this is the way how you are going to use this print functions. If you want whatever you want, you can write some string here. For example, I can add some more statements in this program. So here I can add some more statements like print sum is okay. I want to write sum is a plus b. Sum is a plus b. Print difference is a minus b. Print multiplication is a into b. Print division is a by b. So just I'm going to perform these operations. Okay. So sum is a plus b. I'm going to add these two numbers a and as well as b. Next to difference, I'm going to subtract a and as well as b, a minus b. And multiply, I want to perform multiplication. And next I want to perform division. And one more important point, whenever we are using division operator means slash operator, we are going to get the result in decimals. For example, if I return 10 by 20, so 10 by 20. So 10 by 20 means we are going to get the answer in the decimals. It is not in the form of integer. We are going to get the result in the form of a float. So anyway, we'll see all these things in the coming classes. But now just I want to run this program. So if you want to run, actually this is a previous program only. But in that previous program, just I added some more lines. So if you want to run, it is going to ask you, do you want to save? Just I am clicking on run module. So it is going to ask you save before run or check. Why? Because it is actually the previous program only. In the previous program, I added some more lines. But without saving directly, I am trying to run. So that is why it is asking save before run or check. So that's why we are going to click on OK so that the program will be saved. Right. So yeah, and this is the output of this program. You can see here a value is 10. It's very similar to the previous program. And b value is 20. Right. B value is 20. Next, simply printing a value, that is 10, and printing b value, that is 20. 10 and 20 will be printed. And after that, these are the lines newly added. Just I'll open this program. And what are the lines we newly added? That lines you need to check whether according to your logic we got the output or not. So these are the lines we added. Sum is a plus b. So that is sum is a plus b, 10 plus 20, 30. And difference is a minus b. So that is a minus b is 10 minus 20, that is minus 10. And multiplication is 10 into 20, that is 200. And the division is, as I said, 10 by 20. So 10 by 20 is 1 by 2. 1 by 2 is 0.5. So in other languages, division is going to give actually, like if you take C language, division is going to take integer only actually. If I return 10 by 20 in C language, I'm going to get output as 0. But in Python, always this division operator is going to return the float value, means the value with the decimals. So this is about the print function. So it is actually with respect to some with respect to some numbers. Okay, so just printing it only. If you want to print the number, you can print some number like this, or if you want to print its value, whenever you are going to print its value, you must write something, and as well as followed by the variable name. Let me give some more examples so that you can understand better. So now I want to write some more examples for print function. Print function, the other uh, data types. Data types means so far we worked with only integer. Now I want to write something like the string. String means, as I said, for example, name is equals to India. Name is equals to India. So now I am not giving any numbers. I am giving a string, and that string also I given a name. Okay, so otherwise I can write instead of name I can write country. COUN. Country is nothing but it is a variable. For the country variable I given a value, right? So now I want to print in our country name our country name is, I don't write India. Instead of our country name and followed by, just I write a country. Our country name is country. So what is the meaning of this? Country is nothing but already assigned a value, like previously we seen a is equals to 10, b is equals to 20. Similarly, country is already assigned some value. The value is nothing but India, and we are going to use the same value, right? So that is nothing but same value I'm going to use. That's why. So what will be the output of this program? This program output is our country name is followed by single space India. So for example, now if you want, you can write some other statements, like I can write some pi value. Pi is equals to 3.14. Pi is equals to 3.14. Print print pi value is pi value is pi value is pi. So here also it is going to give us the output. Pi value is 3.14. Similarly, for example, if you want to write some other, I want to write one more string. Okay, so language is equals to, I'll write now in single code Python. Language is equals to Python. So print print we are uh, learning learning language. So these are the different types of examples how we are going to work with uh, print statement. So print statement is nothing but simply you can use anything. You can write anything to print something. You are going to use print function. If I want to display something on the screen, so then definitely I am going to use print only, right? So now let me save this program file, save as. So I'll give some name third.py. So now I'll click on run module. So now see here, what is the program we are written and what is the output we got. So this is the program we written. Okay. So now you compare this program what we written and what output we got. So program we written is we take some variable. The variable is country is equals to India. The value I given some value. and I'm trying to print our country name is the value what we assign, that value will be printed here. Our country name is the value what I assigned here, I assigned India, right? So that's why our country name is India will be printed. Next, pi is nothing but the variable. We can have some variable with the name pi, and I given some value. Actually this value is it's in the form of a float. Previous program, we took some numbers, integer numbers like 10, 20. There is no decimal point in our previous programs, but here I took some float number where we have some decimal point. So here 3.14, and print pi value is 3 pi is 3.14. Next, language, it's one more variable, so the value we have Python. As I said, this double code and as well as single code will be treated as same in Python. So if you observe here, there is no difference in this output. Our country name is India, and we are learning Python, right? So here actually I assigned the value for this variable country by using double code, and for this variable language by using single code. Even though I assigned by using single code and as well as double code, they are going to give you the same result. So that's why whenever you are going to work with strings, especially in Python, if you are going to work with strings, you are going to assign either double code or single code can be used to represent the string in Python. So this is the way how you are going to work with print function. So here not only these things. For example, I want to print only normal numbers. Let me give one more example. Uh, I want to print only pure numbers. Okay, so now I want to print 100, print 200, print 1.34, print ABC. So this is also nothing but some program. I want to print these numbers. I want to print 100, I want to print 200, I want to print some float number like 1.34, and I want to print some string. So this also can be done with the print function. So let me save this, save as, let me save it as 4.py. So now I run this. Whatever you want to print, you can write in the program. So now if you see here, line by line, what we are written and what we got. So here we are written first line as print 100. Okay, so when we return print 100, it is showing output as 100. Print 200, it is showing output as 200. And 1.34, print 1.34, it is giving 1.34 as output. And ABC, it is giving output as ABC. So in this way, we are going to use print function. If you want to print anything on the screen, as I said, it is output function. Like in C language, we have output function. The output function is printf. Actually, printf is output function in C language. So print in Python is very similar to printf function in C language. Then in C language, we are going to use printf. If I want to print something on the screen, then I am supposed to use printf. Similarly, in Python also, if you want to write anything on the screen, if you want to write anything on the screen or anything on the shell, so definitely we need to use this print function. So different types of uh, data types you can use, like we seen how we are going to print some number, how we are going to print some integers, float, and how we are going to print some strings. So these all are nothing but different types of data types. By using these data types, we are going to print different types of values what the data types are having. So and other way in other way also we can have this print function can be used. The other way is we are going to use percentage. So not only actually here just now we seen some examples. In that examples we are going to have this only I used double quotes followed by some comma. But instead of double quotes and a comma, I can have this percentage symbol also. So I can use some percentage symbol also. So here I'll mention the other way we can use print function is by using percentage. Okay. So what is this percentage and how it is going to give the output? So we'll see some examples. So it is also similar, but only the thing is we are going to write some percentage symbol. If I want to display some value, if I want to display some result, then I need to write some percentage. Let me write one example how this can be used. Printing values using percentage. So let me take some value. A is equals to 100 and B is equals to 200. Print A is A is percentage A. Similarly, print B is percentage B. So only the difference is in the previous examples, whenever we used print function, just we are going to write the string, and as well as we are going to write the value what we are supposed to print. But here if we want to use, for example, in C language also sometimes we actually this is what we can call it as a format specifier. If we want to print something in C language also, we are going to write percentage D, percentage F, like that. So here also, if you want, if you want to print anything, then maybe we can use this percentage also, so that by using percentage also we can access its value. We can get its value by using percentage. So it is up to us uh, what type of way we are going to approach this print function. Okay, so actually the previous examples what we seen, that is actually very simple as we are not using any type of percentage. Simply we are going to use some we are going to put some comma, and whatever the value we are going to have, that value is going to be displayed here. And again we are having a format also in print function. We can use different types of formats. So for example, we can use different types of formats also. So what is meant by format? Format means, for example, I want to, so for example, I have a string. I have a string here. String is uh, Python is very easy. So this is a string. Okay. So in this string, I want to replace some words. I want to replace some words. Okay. So if I want to replace some words, then that is also possible. We can replace. with the help of arguments. So what is meant by replacing arguments? So here Python is very easy. So in this, I want to replace some statement. For example, I can write some. If you want to use this format specifier, you need to write this curly brace. So by using curly brace, you can mention the format what you are supposed to work with. Okay. For example, uh, as I said, you can go with different types of formats, right? So one format specifier is if you want to work with the float value, then you can mention f percentage f. If you want to work with integer, then you can use percentage d. So for example, Python is very easy, and we can learn in we can learn in we can learn in uh, hours. We can learn in hours. I can write 2f. We can learn in hours 2f. So here, what is this hours and 2f? So here, so now I'll assign this. I'll assign this entire statement to some yes. S is nothing but this is a statement, or we can consider this is a string. What is a string here? Python is very easy and we can learn in hours. So here you can write some number here. Okay, percentage this 2f. 2f is nothing but this 2f is nothing but we can have some number. So some float number, right? So now, so if I want to print this, I can write this.
Two if I couldn't understand, sir.
Sorry, yeah, I'll explain program. I'll
That
explain program, but before going to program, let me explain theoretically. Okay, so this thing,
2F
yeah,
and
yeah,
that bracket I couldn't
yeah, yeah,
understand,
yeah.
sir.
I'll explain. Can you mute? So here what I'm going to explain is 2f is nothing but it is a float number where I'm going to print this statement. Actually, what my expected output, I'm going to expect some output. The output is python is python is very easy and we can learn in hours 50. So this is my output. So instead of writing 50, what I'm going to do is we are going to use some format specifier, that is f. So here f is nothing but it is a floating point. So I am going to use format. So here if I want to write 50 by using 2f, I need to use a function called 2f. So now how we are going to get this output? Print s dot s dot s dot format. S is nothing but entire text what we written in the previous line. S dot format. So now I'll write here hours is equals to 50. So if you return this line, then automatically we are going to get the value of this 2f. 2f is nothing but actually it's a floating point value. So we are going to get the output as 50. So let me execute the same thing in the Python environment so that you can understand. So let me write a same program. This is actually uh, format example. Print with the format. Print with format. Okay, so Python is very easy and we can learn in hours 2f. So this is the statement. Okay, so in this statement, what we are doing, just I am going to replace that dot 2f with some value. The value what we are going to give is I'm going to give some value that is nothing but I can use format function. This s is nothing but the entire line what we are written here, s dot format, and ours is nothing but it is having float value. So ours is nothing but the value. So it may be 50 or 100 or something. So let me save this and save this program with 5.py. So here, so now if you see here, the program what we are written is just that dot 2f is going to be replaced with, it's replaced with some number that is nothing but a 50. Okay, as we are using format means simply substitute. Format means the float value is going to be substituted with the 50, as I given hours value is 50, so it's going to be substituted. We can learn in hours to f. So here that is the output what we got. Learn in, we can learn in 50, right? So that is what this format function is going to do. So you can write anything instead of this value, you can write anything, but most probably everything is available in print without using this format we can use only for specific applications, but in general we are not going to use this format because everything is available in print function itself. If you want to write any user defined string, or if you want to write any text, or if you want to add anything before your output, okay, in your convenient way you can write and you will get the output. So that's why most probably we are not supposed to use this format, but we should know what is meant by format, and why we are going to use it. It's a type of format specification or specifier, where we can replace some value by using its respective specifier. So as it is float, so we are written 50 means the respective value, the 50.00 will be substituted. So in place of this float value, right? In yesterday's class, we discussed about output function in Python, that is print statement, and we seen some examples how the print function is going to be used in different ways. So that is one of the important function, and it will be used in almost all the programs, because without a print function, I think we can say there is no program, irrespective of whether you are doing a simple project, or if you are doing any program, or any type of application. If you are doing in Python, definitely that print function will be used. Next, in this class, we are going to discuss about input functions. Input function in Python. So the name itself is input. The function name itself is input in Python. So what is meant by input function? Yesterday we seen print. Print is the name of the function, but it will comes under output functions category. So input function is nothing but the function which is going to take input from the user. So it is very similar to in C language. We are having a function called in C language. We are having a function called scanf function. So scanf function is uh, similar to this input function. The name of the function itself is input, and it is very important function. Yesterday, if you remember the programs, what we written in that programs, actually we directly assign some values, like I considered a value 10, b value 20, or a value 100, b value 200. Why directly I assigned some numbers? but that is what we can call it as assigning values, assigning values to variables, assigning values to variables in the program itself is okay. So this is actually comes under, is known as compile assignment. Okay, it's a compile time assignment. Compile time assignment means, for example, if I took any variable, for that variable I am supposed to assign some value. That is what we can call it as compile time assignment. But in general it is not the correct approach. Why? Because the values are not going to be same. Right? For example, if I ask some question, if I ask you, can you write a program for adding two numbers in Python? The program what we written in yesterday's class is not the correct program for that, because that program is not adding any two numbers, right? It is adding only two numbers, like 100, 200. If I want to give some 10,000, 20,000, then that program is not applicable actually. Again, you need to change the logic, right? So that is the reason why always it is preferable in Python and as well as in other languages also. So it's preferable to read the input by using functions. It's by using input function. So whether it may be input in the case of Python, or it may be some scanf in case of C language, but it's better to read the input from the user only. Always we are going to take the input. So taking the input from the user is what we can call it as runtime assignment. So we don't know the values of the variables, and we will assign or will give the values only at runtime. So that is the reason why there is a difference between compile time assignment and runtime assignment. Compile time means the values are given in the program itself. Runtime means we are supposed to give the values at runtime. Okay, we are not supposed to assign the values in the program. That is what we can call it as compile time and runtime. So always, whenever you are working with any programming language, it's better to use runtime assignment. Okay, so that program will be tested with different values. If I'm using compile time assignment, then that program is only work with only one input, right? One type of input. But if I want to apply the same program for other types of inputs, again I need to change the logic. So that is what always. So this is sometimes you can call it as example. Example, I can say a equals to 10, right? So a equals to 10 is nothing but 10 is already assigned in the program itself. So this is what we can call it as compile time assignment. Also we can call it as hard coding. Hard coding means uh, given the values in the program itself. So this is sometimes referred as hard coding. Hard coding means given the values in the program itself. Okay, but it's not the case always. So only when we'll go for this compile time assignment, or when we are going to work with this type of programs, so we are going to use this type of programming approach also. When means if the value is not going to be changed. For example, yesterday I given some program like pi value. Pi is nothing but it's a constant value. The value of pi is 3.14, and it is not going to be changed. So for this type of programs, maybe we can go for this compile time approach, right? So I can define the values in the program itself, and the program is not going to be changed, even though if you are going to take other inputs, because the values are constant. The values are constant. then obviously we can go for this type of approach. All right. So let me go with some example programs. I'll write some program so that you can understand how this uh, input function will work. So, and one more important point I need to convey with respect to this input function. This is very important uh, point with respect to input. Always, always input function, input function reads the data. Always the input function reads the data in the form of string only. In the form of string only. This is very, very important. What is the meaning of this point? You can understand once we written some programs. So now I'll write some program. So input function. Okay. So now print enter first number. First number. Enter first number. Okay. So number one is equals to input of okay, so input of something. Next print you entered okay number one. So this is a simple program. So in this program what I'm trying to do, uh, I'm trying to see how this print is going to work, right? So now already we know what this print function will do. Print is it's just very simple. It's output function. Whatever we are writing in the double quotes that will be printed on the screen, right? So it is going to ask us enter first number. So and whenever you are going to have this, whenever you are using this input function, a cursor will be okay blinking on the screen. So what is the meaning of blinking a cursor on the screen? So cursor blinking means it is asking something from you, or it is expecting something you are supposed to enter. So that is what the meaning of input. Input means there is a, for example, if you are if you are working with ATM, right? You are inserted your card, and it is asking you enter your PIN number. So whenever you enter any number, first number, it is a 4-digit number. Whenever you enter first number, okay, automatically the cursor will goes to second digit. It is expecting three more digits, right? So similarly here also input means it is going to expect something from you. So you can understand once we run this program. Let me save this program. Save as. So I'll give some name here. So input one dot c. I'm saving with input one dot py. Input one dot py. Okay. So now I'll run this program. Okay. Now see here. Enter first number. That is you can observe here the program also what we written here, so that you can understand how we are getting this output. Okay. So here enter first number. If you observe here, there is a cursor blinking in the next line, right? So the meaning of cursor blinking is it is expecting something from you. Why it is expecting something from you? As we are using input function. So input means always it is going to read something from you, right? It is going to expect something from you. So that's why I'm giving some 100. Okay. Once I given 100, then you are going to get the output is you entered 100. So you can see here now the program what we are written and what output we got. So first of all, first line is enter first number. So enter first number, that is a print as it is printing on the screen. Next is I used input function. as we discussed, input function is used to read the input from the user or used to take the input from the user. So that is why after the first line there is a cursor blinking on the screen. So blinking of cursor is nothing but it is expecting something from you. So you are supposed to enter something. So if you don't enter anything, then automatically the cursor will be always it will be blinking on the screen. Okay. Once you entered something, then it is going to display as per our logic what we written in the next line. So it is because of input function, a cursor is blinking on the screen, and once you entered something, then you are going to get output. Yesterday already we seen this type of a print statement. It is nothing but simply number one, whatever you entered, that number one value is going to be substituted here. So you entered space, number one value, for example we entered as 100. So number one is 100, you entered space 100. So this is the output of this program. So this is the way how you are going to work with the input. Of course, this is the first program with input function. It looks like very simple. But instead of this, you can write some other way also. Okay. So the same program, for example, I want to write in some other way, just with a little bit of modification. So instead of writing these two lines, let me combine these two lines in a single line. Instead of writing these two separate lines, let me combine these two lines in a single line. So just you can observe how I'm going to write same program in other way. It is also same input function only, input function program, but just let me write the function in some other way. So number one is equals to input of here I can write enter first number, right? So here number one is equals to input of enter first number, right? So now print the number you entered is number one. So this is the program. Just you find how it is different from the previous program. The program is actually very similar to the previous program, but only the difference is here we used yeah. So this is the previous program, below one, and this one is the same program. Just I'm trying to use a single line instead of first two lines, right? So here also same thing, but what we are doing is we are reading the input in the same line. We are reading the input in the same line. So it is going to give you enter first number, and immediately you will find a cursor will be appeared on the screen on the same line, right? And once the cursor will be appeared on the screen, you are supposed to enter something, and once you enter something, then automatically it is going to be displayed on the screen as we are written print in the next line. So now let me execute this program so that you will understand. Of course there is no difference, both are same, but the way how we are writing is different. That is the only different part here. Let me run this. So now see here, a cursor is blinking immediately after the string what we written, right? So now here I can enter 100, right? So the number you entered is 100. So these two are different ways, but if you want to write that is up to you which style you are supposed to follow, right? So this is the way how you are going to use this input function. And one more important point here. So it is up to you what type of method you are going to follow. But once you got expertise, then maybe you are going to follow the second method, as it is reducing the number of lines. You don't need to write any separate lines for print. Okay, so now we'll write some more programs. How this input function will work. Same programs what we discussed in last class. All the programs maybe we can convert into we can convert into input function, right? So you can understand why I mentioned some point here, right? I mentioned here this line last time. Always input function reads the data in the form of string only. This is very important point. Why this is very important, and how we'll see. This is okay. So now we'll see some program for this point, last point. So now I need to have some number. Number one is equals to input of enter first number. Number one is equals to input of enter first number. Next, number two is equals to input of enter second number, right? So we have number one and we have number two. Then what we need to do, for example, I need to write sum is number one plus number two, number one plus number two, right? So now this is the program. For example, let's say number one is 100. Let's say number one is 100 and number two is 200. Then the output is number one plus number two. So as per our expectation, the output is 300, but it is not going to print 300. Why it is not going to print? Let's see, and I'll explain the reason also. But just you can okay, you'll find easily the answer. The reason why it is not going to print 300 is this is the answer. This is the answer for the question why it is not going to give 300. Always input function reads the data in the form of a string only. So now for this program, if I given number one as 100 and number two as 200, then maybe I'm going to get the output. For example, number one is 100, and if I given number two as 200, right? So if I given number two as 200, then I'm going to get output as 100 to 200. This is the output. 100 200 will be the output. Why it is going to give 100 200? Why not 300? The reason is it is going to read the input in the form of a string only. That is the reason. So let me display here the output also. So here input 3.py. So now I'll run this program. Okay, so it is asking me enter first number 100 and second number 200. So now see, sum is 100 200. It is not giving us 300. Why? The reason is very simple. As we are using input function, the input function is reading this 100 in the form of a string, and this input function is reading 200 also in the form of a string. I think, okay, so there is a difference between reading the input in the form of a string and in the form of a integer, right? So for example, if I take a is equals to 100 and b is equals to 200. So these are nothing but actually looking like numbers, and I am not using any function here. Directly I assign the values. So that's why they are going to return. For example, if I return something like print sum is a plus b. So now I am going to get output 300. I am going to get output is 300. Of course, it is a number. of course it is a number. But when I am going to use the same program, same concept, if I am going to use, I am going to read same thing, same program, I am going to read a value using input function. A equals to input of uh, enter. A equals to input of enter A. It may be A or first number, doesn't matter, whatever you are going to use. And B is equals to input of enter B. Enter B, enter A, and input of enter B, right? So now if I am going to write a print sum is A plus B. So now here comes the difference. So if I given A value as 100 and B value is 200, then you are going to get output as 100 and 200. That is a difference. Why it is giving 100 and 200? Even though you are entered 100, as we are using input function here, it will be considered this 100 as a string, right? Yesterday already I told you string always will be enclosed in single code or in double code in Python. So if you are, even though for you it's looking like a number, but it will be enclosed in double code or it will be enclosed in single code, and as well as 200 also it will be stored like this 200. So I think you know what is the difference between this 100 and this 100. So this 100 is a number. Actually, it is a numerical value. Of course, it is a numerical value, but it is enclosed in double quotes. So that's why it will be treated as a string. So now what I am trying to do, I am trying to add two strings. I am trying to add two strings A and B. So this will result string concatenation. String concatenation. String concatenation means it will be added at the end. So 100, 200, two strings. So that second string 200 will be added at the end. That is the difference. But maybe you have a question. Okay, so this is adding two strings, but how can I get this output? You want this output by using input function. Okay, we want this output by using input function. So for that reason, what we need to do is we need to go for casting. Casting. Also we can call it as typecasting. Typecasting also we can call it as conversions. Conversion. So very simple here. Conversion is very simple in Python. It is not complicated like other languages. In C or in Java, the conversions are little bit confusing and a little bit difficult. But here very simple. So very simple. Already we know that input function uh, will read the data in the form of a string. In the form of a string, right? For example, we need to perform addition of two numbers. Addition of two numbers by using input function. So this is our task actually. I need to perform the addition of two numbers by using input function. So let me write the same logic here. Same logic. This is the logic. Of course, this is the logic to add two numbers. So maybe we can write the same program. Okay. So yeah, this is the program. Then maybe we can write a program looks like. Program will be looks like this. But uh, we know input function will read only string. Whatever you entered the number format also, that is in the form of a string. So then what is the solution here? Okay, so then the above program reads the numbers. The above program reads the numbers in the form of string. in the form of a string. But okay, so the above program reads the numbers in the form of a string. That's why what we'll do, that's why we need conversion. That's why we need conversion. Very simple. Okay, actually we have input in the form of string, but I don't want string, I want integer. Then what is the syntax? The syntax is data type, data type, data type, and your input function. Okay, so input and something here, some okay, input you need. So now this is a very simple syntax actually. So data type, input what you want. So for the above program, what we need to do for this program, if I want to convert this in the form of integer, very simple. So instead of okay, before input I need to write int. So this is the logic, simple logic. So now the above line, will reads, the above line will reads the a value in the form of integer. Actually it is written, it is reading in the form of string only, but as we are converting to which data type we are converting, to integer. If you want to float, you can convert to float also. Just instead of int you can write a float. If you want to convert to some other format, you can do it. That is the way how we are going to perform the typecasting. The above line will read the a value in the form of integer, right? So now the same program will write here how this typecasting is going to be done. So addition of two numbers using input function. Of course yesterday also we did addition, subtraction, all this, but we are not used input function. Directly I considered some values like a value 100, b value 200, a value 10, b value 20, like that we considered, and we did some operations, addition, subtraction, multiplication. But now we are going to use a concept of input function. Same program, let me write a is equals to int of input, enter first number, next b is equals to int of input, enter second number, right? So now I got a value and b value, and I did the typecasting also as input function. If you consider only here to here, okay, then the number is, even if you entered some number, that is in the form of string. But what we are doing, we are casting it, we are converting it to integer, as we did here, integer conversion, right? Next, same thing for b also. Once we did this, then we need to write print sum is a plus b. So here actually you don't need to convert again. Already a is in integer format only, and b is also in integer format only. So that's why automatically this integer format means this number and this number will be added, and the result will be okay given here. So that is a program. So let's see here. Okay, so it is asking enter first number. I'm giving 100, second number 200. So now we got sum as 300. Previously same program, first number 100, second number 200, some we got 100, 200, right? But the same program, now we got 300. So that is the way how we are going to perform the typecasting, or we can call it as type conversion. Typecasting or type conversion are same. Okay, converting the value from one data type to another data type. By default, which data type we are going to get? If we are using input function, by default we are going to get the data in the form of a string. Okay, as per your requirement, if you want to convert that data into other formats, you can. For example, I want some addition of two float numbers. Okay, so here actually we are talking about integer conversion. So let me write here. So let me write here. This is a example. Example for what? This is string to integer conversion. String to integer. So for example, I don't want integer, right? I want to convert into float. I want some addition of two float numbers. Then maybe you can go for float conversion. String to float. String to float. So here also same, actually same thing. A equals to, now I can write float. Float of input of enter A. So now whatever the value you are given for A, that will be converted into float format, right? So the above line will reads the data, means data means here A value, the A value in the form of string, sorry, in the form of float, in the form of a float. So similarly, for example, if you want to convert to complex is also actually by default it is available in Python. Of course, we'll see complex maybe in future classes. But same thing, if you want to go for some one more example, how can we convert the data to float format? So float conversion. So here A equals to float of input of enter any number. Next, B equals to float of enter other number. Right. So now print sum of two numbers is A plus B. So already the value of A is in a float format, and as well as the value of B also in a float format. So adding two float format values will give us the result in float only, right? So let's see how it's going to work. Input of py. So now, even though if you, for example, by mistake you are given some integer number. Integer number means you are given 5 instead of float 5.5, something like that. You are given 5. Of course, it will be treated 5 as 5.0 as we are converting into float. Now we'll see how this will work. So enter any number. I am giving some 7.5 and 8.9. So now we can see here sum of two numbers is 16.4. So 7.5 is first float number and second float number is 8.9. The addition of these two, 7.5 and 8.9 is 16.4. So this is the way how we are going to perform the conversion. So if you want to perform other operations like subtraction, like multiplication, like division, okay, all these operations also can be done. The only difference is if you don't use any type of conversion, if you don't return like int of input or float of input, if you don't write, then what will happen is you are going to get the output in the form of a string only, and the data also can be uh, accepted in the form of a string only, as we seen in the previous program, like we got output 100 200 when we are adding 100 with 200. So that is the reason why whenever we are working with any numerical problems, definitely we need to perform this typecasting. So if you are, for example, I want to work with some string. If we want to work with any string, then obviously we don't need any type of type conversions. As we seen already, if I return simply input, okay. If you want to work with, I'll write one more point here. That is very important. If we want to, work with strings using input function, right? If you want to work with strings using input function, then no need of any conversion, because because input function itself input function itself reads the data in the form of a string. For example, if you want to work with any type of a string data type, if you want to work with any strings, right, then automatically you don't need to perform any type of typecasting here. So that is the meaning of this point. If you are going to work with some integer, or if you are going to work with some float, or if you want to work with some other types, then only we need to perform this typecasting or a type conversion. But if you want to work with strings straight away, directly you can use input function. Don't need any type of conversions for string data type. So that is the meaning of this point, right? And one more important here, because as we are discussing about this type conversions, okay, so we can have other types of conversions also. Maybe uh, if you want to convert integer to float also we can do, right? Integer to float conversion we can do, and as well as we can do float to integer conversion, float to integer conversion. Of course, we'll see some more examples for this also. Integer to float conversion. For example, a equals to 10, right? So now I need to convert this into. Then I can write print of print of float of a, right? Float of a. So it is going to give what it is going to give. It will give us the result as 10.0, right? Why? Actually 10 is the value which is in integer format, but whenever we are going to work with integer, means if I want to convert that integer with the float, right? So I need to do some conversion. That conversion, what we can call it as, okay, as per our requirement, I am trying to convert integer to float. Similarly, float to integer, for example, I have some value b is equals to some 3.2. So I need to convert this into integer. Print of int of print of int of b. So it will give us the result as 3. Okay, so 3 is integer and 3.2 is nothing but, as it is having fractional part, as it is having decimal point, it is in float, right? So we'll see these examples also in a simple program, how these conversions can be done. So integer to float and as well as float to integer. So let me write some integer value. A is equals to some 100. Print value is, float value is, directly you can write float of a, right? So here, as we are not using any input function, directly I assign the value, it is in number format only. Okay, now we'll see here. Conversion 1.py. How? Now the output is float value is 100.0, right? So what is the input taken? We read the input 100, means we are given the input as 100 and output is float value. The equivalent float value for 100, the equivalent float value for 100 is 100.0. Similarly, in the same program, I can take some float value, right? 3.4. Now I need to print integer is integer value is int of b. So what is the equivalent integer value for 3.4? Equivalent integer value for 3.4. So the answer is 3. So now see here, this is a float value for 100, that is 100.0, and this is an integer value for 3.4. So 3.4 integer value, always whenever we are doing conversion from float to integer, the numbers which are there after a decimal point will be truncated, means will be skipped or will be excluded. So only the number which is there before the decimal point will be the answer. For example, if I have 99 point some 123, so whatever the number after decimal point will be there, that will be not considered. The number which is there before a decimal point will be the equivalent integer value. And similarly here also, whenever we are talking about integer to float, so integer to float is nothing but we are going to add something after a decimal point. As we said, 100 is the integer we are considering in the program. 100 is integer value. So the equivalent integer means the equivalent float value for 100 is just we are going to add something after a decimal point. We need to converting this integer to float. So 100 is integer as it is not having any fractional part, and that equivalent value in float format is 100.00. So that is the way how we are going to work with this type of conversions. These conversions are very useful, especially when we are working with numerical applications, the applications which are based on the numbers. There we need to convert some one data type to other data type, like for example, we need to convert some points, like some rupees into paise or paise into rupees. So in that type of situations, maybe we are going to use this conversions. right? So these all are the different ways how you are going to work with the input function. Okay. So I'll stop here. If you have any doubts, you can ask me. So first of all, what is meant by variable? And yesterday we seen different types of conversions. So of course, so this is also relating to conversions. Means we should know what type of data we are using in our program. So what is the definition of variable? Variable is the name we are giving for some memory location. So this is a simple definition for the variable. So for example, if I want to give some name for any memory location, that is what we can call it as variable. So let's say some example here. A is equals to 10. So here, what is the meaning of this line? A is equals to 10. For us, it's looking like very simple, but there is some meaning involved in this line. So here, A is a variable actually. A is a variable. Okay, and it is having 10. It is storing 10, right? It is uh, having 10. So here, A is a variable. Variable means, for example, I'm going to save all these things. I'm writing something in the notepad. After this class, I'm going to save each and everything, right? So what is the meaning of saving each and everything? Definitely, it will be stored in some place. So I'm going to call this as, for example, today's class notes. So today's class notes. What is today's class notes? Indirectly, today's class notes is the name I am giving. But what it consists of in general? In general, it consists of some somewhere this data is stored, right? So for example, you are working with so many files. You are having a word file, you are having PDF file, you are having audio file, you are having video file. So what all these are different types of files, right? So what is the meaning of the file means some data is stored in a particular place, in a computer or in a mobile or in some external device like memory card. Somewhere your data is going to be stored. So here also, what is this variable? Variable means, for example, let me give some example in Python so that you can understand. I'm going to open this IDLE shell. For example, now I need to write something like A is equals to 10. So what is the meaning of A is equals to 10? So here A is the name of the variable. I given some name, but what is that? It will be stored in some place. In computer, it will be stored in some place. I don't know what is the name. Means I don't know where it is going to be stored. The memory location I don't know. But I am giving it as the name A, or I'll give some other name. Course is equals to BTech. So here, what is this? Course is equals to BTech means course is the name of the variable. BTech is the value assigned to it. So variable is nothing but simply we can call it as it is a named memory location. Named memory location. The memory location for which we are giving some name. I'll give some more examples to understand in a clear way, right? So for example, we are going to reserve our ticket. For example, you want to reserve a ticket in the bus. For example, you want to travel from Bangalore to Hyderabad. You are going to travel from Bangalore to Hyderabad. So then what you are going to do? You are going to reserve a seat. You are going to reserve a seat. Actually, the name is seat actually, but what is the mean internal Internal definition of the seat. Internal definition of the seat is nothing but it is a place in the bus. We can say it is a place in the bus, right? But technically what we are calling, technically we are calling it as a seat, right? Here also same. Internally what is A? Internally A is nothing but some memory location. Because if I return something, it will be stored in some memory, right? So, but for our purpose, what we are giving some name. The name I am giving as A. So this is a simple definition of variable. So why it is variable? Variable means what? Variable means it will be varied. Variable means variable means it may vary. It may vary. Vary means change. It may varies. Means it may varies means it's not going to be same. Changes. It may changes. Let me explain this line. What is the meaning of this line? So, for example, A is equals to 100. Okay. So now I want to print the A value. A is A. So we are going to get 100. Why it is not printing 10? Actually, for A, I assigned 10 also. And for the same A, I assigned 100 also. But why it is not printing 10 and why it is printing 100? So that is the meaning of variable. Variable means it will be changed. It will be varied. So finally, what is the latest value for the variable? We need to consider that one only. So for example, in the next line, I may give some other value for A. A is equals to some, high. A is equals to high. So now I am going to print A. So if I want to print A, then it is going to print only high. It is not going to print 100, right? So that is the meaning of variable. It is going to be varied from previous line to next line. It is going to be varied, and the value what it is having, finally, or latest value what we have for the variable, that will be printed. So that is the meaning of variable. It is going to be varied. It is going to be changed from line to line. So the value it is having, finally the value what it is having in the final line or in the latest line, that will be the value it will be printed. Okay, so now we'll see. Yesterday we discussed about different types of numbers actually, right? In type conversions we discussed about different types of conversions. As somebody asked some question, okay, into to float, right? So now you may have some doubt. How can I know that something is in integer and something is in float? For example, I return A is equals to 10 here, and A is equals to 100. A is equals to some high. So I can say like this 10 is integer and this 100 is integer and this high is string. But how can we prove? How can we know it is integer, it is string? How can I say? Okay, so further to know all these things, in Python there is a important function called type. This is very important function, type function, right? So what this type function is going to do? Type function is type function will returns type function will returns what type of value, what type of value what type of value the variable is having, what type of value the variable is having. Let me give some example so that you can understand what is the meaning of this statement I written, right? So now I'll write a small program so that you can understand what is variable and what is type function. You can understand easily. So let me write a simple example.
Sir, I cannot hear you, sir.
I think the problem is from your side only. It's It's fine my side. Please check your side once. Am I audible now?
Now I could, yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So now I am going to write a small program that will demonstrate the concept of type and as well as variable. So type and variable. Type and the variable. Okay. So yeah, I can take some a and I can assign some value. So now I need to know print a is or type of a is type of a is type of we are going to get what is the type of a. So type of a is and what it is going to return. It's going to return whether it is integer class or whether it is float class or whether it is some string class. Next, b is equals to 9.8. Print type of print type of print type of b is print type of b is print type of b is type of type of b type of b. Next c is equals to some hello print type of type of c is print type of c is type of c. So now see what is this program. This program is I'm considering three variables in this program. In these three variables, in these three variables, I'm talking about what are the variables and what are the values and they belongs to which data type. Okay, a is a variable and the variable is having value 10. Again, b is a variable and it is having value something 9.8. C is a variable and it is having something like a some value hello, right? So now just I am going to display what type a belongs to, what type b belongs to, and what type c belongs to, right? So now I'll save this program. I will save this program. So variable 1.py, there's a program name variable 1.py. So let me run this program. So now see here, type of A is integer, type of B is float, type of C is string. So we are taken three variables. One is A and one is B, one is C. Okay, so A variable, B variable and C variable. And just I am trying to display their types. What the values A is having, what's the value B is having, and what's the value C is having. As I said, the value may be updated because it is a variable. Variable means the value may be changed. If I return something like a is equals to 100 in the next line, then if you are trying to print a value, then 100 will be displayed on the screen. Why? Because it is varied, it may be changed from one line to other line. So this is simple definition for variable, right? So, and one more important point, uh, in Python, whenever we are talking about variables, okay, so it is need not be the same value. So I'll write down, this is very important point. Python is dynamic typed language. What is the meaning of dynamic typed language? I'll try to explain with some example. Python is a dynamic typed language. Okay, what is the meaning of dynamic typed language? So for example, if I say a is equals to 10, and if I say a is equals to high, and if I say a is equals to 2.3, okay, so it is possible only in Python, because if you consider a is equals to 10 means it is integer value, and for the same a variable I am going to assign some string, and for the same variable a I am going to assign some float. So this is what dynamic typing. Dynamic typing means the data type of this a is going to be changed from, okay, this line to this line, and from this line to this line. So it is not going to be same, means it's not going to be static. There are two types of languages, okay, static typed language and dynamic typed language. The languages like C, C++, Java, those will be comes under static typed languages. Static typed languages means if I want to define integer value for a, you are supposed to give only integer value only. We are not supposed to give other value. For example, if I want to give some integer value, means a is given 100, 10 here. If I want to give 100, that is also fine, because 100 also integer only. If I want to give 200, that is also fine, that is also integer only. But you are not supposed to give some other value. Some other value means like high, because it is a string actually, and you are not supposed to give some other value like 2.3, because 2.3 is a float, right? So for a, if you define one value, one data type, one integer value, you are supposed to modify some other value of same data type. You can define any integers, you can give only integers only. You are not supposed to give some other data types for the same variable. That is what we can call it as static typed languages. A language in which once the value is defined of a particular data type, you are supposed to assign only the values of the same data type. You are not supposed to assign the values of other data type. That is what a static typed language. This is one of the important interview question also. So what is static typed language and what is dynamic typed language? Of course, this is one of the speciality of Python. It is not it's not there in other languages like Java and so on, right? So here, but Python is having the flexibility to assign different values of different data types to a same variable. So that is the meaning of dynamic typed language. So here I'll mention. So in the above example, we assign different different values. Okay, we assigned different values of different data types, for the same variable, a. It is not possible in other languages. Okay, so this is what we can call it as, dynamic. Okay, this property of Python, is called as called as called as dynamic typing. Dynamic typing. dynamic typing. In other words, in other words, what we can say, depending on depending on depending on the value we assigned, for the variable, depending on the value we assigned for the variable the variable is going to take the data type. So this is the meaning of what is meant by dynamic typed language, right? So this is simple example. For the same variable a, we are assigning different values, right? So this is a simple concept of variable. So just I'll revise what I explained so far for the variable. Variable is nothing but simply we can call it as named memory location, means the memory location for which we are giving some name. That is what we can call it as a variable. So it may be a, it may be x, it may be y, it may be z, it may be anything you can give your, even you can give your name also. That is what a variable. And different types of variables are going to different types of values. So maybe you can take some variable like a, and we can assign some 10 for that. And in the next line, maybe you can change, you can modify, you can change the value for a as some 100. Maybe next line you can change it as 200. Maybe next line you can change it as some other data type also. So that is the meaning of varies. Variable is the property, the characteristic of variable is nothing but it is going to be varied. So, but in Python, the speciality of the variables is because of its dynamic nature, you can assign different values of different data types for the same variable. This is what we can call it as dynamic typed language. So Python is an example for a dynamic typed language. But whereas if you consider other languages like C, C++, Java, they will be considered as static typed languages. Why? Because in Java or in C or C++, we are not supposed to assign another data type value for a particular variable if it is already assigned some other data type. I assign some integer value for a. I'm not supposed to assign some other value of a string data type. That is what static data type, right? So this is about variables. Now we'll go for one more important topic, that is identifiers. Identifiers. Okay. So what is the meaning of identifiers? Actually, uh, there is a lot of similarity between identifier and variable. So identifier is also nothing but, for example, let me explain in a layman terms first. What is the meaning of identifier? Identifier is nothing but how we are going to identify something. For example, what is our identifier? Our identifier is nothing but maybe I can identify some person by their by their name, or maybe by their some email ID, or maybe by their mobile number, or maybe by their Aadhaar number. For example, if I want to consider all the citizens of India, so what is the identification? Identification for all the citizens of India is their Aadhaar number. Why? Because no two citizens of India are having the same Aadhaar number. So that is unique ID. We can say it's a unique ID, so that we are going to identify each and every citizen of India by using their Aadhaar number. Let's say, for example, I can why can't we use name? Name cannot be used. Why? Because maybe two citizens are having the same name, or maybe more than one citizen is having the same name. So that's why it is not becomes an identifier. Identifier is nothing but actually variable is also a part of identifier. Identifier is nothing but the name what we are giving, the name what we are giving for a variable, or uh, for uh, for a function, or for a constant, or for a class. So for anything, okay, it's not limited to only this. What is, maybe you may have some doubt, what is variable, what is function, what is constant, what is class. So this we will get in the next coming classes actually, right? So simple definition, what is the meaning of identifier? Identifier is nothing but the name what we are going to give for a particular. For example, I'm saving this file with some name.
Sir, what is mean by function, sir?
Yeah, function is nothing but it is one of the most important topic in Python and as well as in other languages. Like maybe as we discussed, some input and output functions.
Function that I don't know the meaning of functions as well.
Function means it's having some uh, set of statements. It's a collection of statements, and it is going to perform some task. Like we seen in our previous class, we seen two functions, right? One is print function, next one is input function. And in this class also I mentioned one more function like type, right? So these three are also functions only. These three are actually inbuilt functions in Python. So like that, in the means maybe after 5 to 6 classes, okay, we are going to know what is meant by function. It is actually one of the most important concept in Python. So we'll spend at least 3 to 4 classes only exclusively for functions concept in Python.
Sir, what are the function you taught, sir? Print and
Print, input.
okay, sir.
Okay, and just now we written some small program. Na? Here a type, I written a type, right? So type also is also one type of function here. This type,
Type, sir.
yeah. So
Okay.
like that, actually these all are available in Python. These all are inbuilt functions only, but
Uh,
but we are supposed to write a function by our own. Okay, so that is what we are going to see. Okay, in the concept of functions in the coming classes. Hope you understood, right?
yes, sir.
Okay, okay.
Define. They will be using no, sir. Define. Def.
Yeah,
In
def.
one interview,
Yeah,
they asked me.
yeah.
Yes, sir.
Def is nothing but def is a keyword used to define any function in Python. Okay.
Oh, def is a keyword, sir.
Yeah, def is a keyword in Python that will be used to define any function.
Yes, sir.
For example, I want to write a function, right? So for example, if I want to write a function, then I need to
Yes,
write
sir.
def followed by function name. So def is the keyword that will be
Oh,
used to define or create any function in Python.
okay, sir.
Okay, so now we need to know the rules of identifiers. Rules of identifiers. So we are having some rules. Okay, because we need to follow these rules in Python whenever you are going to use identifiers. Why we are having rules? Because simple. For example, we are having some name, right? So we are having some name for us. So our name is also having some meaning. Okay, So it is having some meaning. We are not having any name like something 1 2 3 followed by our name and something like some number. So it is having some special meaning. Uh, Based on that only our parents decided this is the name and this is a suitable name for this kid and this is a suitable name for this guy. Okay, so they decided and it is having specific meaning. So based on, for example, some parents are going to think that, for example, some based on date of birth, based on some month, are based on some god name, are based on some goddess name, are based on some grandparents or grandmothers. They are going to have some rules. They will follow some rules before giving a name to any kid, right? So similarly here also in Python we are going to follow some rules whenever we are working with identifiers. Let me define what are the rules for identifiers. First rule is every identifier every identifier must not start must not start with number, must not start with number. Example, if I define something like 1ab is equals to some 20, it is invalid. It is invalid. Why it is invalid? If you see here, identifier is I given as 1ab, right? So in 1ab it is starting with a number. 1 is the number, so that's why it is going to give us it's invalid. Let me show you in Python shell so that you can understand. Okay, so same example here I'll write one identifiers. Okay, so 1ab is equals to something like 20. So now see here, syntax error, invalid decimal literal. So that is the meaning of error. Okay, it is syntax error. Means you are not supposed to use identifier in this way. Why? Because it is starting with a number. So it is a simple reason. That is the same example I defined here. Okay, so in this identifier, it is starting with number. So that's why it is invalid. That is rule number one. Second rule, second rule, only only the allowed only the allowed special character, only the allowed special character in identifiers, in identifiers.
Sir,
A,
I have doubt, sir.
yeah, yes.
Sir, identifiers comes under variables, sir.
Variable is also one type of identifier. Wherever we are giving some
Oh,
name, that is nothing
okay.
but a, that is nothing. Variable is nothing but what? We are giving name for the memory location, right? It is also one type of identifier.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So only the
Okay.
allowed special character in identifiers is underscore. Okay. So we are not supposed to use any special character except this underscore. Right. For example. So for example, if I written underscore a is equals to 10, so it is valid. It is valid identifier. Or if I written like a underscore is equals to 30, it is also valid. If I written like a underscore b is equals to 40, it is also valid. You can use underscore in any place. It doesn't matter whether it is starting or whether it is ending or whether it is in the middle. For example, if I written something like a dollar, a dollar is equals to something like 16, it is invalid. It is invalid. And similarly, a at the rate is equals to some 80, it is invalid. Because even though this dollar and at the rate also comes under special characters, but they are not supposed to be used in identifiers. Same examples I'll show you in uh, ideally shell, right? So for example, if I given underscore a is equals to something like 10, it's valid. A underscore is equals to something like 20, it is valid. A underscore b is equals to something like 30, it is valid. If I return a dollar is equals to 40, it is going to give us error, it is not valid. And similarly, a at the rate is equals to 50, it is also invalid, it is not going to allow us at the rate. And similarly, any other special character you can use, it is not going to be valid. Like for example, if I am going to use some other special character, a, okay, so something like curly brace is equals to some 60, okay, so this is also invalid. So like that, it is not going to allow other special characters apart from underscore. This is rule number 2. Next, rule number 3, identifiers are case sensitive. Already we discussed in the first class itself. What is the meaning of case sensitive? Identifiers are case sensitive. Case sensitive means, example, if I take a is equals to 10, or a is equals to something like 100, okay, and if I take a is equals to 100, the above two lines, the above two identifiers are different. The above two identifiers are different. Different, right? Because one identifier is in small case and another identifier is in capital case. Okay, we'll see third rule. So a is equals to something like 100, and if I want to print capital A, if I want to print capital A, then we are going to get an error. Why? Because capital A is not available in the context. Because we are using small a, and that is available, we are trying to access small a only. As identifiers are case sensitive, we are not supposed to use small letter in place of capital, or we are not supposed to use capital letters in place of small. The identifier in which you are defined means in which case you used for an identifier, the same case you are supposed to use to access the identifier. If you are trying to access in other case, it is not going to be valid. That is next rule. Next, rule number 4, keywords keywords cannot be used as an identifier. Okay. What is the meaning of this rule? Keywords cannot be used as an identifier. So keywords means, already we discussed about keywords in second class. So keyword is nothing but also reserved word in a language. So for example, if I have any keyword, I'm not supposed to use that keyword as an identifier. For example, let me give some examples here. I have a keyword if. If I'm trying to use this if as some identifier, if I say if is equals to 10, so it is invalid. It is invalid because if is a keyword. Similarly, if I want to take some while is equals to some 100, again it is also invalid. Why it is invalid? Again while also keyword. For example, if I take some x is equals to 200, it's valid because it's not it's not a keyword. It's not a keyword, and it will be accepted as an identifier. Okay, so I'll give some examples in shell. Let's see, if is equals to 10. So that's why we are getting an error, because if is already a keyword. And similarly, while is equals to 20. Again, it is going to give us error because while also a keyword. Let's say x is equals to 30. It is valid. Why? Because x is not it's not a keyword in Python. So this is one more rule. Keywords are not going to be used as identifiers. Why? Why? The meaning is, why we are not going to use this keyword as an identifier. The answer for this question is because keyword is already having some meaning in Python language. We are not supposed to change the meaning. We don't have any right to change the meaning of that particular keyword, what it is having in Python. So that is the reason why it is not it's not valid to use a keyword as an identifier. So these are the rules we need to follow while working with identifiers. So these are the four rules we must follow, because in most of the programs
Sir,
you
if while, excuse me, sir,
yeah
if and while are keywords, sir,
yes. So
they should not be used as identifier.
they will not be used as an identifier. Yes,
Okay,
because
sir.
if you are working with if you are working with any project, so you are going to require so many identifiers. So while using the identifiers, you must know what rules to be followed. For example, sometimes okay, so you are supposed to use an identifier that is very similar to a keyword. For example, you want to use an identifier that is very similar to a keyword. Then how you are going to use? Maybe you can use some underscore or some. Okay, you are supposed to use something. You are supposed to add something for that keyword. For example, let me give an example. If is already available, but I need to write something like if underscore is equals to 70. It is a valid actually, because if underscore is not available. Okay, so similarly underscore while, so this is also not available, so you can use this is valid, this can be accepted. So if you want to use, for example, here the intention is, maybe you want to use a similar type of keyword with some difference, with some little difference, then that is possible. Okay, so if you use underscore, then it's going to be your intention, whatever you are having intention, that intention is going to be fulfilled, and you can use these type of identifiers if you require. But better to avoid the similar keywords whatever you are having in Python. Okay, and you try to use the other names. And whenever, what is identifier is nothing but name. So names also, for example, we are going to give one more important point here regarding identifiers. Identifiers must be uh, as per as per the as per the problem. or application. Application we are working. Means what is the meaning of this point? Let me explain. We are working means means it should be it should be it should be uh, named it should be named as per the naming convention of the application. So what is the meaning of this? For example, we are working with student program. We are working with the student program. Then what type of information student is having? Let's say hall ticket number. Then hall ticket number will be an identifier. Okay. Next marks. Marks will be an identifier. Next some mobile number. So mobile number is an identifier. Okay, etc. So here this identifiers you are supposed to write some suitable identifiers. Okay, because whenever we are working with some project, for example we are working with the student project, what the student is having, maybe student is having hall ticket number, student is having marks, student is having mobile number, like that. So depending on the type of the application we are working with, the same type of identifiers, the suitable identifiers we are supposed to use. We are not supposed to use some different identifiers. So that is the meaning of this point. Okay, it should be meaningful as per the application what we are using. Okay, so I hope you can understood, and I'll stop here. If you have any queries, please let me know. Any queries?
Any practice questions, sir?
Yeah. I'll give some programs for practice. So let me give some programs. Exercise.
Okay, sir.
Exercise. Yeah, program number 1 is program on variables. Okay, program on variables means you can take different variables of different types and you try to print their values and print the types also, data types also. Second one, practice all the rules of identifiers. Means here actually the second task is you need to practice all the programs. Here actually what I explained here, I explained all the rules in shell, ideally shell, right? But just I am asking you practice the same things in the form of a program. Okay, you try this. If you have any doubts, I'll explain in tomorrow's class. Okay, next class. Okay, so first of all, what is meant by data type? In yesterday's class, we seen what is meant by variable and as well as what are the identifiers. Of course, they are very similar. Data types, variables, and identifiers. These three are actually comes under same family, we can say. So let me define what is the definition of data type. Data type is nothing but the type of value what a variable is having. So this is a simple definition of data type. So what type of value a variable is having? For example, let's say if I have a is equals to 100. So here a is variable name, 100 is the value what a is having, and the data type here is integer. So because 100 is a number which is not having any decimal part, so it is nothing but considered as an integer. So variable is nothing but already we seen, it is simply the name what we are giving. In this example, the name I given as a is the variable name, and the value what I assigned to a is 100. And what is the data type of the value? The data type is nothing but 100 will becomes a integer, as it is not having any decimal part. So in Python, actually we are having two types of data types. Mainly the data types are categorized into two types. So one is standard data types. Standard data types. So in this standard data types, again we are having different types of classifications are there. So in standard data types, we are going to have numbers. Next, we are going to have Boolean. Next, we are going to have other types of data types. In standard, we can say numbers and Boolean, and in other data types means we can call it as collective data types. So this is actually the main categorization where we are having numbers and Boolean, and next other categorization we can call it as collective data types. So in under collective data types, so collective means collection, more than one. So here we are having sequence types. So in this we have sequence type. Under sequence type, we are going to have lists, and we are going to have tuples, and along with it we have sets, and we have dictionary. Okay, and apart from this, already one more is there. That is also maybe you can consider that data type under standard only. That is nothing but string. String also we can consider under standard. But in general, actually this categorization will not be there in in the textbooks, but only for our simplicity. Just I'm explaining. But in general, Python data types are, we can say Python data types are categorized into numeric data types. Numeric means numbers. So in numbers, numbers again we have uh, integer, and we have float, and again we have complex. So under numeric data types or under numbers, we have integer data type, float, and as well as complex. Next, under sequence data type, we have a list tuple. Okay, and as well sometimes yeah, maybe you'll find some in some of the textbooks. Okay, so the strings also will be given in under sequence. It doesn't matter whether it is standard or sequence, but only the thing is you need to remember what are the different data types. Okay, so this is the categorization of the data types. So first of all, we are having numbers, also known as numerical data types. In numerical data types, we have integer, float, complex. Again, we have Boolean is nothing but it is a separate data type where we are having either true or false. Next, we have collective data types. Means collective means we can call it as a sequence. So in this sequence data type we have list, tuple, and the string also. Maybe in some textbooks they will be given in under standard data types string. In some other textbooks they are given under this sequence type. Of course it doesn't matter whether where you are going to use, but string is also one of the data type in Python. Next we have sets and as well as a dictionary, right? So now we'll see one by one in detail. So first we will consider about numeric data types, or we can call it as numbers. Numeric data types. So as we discussed in numeric data types, so it's going to store the data in the form of numeric values. Means it's going to store the data in the form of numbers. So what are the numbers? It may be integer number, or it may be float number, or it may be some complex number, right? So already yesterday I discussed about a function called type, right? So in numeric data type, the data will be stored. The data will be stored in the form of numbers. In the form of numbers, right? So what are the numbers? Already we seen here. In this we have integer, and we have float, and we have complex. So in Python the numbers are maybe of integer number, maybe of float number, or maybe of some complex number, right? So how can we know that the data is of integer type, and how can we know that the data is of some float type, or the data is of complex type? So that can be easily known by using a function called a type. Yesterday I mentioned in yesterday's class, we can easily know the data type by using type function, right? So by using this type function we can easily understand the data is of from which data type. So again I laid some examples, example for integer and for float, and as well as for some complex. So a is equals to some 100. So it is nothing but an example for integer, right? So example integer data type. So here if I return something like integer, right? So a is equals to 100 is nothing but it is going to return integer, because 100 is nothing but integer. For example, if I am going to talk about float data type, float, then I can write some b is equals to 8.9. It's an example for float data type. And one more important uh, data type also there in Python. It is not available in any other language. So that is what we can call it as a complex. Complex is also one of the number data type in Python. So what is the syntax of complex? Syntax of the complex is a plus b into j. This is a syntax where a is a real part, and b is a imaginary part, right? Example 7 plus 5j, 7 plus 5j, right? So now we'll see these three examples, how we are going to write a program, and how we are going to check the values, whether it is integer or float or complex. Now I'll write a small program so that you can understand how the data types can be known to us. So as I said, whether it is integer or float or some complex, so we can understand by using a function called a type. If you want to know what is the data type of a variable, it is very easy by knowing a particular function. If you use a function called type, then automatically you can easily understand what data type it is. So the program is numeric data types. Numeric data type. So let me take some example here. Uh, let me take some example here. A is equals to some 100. Print the data type of A is type of A. Okay, so next I'll write one more value. B is equals to 9.3. Print the data type of B is the data type of B is type of B. The data type of B is a type of B. Next, C is equals to 7 plus 5j. 7 plus 5j. Print the data type of C is the data type of C is a type of C. So already we discussed a function type. This function is used to know what type of value this A is having, what type of value B is having, what type of value C is having. Means the type function basically is going to return what type of data a particular variable is having, right? So now I'll save this program. This is example for numeric data types. I'll save with the numeric 1.py. Numeric 1.py. So now I'll run this program. So now see, whenever you are going to understand the logic of programming, it's better to keep the program what you are written and what output you are getting. You need to compare line by line so that you can understand very easily what you are writing and what you are getting, what is the meaning of each and every line. Because if you are writing something in the program, means there is a meaning, there is a specific meaning for that. So if you are writing a particular, for example, I am writing this line, definitely there is a meaning for this line in my program. So here first line is just I took some variable and I sent some value, that is A is equals to 100. In second line, just I'm trying to print what data type A is having. Next, in next line I am going to take some B and I send some value 9.3. And the next line I am trying to print what is the data type B is having. Next, this is another data type, and just I am trying to print what data type C is having, right? So C is having, this is 7 plus 5j. It is the format. Actually, if you want to work with any complex numbers in Python, the complex number must be in this format only. That is A plus B into J, where A is the real part and B is the imaginary part. So this is the program. So first data type A is having integer, and second data type B is having float, and third data type C is having complex. So this is about the information about numerical data types. So always they are going to store numerical data types. Always they are going to store the data in the form of numbers. So what are the numbers? It may be integer number, or it may be float number, or it may be some complex number. So whenever you are working with any type of variable, and what it is having, that variable, what type of data it is holding, that can be easily understood by using a type function. Let me give some more examples here in my Python shell. In shell itself, I'll give some example. For example, a is equals to sum 9 plus 0 j. 9 plus 0 j, right? So just you want to know what is the type of a. So it is in the form of a plus b into j, right? So it is going to return complex, right? So it is in the form of a plus b into j. For example, you want to add two complex numbers. So let me add two complex numbers. Two complex numbers addition. Two complex numbers addition. So how can I add two complex numbers? Very simple. I can take some one complex number. C1 is first complex number. 2 plus 3j is the first complex number. And C2 is second complex number. That is 4 plus 6j. Okay, I think maybe already you people are studied in mathematics how to add two complex numbers. So complex numbers can be added by adding the respective parts. Respective parts means real part will be added with this real part, and imaginary part will be added with this imaginary part. So first complex number real part will be added with the second complex number real part, and first complex number imaginary part will be added with the second complex number imaginary part. So now let me display print sum is C1 plus C2. C1 plus C2. So the now see here, what is C1 plus C2? C1 is having 2 plus 3j, right? So 2 is a real part, and what is the real part in C2? 4. So 2 and 4 will be added. That is real parts. The respective real parts will be added. The result is 6. Next, 3 is imaginary part in first complex number C1, and 6 is imaginary part in second complex number C2, right? So 3 and 6 will be added. So we are going to get 9. So 6 is the real part and 9 is the imaginary part in the resultant addition. So this is the way how you are going to work with the complex numbers. So this is about the numerical data types in Python. Numerical data types are nothing but they are going to store the data in the form of numbers, right? So it may be in integer format, or it may be in a float format, or it may be in a complex format. And one more important point here regarding the integers, especially regarding with integers. In Python, there is no limitation on the number of digits in a integer number. So what is the meaning of this? In Python, there is no limitation on the number of digits in an integer number. Means, for example, we can have any big number. To store in the form of integer. Means, what is the meaning of this point? Let me explain with example. For example, I want to store a big number with 20 digits, right? I want to store some big number with 20 digits. For example, this is a very big number, right? If I want to store the same number as integer in a language like C or in a language like Java, then I am going to get an error. Why? Because in C and Java and other languages, there is a limitation for integer. There is a limitation for integer. Means integer can be used only from this number to this number. So if you exceed that number, then you are going to use some other data type. Like for example, in C language, let's say there is a range for integer. Okay. So here, what is the point here? In other languages, in other languages like C, C++, Java, there is a range for integer, but in Python there is no range. Hence, so we can store any big number with any number of digits. It's right. So this is a simple example. Actually, this is an example where it is having so many number of digits, right? So it is having so many number of digits. So let me show you some example in the shell also. For example, now I want to take some big number here. So if I want to take some big number, so let me take some big number here in for a variable, and I'll try to show you why we are not getting. Uh, for example, I can take x is equals to, I'll take very big number, right? I'm going to take very big number. Print x is x. So now see here, it is printing all the numbers, right? It is not giving any type of error as like other languages. So that is the meaning of the point what I written. So in Python there is no limitation for integer, and any type of number will be stored in the form of integer only. Means you can have any numbers, right? It may be of any size, it may have any number of digits, right? Next, and with respect to float, this is about with respect to integers, and with respect to float, okay, with respect to float in Python, in Python, in Python, float number, float number is accurate up to 15 decimal points, up to 15 decimal points. So means up to 15 decimal points means, for example, if I have a number like 1.2, okay, so this is actually some number, it is in float format, so it may be considered as 1.2000 and so on, because it can be given the accurate value till 15 decimal points, right? Okay. And regarding complex, already explained complex number syntax and how a complex number can be formed, right? So here already I written the syntax of complex number is this is syntax a plus b into j, where a is the real part and b is the imaginary part. So this is the way how we are going to work with different types of numerical data types in Python, right? So now we'll discuss about string. Okay, now we'll discuss about string data type. String data type. So as I said in okay, in some of the textbooks it will be considered under standard data types in some of the textbooks. It is considered under sequence data type, but it doesn't matter. But what is the definition of a string? String is nothing but string is collection of characters. Collection of characters. Okay. What is the meaning of collection of characters? I'll tell you. Okay, collection of characters enclosed enclosed in quotation marks. So this is a simple definition of a string, right? So what is the definition of a string? String is nothing but a collection of characters. Collection of characters means I'll give some example here. So example. So here example, s is equals to Python. It is a string, right? So here where s is the variable name, where s is the variable name, and it is having the value, as Python. Is having the value as Python. The data type is of string. Okay, so now this is a simple example. If you see here, s is equals to Python. S is the name of the variable, and Python is nothing but it's a collection of characters. What is a character here? P is a character. And Y is a character, and T is a character. H is a character. O is a character. N is a character. Right. So not only this. So we may have some other examples. Right. I'll give some more examples. This is, I can call it as example 1, example 2, right? So yeah, some m is equals to 1 2 3 4. This is also string only, as it is enclosed in double quotes, right? I'll give one more example. Example 3, some I can call it as some x equals to single code. I can write some ABC 1 2 3. This is also string only, as it is enclosed in single quotes, right? So from this, what we can conclude? Hence in Python string will be enclosed in double quote or in single quotes, right? Example, s1 is equals to Python, s1 is equals to Python, s2 is equals to Python. Okay, so the above two strings S1 and S2 are same, right? So it may be double code or it may be single code. It doesn't matter. Don't think that double code and single code are different in Python. Okay, we'll see some examples so that you can understand what is the meaning of okay, string, and later we'll go for how can we declare a string with multiple lines, and we'll see, right? So let me give some simple example here. String examples. S equals to Python print data type of data type of S is data type of S is yes, type of okay, data type of S is yes. So now we can see here data type of S is a string. Str means string, right? So similarly you can write one more example. S1 is equals to, I'll write now the string in single code, Python. So print data type of S1 is type of S1, right? So now you can see data type of S1. S1 is string. So now we can see here, even though I return this Python in double quotes, or if I return the Python in single quotes, it's going to return only string only, str only, right? So we'll go for some more examples. S2 is equals to 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4. Print data type of S2 is type of S2. Now we can see even S2 data type also it is returning as a string only, right? So this is the way how we are going to use string data type, whether it may be enclosed in single code or it may be enclosed in double code. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, right? So now we'll see. Actually, so far what we seen, the string what is it is there in only single line. If we see here Python, it is there in single line. This is also in single line. This is also in single line. But I want to declare a multi-line string, right? So now we'll see multi-line string in Python. How can we declare a multi-line string? How can we declare a multi-line string, right? So if you want to declare a multi-line string, you need to use we need to use triple double code, triple double code, triple double code. Okay, so if you want, you can okay, you can write in the brackets. This is triple double code. We need to use triple double code or triple single code, single code. We need to use triple double code or triple single code. Okay, we need to use triple double code or triple single code to define multi-line string. To define multi-line string in Python. In Python. Okay, I'll give an example. I'll explain here. And okay, so now I need to declare a multi-line string here, right? So multi-line string. multi-line string. So let's say S3 is equals to, now please observe carefully, I'm using triple double quote, 1, 2, 3, right? So this is an example of multi-line string. I'll close triple double quote, right? Print S3. Now see here, this is very very important. So just I used triple single code or triple double code. So here I am using triple double code. These are okay, first double code, second double code, and third double code. Three double codes we need to use, and as well as we need to close with three double quotes. First double quote, second one, and third one. Three double quotes or three single quotes must be used if you want to define a multi-line string. Multi-line string may be for example, you want to create a passage in Python. Passage is nothing but it is having multiple lines. So how can you write a passage if you don't use this triple? For example, if you don't use triple single code or triple double code, then you are going to get an error. I'll give an example for that one also. You can understand, right? So now same thing. Maybe we can use some triple single code also. So same thing. We can use single code. Let me define S4. S4 is equals to, I can use triple single quote, right? Triple single quote. This is also example for, this is also example for multi line string in Python. Now I'll close with the triple single quote only. So now I want to print S4, right? So now you can see here S4 I used three single quotes and I closed with three single quotes, and when I am trying to print S4 it is appearing in multiple lines. What I written in line 1 I written in line 1, this is also same thing is printed in line 1, this is also what I written in line 2 I written this in example for, so that is appeared in second line. Next what I written in third line, multi-line string, same multi-line string is appeared in next line in Python, so it is appeared in last line, right? Maybe you may have some doubt what will happen if you don't write a triple double code or triple single code. Okay, so now I'll give an example for that. So let me take some string s5 is equals to, in general we are going to use double quotes only, right? Double quotes only. So double quote, so here I can write this is okay. When I press enter automatically I am getting error, right? So this is the main difference between multi-line string and single line string. In single line you can write the text by using double quotes or single quotes, but whenever we are talking about multi-line string you must use either three double quotes or three single quotes, then only the multi-line string will be formed, right? So this is about how we are going to work with multi-line strings in Python. So you like that you can write any number of lines. You can write any number of lines for a string, right? So any doubts? So if you have any doubts, please let me know. If you don't have any doubts, I'll stop here. In yesterday's class, we discussed about standard data types. We've seen some examples for especially numeric data types. Let me revise. what we seen in the yesterday's class, so that we get an idea. Actually, we are discussing about data types. Is the main topic what we started in yesterday's class. The data types, we completed numeric data types. Numeric data types again we see in integer, and we see in float, and we see in complex. Okay, so these are the main categories what we discussed, and after that I explained about string also. Actually, the string, as I said, it comes under sequential data types. This actually we are discussing about strings. So I given some examples also what is meant by string, and uh, how can we declare single line string, and how can we declare multi-line string. So in single line string, just we are going to use either single quote or double quote, but in multi-line string we are going to use triple single quote or triple double quote. So these are the things what we seen in yesterday's class, and next we'll go with other data type, that is Boolean. What is this Boolean data type? The Boolean means it is having either true or false. So I mentioned when we discussed about the concept of keywords in initial classes. So we have actually three keywords are there. So they are one is true, and one is false, and of course one is none. But in that true and false, actually these true and false will comes under Boolean. So Boolean is going to have either true value or false value. So depending on the type of the uh, condition, or depending on the type of the expression what we are writing, it is going to return either true or false, right? So I I'll write the explanation here. Boolean type provides the following values. So these are the following values provided by Boolean type. One is true, and one more is false. Okay, so it is going to return either true or false, and this can be understood by depending on the expression. It's going to return either a true or false. So true means it's non-zero value. So if you have any non-zero value, that is considered as a true, and false means zero. So sometimes we are going to have some expressions where we are going to get some non-zero value. Non-zero value means any number other than zero. And sometimes we are going to have some expressions where they are going to return only zero, right? So that type of values are comes under true or false. Let me show you some simple example program so that you can understand what this boolean is going to do, and how can we know whether it is boolean or not. Okay, so this is simple example. Let me take some. We read some values. A equals to int of input of enter number. So I'm going to read one more number. Int of input of enter other number. Right. So now I am going to read these two numbers, and I can say if or simply I can say like print the result for A is equal to B. Okay, so just I am going to know whether A is equals to B or not. So A is equals to B, right? And similarly, print the result for A less than B is equals to A less than B. Okay, so just simple examples. Save this program. Okay, so now I'm supposed to enter some value for first number, that is 10, and I'm supposed to enter some value for second number, that is 20, right? So now if you see here, now let me show you the program also what we are written. This is the program what we are written, and this is the output what we got. So just you compare the program with the output what we got, so that it's very simple. Okay, so enter a number. I'm entering some number for first variable, that is A. I given value as 10. Enter other number. I given some other number as 20. So I given 10 as first number and 20 as second number. Next, the result for A is equals to B. So what is A is equals to B? A is equals to B means nothing but just I'm going to know whether 10 is equals to 20. So 10 is not equals to 20, right? So that is the reason why we got the result. What is the result we got? The result we got is false. And similarly, what is the result for second line? Second line is the result for A less than B. What is A less than B? 10 less than 20. So 10 less than 20 is actually, it is true. So that's why it is going to return true. So whenever we are going to have any expressions or anything, so we are going to have some depending on the result. If the result is true, then we are going to get output as true. If the result is false, then we are going to get output as false. Let me show you some more examples for the same Boolean. Okay, Boolean, more examples. So here I am trying to explain from the ideal shell. I am not going to write the program here. So let me take some 10 is equals to 20. Same example, false. For example, 100 greater than 200, false. For example, 100 less than 200, true, right? So in this way, you can have any type of, for example, hello is equals to, okay, so it is syntax error. So means what is the syntax error? I am not supposed to start this variable with a double quote. So already we seen the same rule in the identifiers, right? Identifier must start with only either underscore or maybe with some character, right? So instead of doing that, you may do in other way. So the other way is, let me take some two strings. S1 is equals to something like hi. S2 is equals to something like hello. Okay, S1 is equals to S2, right? S1 is equals to S2. So just I'm trying to see whether both these strings S1 and S2 are same or not. So it is going to give us false, right? So this is the, for example, you may have some doubt whether true and false will comes under Boolean or not, right? So now you can check data type, check data type of true and false. Okay, so print data type of data type of true is data type of true is, we can use type function, type of true, right? So now we can see it is going to return as Boolean, right? So it is nothing but Boolean is nothing but having two values, as I said, true and false. So true will comes under Boolean, and similarly if you want, you can check print data type of data type of false. Data type of false is type of false, right? So now we can see Boolean, it is also giving Boolean, right? So we are having two values for Boolean data type, as I mentioned, true and false. So and already I mentioned in my previous classes, as Python is a case sensitive language, we are not supposed to use uh, other cases. For example, you may try the same example in other way, right? So if I change uh, the case of this true and false, then I'm going to get different answer. Of course I'm going to get different error also, I'll get error also. So let me show you how print print data type of data type of false data type of false is data type of false is type of false. Okay, now you see this is a error. Why we are getting this error? Because this is false. Okay, it is not comes under Boolean data type. It is actually, it's not there in a Python, means false. This false is different, this false is different. Here actually I changed the case, right? So instead of capital letter F, I used small letter f. So that is the reason why it is going to give some error, right? Name error means actually this is not available. And similarly if you are trying to print data type of true. In true again I'll use all small letters. Data type of true is type of true, right? So now see here, so that is the main difference. This is what we can call it as, case sensitive. So we are not supposed to use any other cases. If the keyword is there in small letter, you are supposed to use small letter only. If the keyword is there in capital letter, you are supposed to use capital letter only, right? So and we'll see some more examples for Boolean. So let me write some more examples for Boolean. Let me write one more program, small program. For example, print boolean of print boolean of hello. Can you guess what is the output of this? Print boolean of some 20. Okay, so now I'll explain what is the output of this program. This program output is, as I mentioned, boolean is going to have in the description I given here. Just if you read this description, it's very easy. So if it is non-zero value, then only it is going to return true. If it is 0, then it is going to return false, right? So if it is non-zero, then it will return true, and if it is 0, then it is going to return false. So similarly here also, if you see here, it's not 0, right? It's other than 0, and this is also other than 0. Let me write some 0. Print boolean of 0. I'll write 0. So now we'll see this so that you can understand why it's going to give true or false. So now I'll run this. So now see here, this is the program. And the output what we got is here. Yeah, this is the program and this is the output. Okay, so if you see first line, print boolean of hello. Why it is returning true? So the simple explanation, it's very simple logic. Whenever you are going to have any number or anything other than 0, whether it is a string or whether it is a number or whether it is some other thing also, if it is other than 0, then your result is true only. For example, if it is 0, then your result is false, right? So that is a simple explanation for this program. So here hello is we can consider as a non-zero value. So that is the reason why it is going to return true. And 20 also non-zero value. That is the reason why it is going to return true. And 0 is, it's 0, right? It's 0. So that's why it is going to return false. Similarly, if you want to write some more examples for Boolean, let me write one more simple program. Directly you can write some expressions here. Print 100 less than 200. Print 1 less than 2. Print 1. Print 0. So now see here, in this example, I took all the numbers only. Okay. So in that numbers, we are going to check whether they are going to return true or false. If they are returning true, means if the expression is true, then they will return true. Otherwise, they will return false. And okay, here this is fine. First line is fine because it's directly condition, means 100 less than 200 is true, right? So directly we'll get the answer as a true. And second line also, it's very simple, as we are written 1 less than 2, it is also directly it's going to return 1 less than 2 is true. Directly it will give us true. But what about these lines, third line and fourth line? So here I am not written any condition. They are not I'm not going to compare with other values. Directly I took some values 1 and 0, right? So here the explanation for this line and this line is very simple. As it is non-zero value, it is going to return true, and it is a 0, the value itself is 0, so it is going to return false. So the output of this program will be like, so this is true, and this is true, and this is true. Okay, first line is true, second line is true, third line is true, and fourth line is false. So this is the output of this program. Okay, of course, if you are going to have means you need to write Boolean value here. Boolean of 1. So Boolean of 1 means true and Boolean of 0. Boolean of 0 means false. So here the thing is, sometimes whenever we are working with programs, we may have get 1. So 1 will be treated as true, and sometimes we may get the value as 0 also. So 1 may be treated as true and 0 will be treated as a false. So this is very important note you must remember, because in the coming classes we are going to work with so many programs. In that programs, sometimes okay, we may not get true. Instead of true, we are going to get 1, right? So that 1 is nothing but true only. 1 means true, 0 means false. So that is one of the point we need to remember, right? So let me run this program.
Sir, why you saving
Actually
and
last line,
running, sir?
yeah, last line actually, here actually last line one more symbol is added, slash. That's why. Hello, can you mute
One more
noise?
notebook, sir.
Some noise is coming from your side. Can you mute?
Why you are saving the file and running each time, sir?
Yeah, okay. I didn't get your doubt. Can you repeat? I understood.
I
Like
mean,
why you are again saved? That is a question, right?
yes, sir. Saving
Hmm.
each time you are saving and running, no, sir. So I'm asking.
Yeah. Yes. We are supposed to save, right? In some place the program should be stored. Tomorrow, in future, if I want to open, I should know in which place the program is saved, right?
Oh, okay, sir. But like each class notes you are saving, or
Yeah, yeah. I'm saving all the
no?
files.
I'm asking if we want to run means we have to save and only run. I'm asking. After putting all the programs, can we save? I'm asking.
Yes, yes. After writing your program, you can save in one place. After saving your program, you can run.
Yes.
For example, the same program I need to write. I need to write some more lines, right? I want to extend my program. If I want to extend my program, then I don't need to save it
Okay.
again. For example, let me explain in this one only. So here I want to write, for example, print. So here I want to write print boolean of hello, right? So here actually I saved the previous program, but this last line is not saved. So directly I can
It
run
will
it.
automatically save us, sir. This.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, while running only, it will ask. Okay, actually, this last line is not saved, right? So now I added this last line. So
Yes, sir.
if I'm going to run, it will ask me.
Yes, sir.
Okay, it will ask me. Source must be saved. Okay, to save.
Oh,
Okay,
so each time we have to save us, sir.
each time means whenever you are extending your program, you need to save, because without saving your program,
Extending the.
means without saving your program will not be executed. The interpreter has to know in which location your file is there, everything na. So maybe
Okay.
you can go with other approach also. Other approach is same previous one only. So for example, if I say cancel, then simply you can go to the file menu and you have an option, right? Save. So in this option you can just click save. Okay, and you can run module. So
Okay, sir.
these are okay. So these are the different ways how we are going to save and run the program. So these all are about the specific standard data types, as we see in integer, float, complex, and strings, and as well as boolean. Right. So actually, the other data types like in collective data types, of course, we are not discussing about collective data types right now. After operators, I'll discuss this collective data types. It is okay. It's little bit more depth, and you need to know operators before this, because we are going to use some operations on collective data types. So that's why just I list out what are the collective data types, like lists, tuples, and we'll have dictionaries, and again we have sets. So these are the different collective data types we are going to discuss in the uh, coming classes after the completion of the operators. Okay. So before this, uh, let me give some small introduction about operators. This is very important topic, especially for interviews also. So what are the operators in Python? Let me list out all the operators first. Arithmetical operators. Next, relational operators. Next, logical operators. Next, assignment operators. Next, bitwise operators. Next, identity operators. Next, membership operators. These all are very important operators available in Python. Anyway, we'll see one by one with in detailed examples, program, and with some uh, explanation. So let me discuss first type of operator in today's class. Okay, so these operators also known as these arithmetical operators uh, are going to these operators will perform arithmetical operations. These operators will perform arithmetical operations. Right. So what are the arithmetical operators and operations? I'll first of all, what is meant by operator? Operator. Operator is nothing but a symbol. We can say it's a symbol, right? So in Python, what are the arithmetical operator? We have plus, minus, into, slash, modulo, double slash, double star. So I'll mention each and every operator. This is actually operator, operator, and what is this operator? Operator is plus. Plus means arithmetical addition. Arithmetical addition, right? So example. What is the example for this arithmetical addition? So we can add two numbers. Let's say I can say a plus b. It's an example for arithmetical operation. Next, Subtraction is arithmetical subtraction. Okay, example is a minus b, and we have arithmetical multiplication. Arithmetical multiplication. So example a into b, and this is division, arithmetical division. Example is a by b. Next, this is modulo, arithmetical modulo. So a percentage b, and this is very important. Next operator, it is not available in other languages. So this is floor division. Floor division. Right, it is arithmetical floor division. A double slash b, and this is exponential. Exponential. Let me give some examples by taking some numbers. For example, if I consider uh, a value as some 2 and b value is some 4, right? So a plus b will get 6 as the result. A minus b will get 2 minus 4. Minus 2 is the result for this. A into b, we are going to get 8, 2 into 4. Next, here very important, a by b, it's a 2 by 4. 2 by 4, we are going to get 0.5. So always remember, in arithmetical operators division, especially division is going to give you the float value as a result. Same arithmetical division operator in other languages like C, C++, Java, it's going to return integer as the result, but here it is going to give you the float as the result. It is very important. Next, modulo. Modulo is nothing but 2 mod 4. 2 mod 4 is nothing but, so what this modulo is going to return? This modulo is going to return the remainder, right? So when I divide 2 with the 4, right, what will be the remainder? The remainder will be 2. Next, a mod a double slash b. Double slash is nothing but floor division. So it is going to return 0. So the difference between double slash and single slash, double slash will give you the integer value and single slash will give you the floor value. Next, exponential. Exponential is nothing but a to the power of b. For example, a value 2 and b value 4. So 2 to the power of 4, it will give you 16. So these all are arithmetical operators. Let me write a program so that you can understand how these operations are going to be done in Python. So I'll write a small program for arithmetical operations. Let me take two numbers. Number 1, you can call it as A and B. A equals to int of input of enter any number. Next, second number I can call it as B, int of input of enter other number. Right. Okay. Now I'm doing all arithmetical operations. Print addition is a plus b. Print subtraction is a minus b. print multiplication is A into B. Print division A by B. Print modulo is A mod B. Print floor division is A double slash B. Print exponential is A double star B. So this is the program. Just we are going to perform all the operations on two numbers what we have, that is A and B, right? So let me save this program. So I'm saving it as arithmetical.py, right? Okay, so now here I didn't given a comma here. So enter any number. I am giving 2. Other number I am giving 4. So now see here, A is 2 and B is 4. The same example what I took here, same thing. Okay, so addition is 2 plus 4, 6. Subtraction is 2 minus 4, that is minus 2. Multiplication is 2 into 4, that is 8. And this one is very important, that is division 2 by 4, that is 0.5. As I said, division or single slash operator is going to return the float value, right? Next, modulo is nothing but a remainder. When you divide a 2 with 4, then we will get remainder as 2. Floor division, as I said, floor division always returns integer. Instead of float, it will give us integer. Next, exponential is 2 to the power of 4, that is 16. So this is a simple example of arithmetical operators. So I hope you understood. Any doubts? This is very important. Only the difficulties comes in these operators. Last
What is mean by floor division, sir?
sorry,
What is the meaning of floor division, sir?
floor division. Yeah, let me explain floor division. For example, okay, I'll take some pictures so that you can understand. For example, I have some two numbers here. 6 by 5. 6 by 5 is 1.2. If I am applying normal division, this is normal division, right? As I said, normal division is going to return float. When you divide a 6 with 5, we'll get a 1.2. Okay, in 1.2, what is the integer part here? In 1.2, what is the integer part? So that is what floor division. So floor division is nothing but, in other words, we can say, already we seen what is the integer value of 1.2. What is the integer value of 1.2? Is nothing but your floor division. Floor division always returns integer value. So in our previous classes, we seen how to convert a float number into integer number. So actually the answer is 1.2. When I divide 6 with 5, I'll get 1.2, but 1.2 is a float number. What is the equivalent integer number for 1.2? So the equivalent integer number for 1.2 is nothing but 1. So that is what floor division.
0.6 means
Sorry?
if the answer comes like 1.6 means
Yeah, 1.6 also. 1.6 or anything before decimal point, what is there? That is the answer.
okay, sir.
Okay, so anything, even 1.9 also, even if you got, for example, 8 by 5, 8 by 5, then we'll get 1.9 actually, right? So if I am going to have 8 double slash 5 means floor division. So what is this? Floor of 1.9. Floor of 1.9 is nothing but the integer part. Integer part means already I told you what is meant by integer. The number which is not having any decimal part. So in 1.9 actually there is a decimal point. So just we need to skip the decimal point. So if I skip the decimal point, then what will happen? Just I need to skip this decimal point. That's it. That is what a floor division is. Just I need to skip this decimal part, right? So if I skip this decimal part, then I am going to get the answer as 1. So before decimal point, what is there? That is nothing but your floor division. Even for example, if you are getting some 20.9, answer of floor division is 20 only, right? I hope you understood, right? Okay. So I'll stop here and we'll continue in tomorrow's class for the remaining operators. So in yesterday's class, we discussed about arithmetical operators and we seen the example program for arithmetical operators. In continuation to operators in Python. So now we'll see the remaining operators. So second type of operators is relational operators. So what is meant by relational operators? Relational operators also we can call it as comparison operators. So relational operators are going to return these operators. These operators will return true or false. So they are going to return either true or false. For example, what are the relational operators? Operator. So less than, greater than, less than or equals to, greater than or equals to, not is equals to, and double is equals to. So these are the relational operators, right? So example. So less than means what this less than operator is going to do. So it's going to return, for example, a less than b. So if I take some values for a and b, so if I consider a value is some 10 and b value is some 20. So a less than b, it is going to return true, as 10 less than 20 is true. Now a greater than b, so 10 greater than 20, it's going to return false. Next, a less than or equals to b, again it is going to return true, 10 less than or equals to 20. Next, so a greater than or equals to b, so 10 greater than or equals to 20, it's going to return false. Next, not is equals to a not is equals to b. So a not is equals to b, 10 not is equals to 20, it's going to return true. And double is equals to, double is equals to is, it's going to return a double is equals to b, means 10 double is equals to 20. So 10 double is equals to 20 is a false. So these are the uh, examples Let me write some program for this relational operators. So very simple. They are going to return either true or false. So depending on the type of the operator and the value is going to return either true or false. Let me read two numbers. Age equals to int of input, enter first number. Next b is equals to int of input of enter second number. Okay, now I'm going to apply all the relational operators for the numbers what we read from the keyboard. So print relational operators. So first I'll write print a less than b is, so we are going to write a less than b. So the result will be printed here. Next print a greater than b is a greater than b. The result will be printed here, whether it is true or false. Similarly, print a less than or equals to b is a less than or equals to b. Next, print a greater than or equals to b is a greater than or equals to b. Next, print a is not equals to b is a is not equals to b. Next, print a double is equals to b is a double is equals to b. So this is the simple demonstration of relational operators. So we are reading two numbers, and with the help of two numbers what we have, we are applying relational operators, all relational operators for the two numbers. Save this program. Relational operators. Null.py. Okay, so now I run this program. Let me give first number as 10 and second number as 20. So now relational operators, a less than b, that is 10 less than 20. It is true. A greater than b, that is 10 greater than 20, is false. A less than or equals to b, that is 10 less than or equals to 20, is true. A greater than or equals to b, that is 10 greater than or equals to 20, is false. A is not equals to b, that is 10 is not equals to 20, is true. And a double is equals to b, that is a means 10 is equals to 20, is false. So this is about relational operators. Next type of operators are logical operators. Okay. So what are the logical operators? So logical operators also, they are going to return, these operators also return either true or false. Either true or false. So let me write what are the operators. So logical AND operator, OR operator, and NOT. So these are the three operators: logical AND, logical OR, logical NOT. Okay. So what this AND operator is going to do? AND operator. So if you want to understand these three operators, first you should know the truth tables. Okay. So here I'll write down these operators. These operators will works based on the truth tables. What is meant by truth table? So we'll see what are the truth tables for and, or, and not. Right. So end is nothing but very simple. How it is going to work? If both the inputs, if both the inputs are true, both the inputs are true, then only output is true. Output is true. Otherwise, otherwise, otherwise output is false. Okay, so this is a simple explanation for AND. I'll write down the truth tables also so that it is very easy to understand. Next, OR. What about OR? If both the inputs, both the inputs are, both the inputs are false, both the inputs are false, both the inputs are false, then only output is false. Both the inputs are false, then only output is false. Otherwise, otherwise output is true. Otherwise output is true. Next, not. Not is very simple. If input is true, input is true, output is false. Input is true, output is false. If input is false, if input is false, if input is false, if input is false, output is true. Is true. So this is about these logical operators. Now let me draw the truth tables for these three operators so that you can understand how these operators are going to work. Right. So first we'll talk about not, logical not. Okay. So the truth table for not, so here I'll draw all the truth tables in a single uh, table. So I'm not drawing separately. So first inputs. First I'm going to take two inputs. Let me take two inputs as A and B. A is one input and B is other input. And what are the possible values for A and B? So it is true. It is also true. And it is when A is true, then B is false. And next when A is false, B will become true and both will become false. So these are the inputs for any type of operation. So now let me perform A or B. So A or B. So what is A or B? A or B is nothing but as per the logic I written here. So whenever both are false, only in this case this will becomes false. In all the cases this will return true only. So this is true, and this is true, and this is true. Okay, this is about R. And what about and A and B? A and B. So in A and B, what will happen in A and B? So when we have both are true, then only it will return true. So here both are true, it will return true. In all the cases, in remaining cases, it is going to return false. It return false. It return false. And now not. So not is only applicable for only one, that is not A or not B. You can write anything. Not A. So what about A value here? First A value is true. So not A will become false. And what about A value here? This is true. So again A value will become false. Next, this is false. So not A will become true. Next, this is false. Not A will become true. So this is about truth tables. So let me show you the explanation what I written and the truth table what we have, right? So that you can understand by comparing the truth table with explanation whatever I given. So now this is the truth table. This is the truth table for and. Okay, so first you see and. So in end what we are doing, if both the inputs are true, then only output is true, otherwise output is false. So if you see here end truth table here, both the inputs are true, then only it is going to return true, right? So first line in end, if both are true, for example, if both are true means this case. So if both are true, so in this case only both are true. So in this case only we are getting end as true. In remaining cases, if you see here, so you are getting all false, right? So that is about end. So now we see R. What about R? R is nothing but if both inputs are false, then only output is false. If both are false, so what about R case here? If both are false, so here this is R. If both are false, then only it is false. So if you see here A, B both are false, it's going to give us false. In all cases, if you see here in all the cases, it's going to return as true only. It is going to give us the result as true. So this result is true in all the cases, right? In and also this result is false in all the cases, right? And what about this not is nothing but if input is true, if A is true, then not A is false. If A is false, not A is true. So this is the logic. Based on this logic only, the logical operators are going to work. Okay. So now we'll see some simple example program for this logical operator. Let me write a small program for logical operators. Logical operators. So I can write I'll read some values here. A is equals to int of input of enter A. B is equals to int of input of enter B. So now I'll write some print print A less than 6 and B less than 5. is. So this result we want to print, right? So a less than what result? A less than 6 and b less than 5. So this result. So let me see, similarly same expression I can take for or also, right? I need to check or also. So a less than 6 or b less than 5. What is the result for a less than 6 or b less than 5? And similarly I need to write not a less than 6, not a less than 6 is, not a less than 6 is. So here I can write not a less than 6, right? So now, so this is the program. So now I need to save this, save as logical operator dot py. Okay, so now if you observe here, I'll explain. But first I'll run this program and I'll explain the output also. Okay, enter a, I'm giving a value as a 10, and the next it is asking b value as 5. Okay, so this is the output. Now I'll explain line by line what is the program and what is the output. We'll try to go through line by line. Okay, so this is the program. So program is just I'm reading two numbers a and b. Just I'm asking a value and asking b value. So once I got a value and b value, what I'm doing here, a less than 6 and b less than 5. What about a less than 6 and b less than 5? So here a less than 6. What about a less than 6? A less than 6 is nothing but, what is the a value given here? 10. 10 less than 6. 10 less than 6. So what is 10 less? Let me explain here also. So in the program itself I'll write. So what is the first expression? 10 less than 6. 10 less than 6 and b value given as 5. 5 less than 5. So now what about this 10 less than 6? 10 less than 6 is false, right? So this is false. False and 5 less than 5. 5 less than 5 also false. So now what is the output of false and false? False and false. If you see the truth table, false and false. This is end. False and false. Last line. False and false. The output is false, right? So that is the reason why we got output as a false. Okay. So that is the reason why we got output as a false. So that is about first line of output. next second expression, a less than 6, that is 10 less than 6, 10 less than 6, or b 5 less than 5. So what about this 10 less than 6? 10 less than 6 is false. False, or 5 less than 5 also false. False. So false or false? False or false? If you see the truth table, or false or false? Last line. False, false. If we are using or, then output is false, right? So this is the output here. We are going to get output as false. So false or false. False or false. Last line. Okay, false or false, output is false. That is about second output. And third one is about not. Not a less than 6. Not a less than 6. Not of a less than 6. What is a less than 6? Not a value 10. Not 10 less than 6. Not 10 less than 6. Okay. What about not 10 less than 6? This is nothing but not of 10 less than 6. 10 less than 6 is false, right? Not of false. Not of false. If you see here, not of false. Not of false. So whenever you are having false, not of false is true. So that's why we got output as true for the last line, right? So this is the way how logical operators are going to work. So they are also going to return true or false at the end. They are also going to return either true or false as the result. Okay, next type of operators, fourth type of operators, assignment operators. Assignment operators. Okay, what are the assignment operators? Assignment operators are nothing but, let me write what are the operators available. Assignment operators is equals to, plus is equals to, minus is equals to, star is equals to, division is equals to, modulo is equals to, double slash is equals to, and exponential is equals to. So these all are assignment operators. Assignment operators means assigning some value. Okay, assigning some value. So what is the meaning of this? This is equals to is nothing but we can call it as normal assignment. Normal assignment. Okay, so let me give some example also here. Example, I can say assigning something for a variable. So a equals to 10. This is simple example. So a equals to 10, where is equals to is a normal assignment operator. So the meaning of this is 10 is assigned to a, or 10 is stored in the variable a, right? The second one, this plus is equals to is addition assignment. Addition assignment. Addition assignment. What is the meaning of this addition assignment? Addition assignment is nothing but it can be represented like this: a plus is equals to 10, for example. So what is the meaning of this? It's very okay, simple. So a plus is equals to 10 means addition assignment is nothing but what it is going to do. Addition assignment, it is going to perform first add then assign. First add then assign. This is the logic of addition assignment. So first add, what is the meaning of first add? So first 10 will be added to a. First 10 will be added to a. So what it will becomes? So this is also nothing but a is equals to a plus 10. So first what we are doing? First we are doing addition, a plus 10. Then the result will be assigned to a. That is what addition assignment. First we are doing addition. This is addition, and the result will be assigned to a, right? For example, then what will be the a result? The a result will become a is equals to a plus 10 means 10 plus 10, 20. So this is the way how the addition assignment will work. Add then assign. Similarly, the second operator is subtraction assignment. Subtraction assignment. So what is the meaning of subtraction assignment? A minus equals to 10. So here a minus equals to 10. So here also same. First to subtract, then assign, Example, a minus equals to 10. So here what is a value? For example, if I take a value as 10, then this is nothing but a minus equals to 10 is nothing but a is equals to a minus 10. That is the meaning. A minus equals to 10 means a is equals to a minus 10. So if you consider a value as a 10, the result is, if we consider a value as 10, okay, maybe if you consider a value as 20, then result will be changed. But I am assuming that a value is a 10 here also. So that's why if I consider a value as 10, then 10 minus 10, the value will become 0. Next one is multiplication assignment. Multiplication assignment is multiply then assign. So a star is equals to 10. So a star is equals to 10. This is nothing but first multiply then assign. First multiply then assign. Example, a star is equals to 10. A star is equals to 10. What is the meaning of this? A star is equals to 10 means a is equals to a into 10. A is equals to a into 10, right? So if we consider a value as 10, then you will get the answer as 100. Next, division assignment. So here division assignment, a slash equals to 10. A slash equals to 10, here also same. Okay, first division then assign. So here also a slash equals to 10 is nothing but a slash equals to 10 is nothing but a is equals to a slash 10. If you consider a value as 10, then 10 by 10 we are going to get 1.0. Next, this is modulo assignment. Modulo assignment is a mod is equals to 10. A mod is equals to 10. Here also same. First modulo then assign. So a mod is equals to 10 is nothing but a is equals to 10 is nothing but a is equals to a mod 10. A is equals to a mod 10. If you assume a value as a 10, 10 mod 10. 10 mod 10, yesterday we discussed modulo operator is going to return remainder, right? So 10 mod 10 will give us 0. Next, this one is floor division assignment. So it is a double slash equals to 10. So it is also same. Floor division followed by then assign. So example, a double slash is equals to 10 is nothing but a is equals to a double slash 10. So if I assume a value as 10, 10 double slash 10, then I'm going to get answer as 1. Yesterday already we seen what is the difference between normal division operation and floor division operation. So floor division always return integer value, whereas normal division is going to return float value. Next, this is exponential assignment. Exponential assignment. So exponential assignment is a double star is equals to 10. A double star is equals to 10 is nothing but exponential assignment. Exponential then assign. So here also a double star is equals to 10 is nothing but a is equals to a double star 10. So what is the meaning of this? If you take a value as a 10, then a is equals to 10 double star 10. 10 double star 10 means 10 to the power of 10. So that is the value we are going to get for this. So let us see some program for this, so that you can understand how these assignment operators are going to work. So let me write some program for assignment operators. So let me read some values here. A equals to int of input of enter A. B equals to int of input of enter B. Okay, now let me do all print assignment operators. Assignment operators. So print after okay, let me do addition assignment first. Addition assignment. So A plus equals to 10, right? Print after addition assignment A is, so what is the A value after addition assignment? Just we are trying to print A value, right? Similarly, B minus equals to 10, print after subtraction assignment after subtraction assignment B is, okay. So what is B value? We have to see after subtraction assignment. Next, A into is equals to 3, print after multiplication assignment after multiplication assignment A is A. Next, B slash equals to 2, print after division assignment after division assignment A is A. Okay, I'll print B value here instead of A. B is, we are doing with B, so hence I'll print B value. Next, mod is equals to 2, print after modulo assignment A is, you can perform all these operations on even on single variable A also or B also, but I am taking two numbers so that you are not going to confuse. You can do it on even single variable also, that is up to you. So here after modulo assignment A is A, and finally I will take floor division assignment B double slash equals to 2, print after floor division assignment B is B, and I'll perform exponential also. Exponential A double star is equals to 2. So print after print after exponential assignment A is A. Okay, so it's the program is completed. Now uh, it's better to take some pen and paper so that you can understand easily this program, because some evaluations are going to be required to understand this program. Better to take pen and paper so that it will become easy. So let me save and run this, and I'll explain how this uh, program is going to execute. Let me run this program first. So it is asking me first a value. A value I am giving as 10, and b value also I am giving as some 20. Okay, so now, so let me throw this program here, and output also parallelly here. Okay. So this is the program. So assignment operators, after addition assignment, a value is that is a value as a given 10. A plus equals to 10 means 10 plus 10. A value will becomes 20. After addition assignment, a value is 20. That is fine. This line is fine. Next, b minus equals to 10. B value is 20. 20 minus 10. That is also fine. B value 10. Now, what about a into 3? A into 3, don't think that a into 3 value is some 30. We are going to get 60. Why we are going to get 60? Already a value here. What is a value here? A value is 20, right? So the 20 is going to be considered here because it is the latest a value after addition assignment. A value is not 10 here. A value is 10 only here. And after addition assignment, it is changed to 20, right? So now what I am doing, a star equals to 3. That is a is equals to a into 3. That is 20 into 3. The value of a will becomes 60 here. It's not 30. It will be 60. That is very, very important note. Because it's updated. Already it is updated here. The same updated value will be considered for the next lines. Next thing is b value. Now coming back to this multiplication over b slash, that is division assignment. So here division assignment, b value, what is the b value? Latest b value. Initially b value is 20, but we updated here, right? After subtraction assignment, b value is not 20, b value is 10. So now what I am doing, we are doing a division assignment. So like division assignment is b slash equals to 2, that is 10 slash equals to 2, that is 10 by 2. 10 by 2 means b value is now 5.0, right? So after division assignment, b value is 5. And next, I am applying modulo assignment for a. So a mod equals to 2. So what is a value? A value is 60, right? A value is 60. 60 mod 2. 60 mod 2 is 0. So it is going to return remainder when we are using modulo. It will return 0. So that's why 60 mod 2 is going to give us 0. Right. So that's why after modulo assignment, a value is 0. Next, what about floor division? In floor division, b double slash is equals to 2. So here we are doing floor division. So for b, what is b actually? 5.0, right? 5.0 double slash is equals to 2. 5.0 double slash is equals to 2 is 2.0. So now you people may have some doubt why it is giving float. It is giving, in general, floor division will give integer, but it is giving float. The reason is in the numerator the value is float. That is the reason why it is giving float 2.0. In general, it is going to give integer only when we are having integer in the numerator. But here in the numerator, 5.0 double slash equals to 2. 5.0 double slash equals to 2 is nothing but it's a float value. That is the reason why it is giving 2.0. Otherwise, it is supposed to give 2. Right. Next, what we are doing? Next, we are doing exponential assignment. A double star is equals to 2. What is a value? The latest a value is 0 here, right? So 0 double star is equals to 2. So 0 double star means 0 to the power of 2. 0 to the power of 2 is 0 only. So this is about all the assignment operations. So we have two numbers, and the two numbers we are performing various assignment operations, including addition assignment, subtraction assignment, division assignment, and so on. So this is the way how you are going to perform assignment operations on integers. Of course, if you want to take any other numbers also, same thing. So this is the way how we are going to implement assignment operations. Next, uh, next type of operators, bitwise operators. Okay, what is meant by bitwise operators? Bitwise operators are nothing but we have bitwise are so bitwise operators are bitwise operators. The definition. What is the definition of bitwise operators? These operators will be applicable on bits. Bits means binary numbers or binary digits. So these operators can be applicable on bits, binary digits. Binary digit means 0 and 1, right? So what are the operators? What are the bitwise operators? Bitwise operators are bitwise and it is represented with ampersand. Next, bitwise or it is represented with cap symbol. Next, bitwise not it is represented with negation symbol. Next, bitwise bitwise XOR it is represented with the cap symbol. Cap symbol is shift 6 in your keyboard. Next, bitwise and bitwise or bitwise not bitwise XOR. Next, left shift it's represented with the double less than and right shift. So these all are comes under right shift will be represented with the double or greater than. So these all are the operators will comes under bitwise operators. Bitwise and bitwise or bitwise not, bitwise XOR, left shift, right shift. As I said, these operators are applicable on binary numbers or binary digits, bits, right? So what bitwise AND is going to give, it is similar to your logical AND, but only the difference is if both the inputs are both the inputs are one, then only output is one. Both inputs are one, then only output is one. Otherwise output is zero. So this is bitwise AND. So what is logical AND? Logical AND is if both inputs are true, then only output is true, right? So here instead of true, we are going to use one. As I said in my previous classes, in Python, whenever we are going to use true, that is nothing but a non-zero value. So here one is non-zero, and whenever you are going to talk about false, it is nothing but a zero, right? Next, what about bitwise OR? Bitwise OR is if both inputs are zero, both inputs are zero, then only both inputs are zero, then only output is zero. Output is zero. If both inputs are zero, then only output is zero. Otherwise output is 1. Output is 1. Here also same logic. Instead of true, we are going to have 1. Instead of false, we are going to have 0. It's simple logic as similar to your logical OR. In logical OR also same. If both inputs are false, then only output is false. Otherwise, output is true. That is the logic for logical OR. Right. Next, bitwise not. Bitwise not is if input is 1. If input is 1, output is 0. Output is 0. If input is 1, output is 0. If input is 0, if input is 0, output is 1. Reverse. Simply it is reverse. Okay. Next, XOR. So XOR is nothing but if the inputs are reverse, if the inputs are reversed, then output is 1. Then output is 1. Means what is the meaning of reversed? Reverse means if one input is 0 and other input is 1, then only output is 1. Or if one input is 1, other input is 0. Reverse means one input 1 means other input should be 0. Or if one input is 0 means other input should be 1. So that is the meaning of reversed. If the inputs are reversed, then only output is 1. Or we can say if inputs are same, if inputs are same, output is 0. Inputs are same means output is 0. Inputs are same means we can say if A and B both are zeros, then output is 0. A and B both are ones, then output is 0. A is 0, B is 1, then inputs are reversed. Inputs are reversed means output is 1. A is 1 and B is 0. Again the inputs are reversed. So in this case the output is 1. So I'll stop here and we'll discuss. Of course, we'll discuss all these programs and this logical left shift and right shift operators in next class. Okay, thank you. In yesterday's class, we discussed about different operators like arithmetical operators, relational operators, logical operators, and assignment operators. So in today's class, let me continue with bitwise operators. Already yesterday I mentioned what are the different types of bitwise operators in Python. So let me discuss one by one. So first bitwise operator is bitwise AND. So what is bitwise AND? The symbol for this bitwise AND is ampersand. So already given the explanation. Just I am trying to revise what I explained. Bitwise AND is somewhat similar to your logical AND, but only the difference here is in logical AND we are going to take true, false, but whereas in bitwise operators we are going to take 1 or 0. So for example, let me take some two numbers here. So 7 and 8. If you want to understand these bitwise operators, first you should know how to convert a decimal number into binary number. So that is what important here, because if I say 7, then what is the equivalent binary value for 7? The equivalent binary value for 7 is 0111, and for 8 the value is 1000. So how we are going to get these values? I'll explain how a decimal number can be converted into binary number, because as I said, bitwise operators are going to operate. So for example, I given a number 8. So I need to convert this 8 into, I need to convert this 8 into some. So the 8 is actually a decimal. So I need to convert this into binary, right? So what is the binary number for 8? So how can we do this? We can do this by using This is a common procedure we need to use. It's somewhat similar to your LCM. Okay, so it's not LCM but looks like LCM. So here I can divide this 8 with the binary means base 2, because we have only two numbers, either 0 or 1. So I need to divide this 8 with 2. So then I'm going to get uh, 4 as a quotient and 0 as the remainder. So I need to write this 4 and 0. So I'll get 4, 2 4s are 8. So I'll get 4 as a quotient and we'll get 0 as the remainder. So 0 as the remainder. Next, so 4. I need to divide this 4 with 2 again. So again I need to divide this 4 with 2. So 2. So when I divide 4 with 2, I'll get 2 as the quotient and 0 as the remainder. So I'll get 2 as the quotient and 0 as the remainder. Next thing is I need to divide again this 2 with 2. So 2 with 2. So then I'll get 1 as the quotient and 0 as the remainder. Next I need to divide this 1 with 2. Zero as the quotient and 1 as the remainder. So here I'll get 0 as the quotient and 1 as the remainder. So you need to do this process until you got a quotient as 0. So here you got a quotient as 0. So then we need to stop this process. So if you observe here, the quotient we got as 0. Here this is the quotient. So we need to repeat this process until we got a quotient as 0. So now we got quotient as 0, right? So here if you observe this quotient as 0. So that's why we are going to stop here. We'll stop this process. So now you are going to take the values from bottom to top. So these values you need to take from bottom to top, right? So you need to take these values from bottom to top. So if you take these values from bottom to top, so then you will get this value like 1000 is the answer. So now what is the equivalent value for 8 in binary format? The equivalent value for 8 in binary format is equals to 1000. Similarly, if you do with 7, then you are going to get 111, or we can say 0111. So in this way, you need to convert that number into binary format. Of course, we won't do this automatically. Python will take care whenever you are using bitwise operators, but you should aware how this conversion can be done. So that's why I'm explaining this. Otherwise, it is not required to know how this will works. It is, of course, it's not part of our subject, but you should know, you should aware how this conversion is happening, right? So now, so what I said in yesterday's class regarding bitwise and, so whenever we are talking about bitwise and, so in bitwise and, for example, if both are if both are ones, then only output is 1. Let me take two numbers 7. Let me take two numbers 7 and 8. 7 7 binary value is 0111. and 8 binary value is 1000. So now I want to apply bitwise AND for this, right? So I need to perform bitwise AND for this. So bitwise AND. So if I did bitwise AND here, so if I did bitwise AND here, then what will happen here is, uh, we know what is the logic of bitwise AND. So here, if both are ones, then only we'll get one. But here, what about this one? Bitwise AND, both are one, then only we'll get one. But here, if you see here, 0 1 output is 0. Next 0 1 0 0. Next 1 0 0 1 0 0. So output we got is all zeros. So this is in decimal, the value is 0, right? So this is the answer. Let me show you the same program on IDLE so that you can understand how we are going to get 0. So A is equals to 7, B is equals to 8. Let me apply A bitwise and B. So this is the answer, 0. That is what we got here. 0 is the answer we got here if I apply bitwise AND. For example, same thing, I want to perform bitwise OR. Bitwise OR. So what is the logic of bitwise OR? Same example. So 7 and 8. A value 7. 7 binary value is 0 1 1 and 8 binary value is 1 0 0. And I need to apply the bitwise OR for both these values. So bitwise OR is, already yesterday I mentioned the logic of bitwise OR. If both are 0, then only output is 0. If both are 0, then only output is 0. If you see here, 0 1 output is 1. Next 1 0 output is 1. 1 0 output is 1. 1 0 output is 1. So now output is,
Sir, I couldn't hear you, sir.
okay, so we are talking about how to convert a binary number into decimal number. So if I given any number like something like some 4 ones, how can we say it's equals to 15? So if I say 1 1 1 1, so how it is 15? So you should understand. So it's very simple. The logic is plus 1 into 2 power 0. So this is the logic to convert any decimal numbers into binary or any binary numbers into decimal. So here the logic is very simple. If I am going to work with any numbers, so the binary number should be having base 2. Base 2 means always you try to multiply all the numbers with 2 to the power of. You start from right to left. Right to left. Right to left means here 1 is there. So you multiply this 1 with 2 power 0 plus next one is there. It is 2 power 1. Next 1 into 2 power 2. 1 into 2 power 3. So you add, finally you add all these things. So let's say if I say 1 into 2 power 3, that is 8, plus 1 into 2 power 2, that is 4, plus 1 into 2 power 2, 1 into 2 power 1, that is 2, plus 1 into 2 power 0, that is 1. So 8 plus 4 plus 2 plus 1, that is 15. And you can easily cross verify whether the answer what you are getting is correct or not, right? So this is binary to decimal conversion. And coming back to our topic, so if I say this binary number is like I want to perform here bitwise AND, right? So bitwise AND, is nothing but if both are 1, then only 1. So here 0 1 output is 0, 1 0 0, 1 0 0, 1 0 0. So output we got is 0. So this is for bitwise AND. So for example, if I want to do the same example for bitwise OR, so this is bitwise AND actually. So if I want to do the same example for bitwise OR, so bitwise OR operator is pipe symbol. Bitwise OR operator is pipe symbol. 0 1. First of all, 0 1. 0 1 is 1. 0 1 1 1 0 1 1 0 1.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Sir, I had a doubt, sir. 7 equal to 0 triple 1 you have written now, sir, and 8 is equal to 1 triple 0. How you wrote that, sir? 7 is equal to 0 triple 1.
Yeah, that is what I given here, na. How a decimal number can be converted into binary number. This is the logic, because binary number is a number which is having,
Like by taking LCM, sir?
it's not a LCM, it's a type of LCM. It looks like a LCM. We need to divide the number with 2 until we got a quotient as 0. So if you see here, I stopped
Okay,
it
sir.
when I got quotient as 0, and once we got quotient as 0, then we need to take all the values from bottom to top. So this is simple logic for converting any.
Okay, sir, and we are using only you are divided all the numbers only by 2.
Yeah, it is a binary
Sir,
number,
2.
right? Binary number means we need to divide with only 2, right?
Hello.
Yeah, we need to divide only with 2 because we are trying to convert the number into binary format, right?
Okay, sir. Binary, so 2. Okay, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So
1 minute, sir. Shall I take the screenshot of this, sir?
I'll share this, no problem. I'll share this picture also. After this class, I'll share. Or if you want, you can take, no problem.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So now,
1 minute.
okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So now, we are talking about bitwise OR. Bitwise OR is very simple. The logic is we need to have, if both are zeros, then only output is 0. Otherwise, output is 1. So if you see here 0 1, output is 1, 1 0, output is 1, 1 0, output is 1, 1 0, output is 1. So this is nothing matter. Actually, what is the equivalent value for 4 ones? So equivalent value for 4 ones is 15. So here already I explained in this picture. So 4 ones value is in the decimal format 15. How we will get in the decimal format 15? So whenever we are having a binary number with zeros and ones, you need to multiply all the digits in binary number with 2 to the power. Okay. If you are converting any decimal number to binary number, you are dividing. But whenever you are trying to convert binary to decimal, you need to multiply. So it should be like 1 into last digit. 1 into 2 power 0, the value is 1. Next 1 into 2 power 1, the value is 2. 1 into 2 power 2, the value is 4. 1 into 2 power 3, the value is 8. All these are going to be added. So the value for 4 ones in binary is equals to 15 in decimal. Right. So that is what you should know. Of course, this all the things are going to be taken care by Python. We are not supposed to know what is happening inside, but it's important for us to know how we are going. For example, in interview, they will give, for example, these two numbers, like a value 7 and b value 8. Okay, they will ask you find out a bitwise and b. For example, if you say 0, then they may ask you, can you prove it? How it is 0? Why you are getting 0? Why it is not giving some other value? Or if you got this bitwise or you are getting 15, then they may ask you, can you prove it? Why it is 15? So you should know internal logic. How it is doing also very important. It's not only giving some.
Sir, why it is 0 and why it is 15, sir?
Yeah, that is what here I did operations, na. So what we are doing, this is
Yes.
here we are doing. What is this operator? This is a bitwise AND, right?
Yes,
Bitwise
sir.
AND. What is the logic in bitwise AND? Bitwise AND is this is what the explanation for that. 7 values 0 triple 1, 8 values 1
Okay,
triple
sir.
0. Whenever we are doing bitwise AND, if both the bits are 1, then only output is 1, right?
True. Okay. Yes, sir.
If both the bits are 1, then only output is 1. But if you see here, 1 0, right? 1 0 is 0. Next to 1 0, 1 0 is 0. Next to 1 0, 1 0 is 0. Next to 0 1, 0 1 is 0. All zeros. All zeros binary means in decimal also 0 only. So that is the reason why we got here 0 for bitwise AND of A and B, right?
Sir, R is 15 is coming, sir.
Yeah. R is 15. Why it is 15? Because now we see here, we are what is the logic of bitwise R? If both are 0, then only 0. If both are 0, then only 0, right? So now
If
1 0 1 0 1.
yes, sir. If one true means
0,
one true.
1. Yeah,
Yes.
1 0 1 0 1 1. So all are ones. So answer is all ones means 4 ones means 15. In that way, we are going to get the output. But of course,
4 ones mean how, sir? 15? 7 plus 8, sir.
no, not 7 plus 8, not that one. So 15, this is the logic. 4 ones means you need to write, okay, first last digit. What is the last digit here? 1, right? Okay, so here 4 ones means 1 into
Yes.
2 power 0. This 1 into 2 power 0. What is 1 into 2 power 0? 1 into 2 power 0.
1.
1, right? Next, this 1 into 2 power 1. 1 into 2 power 1 is 2. 1 into 2 power 2, that is 4. 1 into 2 power 3, 8. You need to add all these things. Okay, is it clear?
Sir, I into 2 power 0, 1 into 2 power 2 power.
One, if any binary number is given, what you need to do? For example, I have a number 1, 1, 1, 1. So what you need to do is you need to write 1 into 2 power 0. 2 power 0, right? Next, we have to go from right to left. 1 into 2 power 1. Okay, in between that you need to write plus. Next, 1 into 2 power 2 plus 1 into 2 power 3. 1 into 2
Why we
power.
are writing this formula, sir?
This is not a formula because it is a binary number, right? It's a binary number. Okay.
Okay, sir. If all comes 0 means we are writing simply 0. If
No,
4
no. If all
numbers
comes,
1 means like 1, 1, 1, 1,
not
1.
not like that. If all comes 0 also, 0 also same.
Okay,
0
sir.
into 0 into 2 power 0, 0 into 2 power 1, 0 into 2 power 2. How much will you get? Finally, we'll get 0 only, na?
Oh, if all comes 0 means 0 into 2 power 1, 0 into 2 power 2 like that.
It's not like if all comes 0, if all comes 1. For any binary number, for example, now tell me what is the binary number for 8? What is the binary number for 8? Here, what we got actually? What is the binary number for 8?
8, 0.
We got 1,000, right? Here,
Yes, sir.
here already we solved this problem, na? Okay, so for 1,
Yes, sir. 1,000.
1,000. So I'll ask one question: is 1,000 is correct or not for 8? Then what you will do? How we are going to prove it? How we are going to justify it? So the solution for this is, if any binary number is given, it's not about all zeros, all ones. It's not about any specific number. The general rule is, if any binary number is given, binary number is nothing but a base 2, or we can say binary number is having only, it can be represented with only 2 digits, either 0 or 1. So that is the reason why we need to multiply all the digits. For example, simple example. So normal numbers like decimal numbers. 436. How we got this
Yes.
436? How we got 436? It's like a 6 into, because it is a decimal number, 6 into 10 power 1 plus 3 into 10 power 2 plus 4 into 10 power 0. This one is 10 power 0. 6 into 10 power 0 plus 3 into 10 power 1 and plus 4 into 10 square. Is it right? Is it right or wrong?
Okay, sir.
So this is what? 400. 4
6.
into 10 power 2 means 400. Next, 3 into 10 power 1 means 30. Next, 6 into 10 power
30.
0. 6 into 10 power 0 means what? 6 into 1. 6 into 1.
6.
So now the total value what
6.
we got? The total value what we got is
436.
436. So why
436.
actually this is the internal logic. This is the internal logic. Okay, why we are multiplying with 10 power 0, 10 power 1, 10 power 2? Why we are multiplying with
This
10 power?
place, sir.
Because it is a decimal number. It is a decimal number. Decimal number means what? Decimal number. Decimal number means the base is 10, right? So that is the reason why we are multiplying with the 10 power 0, 10 power 1, 10 power 2 and so on. Now we are talking about binary number.
Yes, sir.
When we are talking about binary number, we need to have 2 power, because binary number also called as a number with the base 2. Base 2. So that's why we need to multiply with the 2 powers. Understood? Hello?
1 into. Sir, this I couldn't understand. 1 into 2 power 1 plus 1 into 2 power 2.
This one, 15, is this one?
Ah, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Like 8 binary for 8 is
Yeah. 8
we
is
are
possible.
dividing by 2 and 5.
Hmm.
Getting 1,000
Yes.
and I had doubt on that 1 into 2 power 1 plus 1 into 2 power 2. That's it.
No. Actually, this explanation is for 15. Okay, this entire explanation is for 15 only. So
I
if I ask
yes,
some,
sir. How that 15?
15 is what? This is 1, right? 1 into 2 power 0, right? Next 1 into 2 power 1. Next 1 into 2 power 3. 2
Ah, okay,
and
sir.
1 into 2 power 3. Like that we need to do. Because if I am working with a
Why?
decimal, if I am working with a decimal number, I am
Since it is binary, we are putting.
yes, that's it. Since it
I'm
is a
I'm
binary
asking
number, since it is a binary number, we need to write 2 to the power of. If it is a
2
decimal,
power of first decimal place 0.
yes, that's it. First decimal place 0. Next 1. I mean power 2 to the power 0, 2 to the power 1, 2 to the power 2, 2 to the power 3, 2 to the power 4, and so on. Simple example here. What is the binary number for 8? We got 1000, right? We got 1000 for 8, right?
Likewise, if you want to write 7 is equal to 0 1 1 1.
Yeah, 0111. You can cross verify also whether this answer is correct or not. That is what I am trying to explain. For example, 1000 you got for 8, right?
Sir, for 815 I understood, sir.
No, for 8, what is the answer? What is the binary number for 8?
1
1000, right?
yes, sir.
Okay, but if I asked you how 1000, so then what you need to do? 1000. So now tell me, it should be 2 to the 0 into 2 power 0, 0 into 2 power 0, right? Plus 0 into 2 power 1, 0 into 2 power 1, plus 0 into 2 power 2, 0 into 2 power 2, plus 1 into 2 power 3. Now what is the answer for this entire expression? We'll get all zeros.
Sir, actually that 1000 I like dividing 8 by 2 is 4 and 4 again divided by 2 2 divided by 2 is 1. And how we are writing 0001, sir, that is remainder, sir, 0001.
No.
The division
Here, whenever you have, this process is going to be repeated until you got quotient as 0. This process is going to be repeated until quotient is 0. That red mark, what I okay. So written here is, we are going to stop once you got quotient as 0. So this is where I stopped, right? So here I stopped. Why I stopped here?
Sir, quotient.
So here I stopped because quotient becomes 0 means we need.
Sir, no, sir, remainder only 0, no, sir.
No, I'm talking about the last line. Okay, this is the procedure for converting a decimal.
Okay, sir. I'm asking like 000. No, sir. I'm asking 0001. 000 is remainder only, no, sir. 000 is the remainder.
One also there now in last line. This one. We
That is also.
we need to take from bottom to top, not from top to bottom. We need to take from bottom to top.
No, sir. I'm asking that 0 is remainder.
Not 0 is remainder. Na. Here one is there now. Last line. You see last line here. Just I highlighted.
Yes,
Na.
sir.
This entire thing highlighted. Just you read what are the numbers I highlighted here. I
Yes.
highlighted with the orange color. Na. Just you read from
Sir,
bottom
this
to top.
division itself. This division is me this again, sir. This division.
So I think 8 is there now. When I divide 8 with 2, what we are going to get? What is the quotient? What is the remainder? You tell me.
4.
So if for your
Sir,
confusion,
when
1 minute. Sorry.
4.
1 minute. Wait. So I need to write here. So now tell me. You see here Q and R values. When I divide 8 with 2, what is the quotient?
4, sir.
What is the remainder?
0.
Next, when I divide 4 with 2, what is the quotient? 2. Remainder 0. Next, when I divide 2 with 2,
0.
quotient 1, remainder 0. Now, when I divide 1 with 2, 1 with 2, quotient is 0, remainder is 1.
Okay, sir.
We need to stop this process when you got quotient as 0. Okay, once you got quotient as 0, then you need to take all the reminders from bottom to top.
Okay, sir.
Okay, na?
And then this it is a bitwise operator, and after bitwise operator we are using binary function.
No, not binary function. It is only binary conversion. Of course, we are not knowing that internally.
Like
It is done internally. It is
like
actually, it's not part of bitwise operator, but only if you go for any interview, they are going to ask you how can you, simple example question. Okay, so I given these two numbers, a value 7, b value 8. I asked a question, can you tell me what is the bitwise or of a or b? For example, you may answer, the answer is 15. Immediately I'll ask a question, can you prove it?
yes, sir.
No, then you should know this entire process. Nah, if you don't know entire process, blindly we can't answer, right? So we need to know all this entire process. How it is doing, you should know. So that is the reason why I'm explaining. Of course, this is
1 into 2 power 0, 2 power 1.
not 1 into 2 power 0. You need to know how
So
to.
it's the answer is going to be 15. Okay.
Yes, we need to convert any decimal number into binary number, any binary number into decimal number. That conversions you should know to understand bitwise operators. That is the reason why I'm explaining. Of course, you won't see these things.
Sir, actually bitwise operator for 7, bitwise for 7 is 0 triple 1 and 8
0 triple
is 1
1.
triple 0. That I understood, sir. Again, we are writing 15 now, sir. 1 into 2 power 0, 1 plus 1 into 2 power 1, 1 into 2, 1.
Yes.
Up to bitwise or for that 7, we are writing 0 triple 1 and 8, 1 triple 0. That I could understand.
What is the equivalent value for 8 in binary? The equivalent value to get 1 triple 0, we need to do this entire mathematical part, right? So because actually, if you see here, what a value I given here, what is a value? 7.
7.
B value 8. I'll give only a value, b value, and I'll ask what is
Yeah.
a and b. A
Yes,
bitwise
sir.
and b. If you want to do bitwise and bitwise or any bitwise operation, you should know how to convert this 7 into binary format, how to convert this 8 into binary format, because bitwise operators only operate on binary numbers, but 7 is not a binary number. 7 is a decimal number.
Okay, sir.
8 is not a binary number. 8 is a decimal number. For that, we need to do the conversion. How can we convert 8 into binary format? So this is the way. It's somewhat similar to LCM, right? Similarly, you can convert 7 into binary format. If you convert 7 into binary format, you will get 0 triple 1. Okay, now 8 and 7 are converted into binary format. Now whatever operation you want to perform, you can perform. It may be bitwise AND, it may be bitwise OR, it may be left shift, it may be right shift, it may be bitwise XOR, anything now can be performed. If the number is in decimal format, okay, it cannot be performed. Internally, Python is going to taking care all those things, but as a programmer, you should know what is happening internally.
Sir, I
Internally,
couldn't understand, sir. Sir, I couldn't understand, sir.
that is what I am trying to explain. This is not part of Python programming. Okay, internally it is going to be taken care by the interpreter, but only the thing is,
Okay, sir.
this mathematical part you need to practice. If you want to explore this, you need to practice. It is only a part of one of the operator in Python. Okay, so most probably we are going to use this bitwise operator in networking concepts. Mostly we can use in networking concepts. In our regular applications we don't use, but the thing is, you must be very good in mathematics, especially these conversions, to understand
Okay,
this.
sir. That for 7, sir, on doubt, sir, 7 or 8 means Like if one true or means if one true means it is true, so 4 1 is coming, and then we are using binary conversion like 1 into 2 power 0, 1 into 2 power 1 2 3. So while doing that it's 15 if correct, sir. It's correct.
Minute, one
Yeah,
minute,
my explanation.
1 minute. I'll give one more simple examples. I'll give some more examples. Did you understand this? How this
Mm.
bitwise end is working?
Okay, sir. Zero, like
Bitwise. I'll give one more example.
and means
Bitwise end. I'll give one more example. This is first example. Example one. I'll give one more example.
I could understand, sir. Okay.
Okay, so I'll give one more example so that it's clear. So, for example, I have number 9. 9. So, what is the binary number for 9? The binary number for 9 is 1001. And I have a number 8. 8. 8 number is 1000. Now, I need to perform bitwise end for these two. Right. So, what is the answer for bitwise end of these two? So, as per
1 0 0
1000. 1000.
1 0 0
Yeah, 1000 means what? In decimal, what is the answer? 1000 means what? 1000 means 8, right? Already we
1 0 0
1000
into 2 power 0
0 into 2 power 0. Yes, very good. Plus 0 into 2 power 1 plus 0 into 2
plus
power 2 plus 1
0
into
into 2 power 2
plus
plus
1 into 2
to
power
2
3.
power 3.
Yeah, that is what 8, right?
Hmm.
You can
So,
cross check
yeah.
this problem in Python interpreter. So A value 9, A value 9 and B value 8, right? So first value A value, or I can
If
take
we perform OR operator,
A value 9, B value 8. So now we are doing A bitwise and B. So what is the answer we got here? 8. So that is what we did here. That is what we did here. We got 8, right, for bitwise and. Here.
clear, sir.
Okay. So now coming back to bitwise OR. What is bitwise OR? Bitwise OR logic is if both are 0, then only 0. Right? If both are 0, then only 0. But
Yeah. Yeah,
now
sir.
see
I
one.
could get.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
got it, sir. Got it, sir.
Okay, okay. So I hope you understood bitwise and bitwise OR, right?
Actually, where we'll be using, sir? In which
Yeah,
type of, for example, which program we'll be using, and
yeah. That is what in networking applications, especially in encryption decryption applications, we can use these bitwise operators because I need to convert
okay.
some sentence into binary format so that other users is not going to
Mm,
copy my message, right? Encryption decryption. So some text is there. For the text I'll convert into ones and zeros. So in general we are going to use in some specific applications. It is not that much of important, we can say, but you should know because it's part of operator, we should know,
okay, sir.
right? So now
Okay,
we'll
sir.
go for bitwise XOR. Bitwise XOR. So same example we can take uh, example. So I can take 7 and 8. 7 value is 0 triple 1 and 8 value is 1 triple 0. So now what is the bitwise XOR? What is the logic of XOR? First of all, XOR logic is if both the inputs are reverse, then only output is 1. So now 0 1 output is 1. 1 0 output is 1. 1 0 output is 1. 1 0 output is 1. So if both the inputs are reverse, then only output is 1. Otherwise, output is 0. Hope you understood, right? This.
If one, if if one is true, sir.
For example, let me give one more example.
Like uh,
I'll give one more example so that you can understand.
similar to OR XOR same, sir. One.
No, no, no. R is different, XR is different. That's why I'm giving one more example. So let's say 9 value is 1001 8 1 0. Okay, now we'll perform XOR here. So now see here. So 1 1 is bits are same or different? First digit I am
Different.
talking.
Same.
Same means output is 0. And what about second bit? 0 0 is same
Oh,
or different? 0 0 is same or different? Same. Output is 0 0 0
same, sir.
same. 0 0 same. But what about
So
last?
different means one.
Yeah, 1
Mm.
0 output is 1. So this is how,
Different.
yeah, this is the way how we are going to
Mm.
XR will works. Right. So this mathematical part
Yes.
you can practice. We can okay. So maybe you can go through this video. Try to perform some more examples. You
Sir,
can.
actually, why we want,
Why we are?
I mean, bitwise and or in like in Python program and B and giving values for 7 and 8 means it will give the value assess that internal performance we are reading.
Yeah, internally. A simple example here. So let's say bin.
If 7 and 8 means the answer.
1 minute. 1 minute. Bin of 8. Okay. Now see here. Bin of 8 means what is it is giving? 1 0 0 0, right?
Yes, sir.
So BIN is nothing but binary conversion. For 8, binary conversion is 1 0 0 0. 0B is nothing but it's a syntax for binary. 0B means it's a binary. Similarly, BIN of something like 15. Just now we got right. So all ones, 4 ones.
Mm.
Like okay, if it is actually internally, whenever you are working with bitwise operators, it is going to perform this conversion. That is what bitwise.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so I'll stop here. In continuation to the yesterday's class, let me complete the remaining bitwise operators. Yesterday, I explained about bitwise AND, bitwise OR, and bitwise XOR. So, in continuation to that, I'll discuss remaining operators. So, in bitwise operators, still we have left shift operator is left shift and as well as right shift operators are there. Left shift operator and as well as right shift operator. So what is meant by left shift operator? The symbol for left shift operator is it's going to have two less than symbols, double less than symbol. It is a symbol to represent left shift operator. So what it is going to do? This operator is used to shift number of bits towards left. So let me give an example. Uh, if I take a value as 8, so if I given a left shift to 2, so very simple logic. What is the meaning of left shift to 2? So left shift to 2 is nothing but simply we are going to write. Let me take one shift only one. So here what is the meaning of this? I'll try to explain. For a we need to shift one bits towards left. Okay, so we need to shift one bits towards left. So let me write this example in the ideal usual, and after that I'll explain how it will works. For example, a is equals to 8. A left shift 1. So this is the answer. So how this left shift works? Very simple logic. So 8 into 8 into 2 to the power of 1. that is 16. So if I am going to shift 1 bits towards left, so simply I can write the number is 8. Okay, 8. 1 bits towards left is nothing but 8 into 2 power 1. For example, if I take one more example, uh, a, same a value 8, I want to shift to 2. So what is the meaning of this? This is nothing but uh, for a we need to shift we need to shift 2 bits. We need to shift 2 bits towards left. So the logic for this is a into a into 2 power 2, 2 power 2, that is nothing but 8 into 8 into 2 power 2, that is nothing but 8 into 4, that is 32. So let's check whether this is correct or not. So a value left shift 2 bits, so 32. So this is very simple logic. Left shift is nothing but just you need to multiply that number with the 2 to the power of how many number of bits you need to shift. If you are shifting 1 bit, that's why I written 2 power 1, right? If you are shifting 2 bits, then I am going to write 2 power 2. For example, if you are going to shift same, I'll give one more example. If I am going to shift 3 bits, a is equals to 8 and left shift 3 bits. So then I need to write for a we need to shift 3 bits towards left, 3 bits towards left. So that is nothing but a into 2 power 3, 2 power 3, a into 2 power 3, that is nothing but 8 into 2 power 3, that is 8 into 2 power 3 means 8, 64. So if you want, you can cross check in the program here in Python. So a left shift 3, so that is what 64 we got here, right? So that is a 64 we got here also. So this is about left shift. And now what is meant by right shift? Right shift is nothing but the symbol for right shift is double greater than, and uh, this operator this operator is used to shift the number of bits towards right, towards right. Example, same value a is equals to 8. So if I written a double greater than 1, so what is the meaning of this? So here for a we need to shift 1 bit, we need to shift 1 bit towards right, towards right. So this is nothing but the logic is here a slash a double slash 2 power 1. So 2 power 1, a double slash 2 power 1, that is 8 by 2 power 1, that is 8 by 2, that is nothing but a 4. I'll give some more examples. Other example, this is example 1. If I take one more example, example 2, same thing. So a value is 8 and I need to shift to 2 bits. A value is 8, I need to shift to 2 bits towards 2 bits towards right. We need to shift to 2 bits towards right. So this is nothing but a by 2 power 2, because previously 1 bit means I written 2 power 1 and 2 bits means 2 power 2, that is 8 by 2 power 2. 8 by 4, the answer is 2. 8 by 4, that is 2. So now we can check here these two in interpreter. So a value 8, a left right shift 1 bit, so that is 4. A right shift 2 bits, that is 2. So this is about left shift and right shift. So now we completed all the operators in bitwise. So it is actually some big topic. Among all the operators, this is little bit tricky and little bit some more lengthiest topic. So now I'll write a program for all these operators. For all these bitwise operators, I'll write a program so that you can understand what we covered so far in bitwise operators. So program is bitwise operators. So here, so I'm going to take some numbers directly. So let me read some value. A is equals to int of input of enter any number. A is equals to int of input of any number. So I'm going to take some number here. Next, I'll take one more number. B is equals to int of input of enter other number. Enter other number. Right. So now I got A and B. Now I am going to perform all the bitwise operations. Print bitwise operations, bitwise operators, bitwise operators. So print bitwise and of A and B is bitwise end of A and B is A. This is bitwise end operator, right? So now next print bitwise or of bitwise or of A and B is A. Bitwise or symbol is pipe symbol. B A or B. Next print bitwise XOR of A and B is A and B is bitwise XOR of A and B is A. XOR symbol is this cap. Cap is nothing but shift 6 in the keyboard. Next print left shifting 1 bit for B is okay. So B left shift 1 bit. Next print right shifting 1 bit for B is B right shift 1. And one more operator is also there, that is bitwise negation. So that is also known as bitwise not. Bitwise not also there in bitwise operators. So that is bitwise not. Bitwise not, it is represented with the negation symbol. Negation symbol. So it's very simple logic. If I have some number A is equals to some 4. So what is the bitwise not? Negation of A. Negation of A or bitwise not of A is equals to, it's nothing but minus of A plus 1. This is a simple logic for bitwise. So what is the negation of A? Negation of A is equals to minus of A plus 1. Minus of 4 plus 1, that is minus 5. So this is bitwise not. So we'll do that one also in this program. So print bitwise not of A is bitwise not of A is negation of A. So now we'll see one by one how we are getting output. Same numbers what we discussed in the yesterday's class, I'll take the same numbers so that you can understand easily. Bitwise operators .python. Right. So now I'll run this program. So here is a comma. So now it is asking me A and B value. A value first it is asking. Enter any number. I am giving 7. Next 8. Now see here. First number A value 7. Yesterday already we seen A value 7 means it is 0 triple 1 in the binary. A value 8 means it is 1 triple 0 in binary. So if you perform A and B, already yesterday we seen this example. If you are doing A and B bitwise and the answer is we got all 4 zeros. That is 0. And bitwise OR for A and B we got all ones, that is 15. Next bitwise XOR we got 15. Next left shift just now explained. What is B value? B value is 8. 8 left shift 1. 8 left shift 1 means 8 into 2 power 1, that is 16. Again 8 right shift 1, so that is 8 by 2 power 1, that is 8 by 2, that is 4. And bitwise not just now I said bitwise not of A. What is A value? A value is 7. So what is bitwise not? Minus of 7 plus 1, that is minus 8. So this is about bitwise operators. Now we have two more operators left in this topic. So next operator is identity operator and as well as membership operator. So these two operators are left. So we'll see that two operators also. That is also very important in the aspect of programming. So now we'll go with the sixth type of operator, that is identity operators. Identity operator. Okay. So what is meant by identity operator? The purpose of identity operators. In identity operators, we have is not, is not, right? So what they are going to use? They are going to check. Okay, this these operators are going to check. These operators are going to check. Are going to check if two values, if two values are, if two values are, if two values are in same memory or not, in same part of memory, same part of memory or not, or not. So this is the simple explanation for identity operators. Okay. So what is going to do and what is not is going to do, right? So is nothing but what is going to do? It is going to return true, return true. Of course, these identity operators are going to return either true or false only, like your relational operator, like your logical operators. Logical and relational operators are also going to return true or false only. Similarly, identity operators are also going to return true or false only. So is going to return true. Is going to return true. So this is going to return true if the operands are identical. Operands are identical. Identical. Okay. Next is not. What is not is going to do? So is not is going to return true. Is not is going to return true if the operands are not identical. True if the operands are not identical. Okay. So now we'll see some example. What is the meaning of this is and is not? Okay. So what is this identity operator? Identity operator is used to check whether two values. If I have a variable a and variable b, I need to check whether the values of a and b are in the same part of the memory location or not. If they are in the same part, then we can say that they are identical, otherwise they are not identical. So let me give some simple example for this operator. We'll write some simple program. So let me take some numbers here. A is equals to some 10, and B is equals to some 20, and C is equals to some 30. Directly I'm taking some numbers. So now I'm going to take print A is B. A is B. Print 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 A is C. Okay, so now let me save this identity operator.py. So now let me run this program. Okay, so now we are going to have false and false. Why we are going to get false and false? Let's see here. So a value is 10, and the identity means not the value. Okay, the value where it is located, the memory where it is located. For example, let's say I'll take some d is equals to a, d is equals to a, right? So now I can write print a is d, a is d. So I written one more statement here. What before doing this a is d, what I am doing here, I added one more statement in the program, that is d is equals to a. D is equals to a means simply I am copying the value of a in d, and I'm going to check whether the memory of this d and a are same. So let me run this. So now see here, this is returning true. Why it is returning true? Because of the memory location of D and A are in the same part. The memory will be allocated for D and A in the same place. So that is the reason why it is returning true. So let's say, for example, how can we check? How can we check the memory location? So it's very simple. If you want to check the memory location is nothing but simply uh, here I write. If you want to check the memory location, or if we want to check the identity means memory location only. Identity, then we can use id function. Okay, so we need to use this id function to check the identity of any variable. So let's see here. I'll write some examples. A is equals to 10. So I need to know where this what is the address or what is the memory location. So for that we need to write id of a. So if you are written id of a, we are going to get some number. So this is nothing but a memory location. It is a okay. It's a random number where the address is there, where the memory location will be saved. Okay. So similarly, if you are going to take some other variable, some b is equals to some high. So I need to know where it is saved. Then you need to write id of b. So it is nothing but identifier of b. So where this high is going to be saved, right? So in that way we can in general these identity operators are going to check this identifiers. So as the name itself it suggests that they are going to check the identifiers. A is B means just I need to check what is the ID of A and what is the ID of B. Whether ID of A and ID of B is same or not. If they are same, okay, it is going to return true. And what about ID of A and ID of C? Okay, if they are same, it is going to return true. Similarly, for example, let me write one more example. Print A is not B. A is not B. So it is going to return true. Why? Because the ID of A and as well as B is different. So here A is not B. Yes, A is not B. So that's why it is going to return true. So if you observe here in the last line, we are going to get true. As identity of A and B are different. So that's why we are going to get true. So this is the purpose. It's very simple operator, identity operator. Just we need to check whether they are available in the same memory location or not. If they are available in the same memory location, then they are going to return true. If they are not available in the same memory location, then they are going to return false. So how can we check? For example, if you want, sometimes you may want to check, okay, what is meant by identity. So then you can use this function ID. So then you can understand, okay, what it is doing internally. Internally, what these operators are doing, identity operators, they are checking the identity. So how can they check identity? By using this function ID. So that is about identity operator. Next operator is last operator, membership operator. Membership. So what is this membership operator? So membership operators also, we have two membership operators are there. So what this membership operators are going to do? So membership operators are going to check or check. They are going to check whether a value or a variable is in a sequence or not. Okay, these operators are going to check these operators are going to check whether with a value or a variable whether a value or a variable in a sequence in a sequence. So what are these operators? These operators are, we have two operators again. Under identity operators we have two operators. Those two operators are in, not in, in, not in, not in. So these are the two membership operators. So what in is going to do, in is going to, these also are going to return true or false only. This operator is also going to return true or false only. So in is going to return true. It return true. Return true. Okay, in operator is going to return true. If value is found in the sequence, return true. If value is found in the sequence, if value is found in the sequence. Okay, so in is going to return true if the value is found in the sequence. Next, what about not in? Not in also going to return true only. Means it's return either true or false. So when it is going to return true, when it is going to return false, it will return true. Or not in also going to return either true or false. So it will return true, return true, return true. If value is not found in the sequence, value not found. If value not found, value not found. Now let me give some examples. So what is the meaning of this uh, in and not in? Okay, so example. So I have some string, some s is equals to hello. This is my string. So I need to check. We need to check. We need to check whether. We need to check whether x is there in s or not. X is there in s or not. So how we need to check whether x is there or not? So we can check this whether x is there or not by using this operator in and not in, right? So we'll see some simple program for this membership operator. Same example I'll write here. So membership operator, membership operator. So I'm going to take some string s is equals to some Python is my string, and I need to check print print x print x print x. Okay, print x in yes, print x in yes. Next print p in yes. Okay, so next print z not in s, not in yes. So these are the simple examples of membership operator. So it's going to check whether that particular character is there in that particular string or not. So let me save this membership operator dot py. Okay, now first what it is going to do, s is nothing but a string Python we have in the string s. So is there any character x available in this Python? No. P is there, y is there, t is there, h is there, o is there, n is there. So but what we are checking here, whether x is there or in s or not. So x is not there, so that's why it is going to return false. So first line is going to return false. Next, what about second line? P in yes. So yes, P is there. So that's why it is going to return true. And what about Z? Z is not there. And what we are doing here? Z not in S. For example, if I return Z in S, Z in S means Z is not there. So that's why it is going to return false. But what I written here, Z not in S. So Z not in S means Z is not there. So Z is not there. So that's why it is going to return true only. So now we'll see how this will works. Okay. So false, true, true. So now we'll see what the program we are written here. This is a membership operator program. So here x is we are checking in s. S is a string Python. X is not there, so that's why we are going to have the answer as false. And p we are checking in s. So p is there, actually p is there in the word Python, so that's why it is returning true. And next to z, z is not there, and we are using not in. If I use z in s, then it is supposed to return false, but instead of in I am using not in. So z not in s means it is true, so that is the reason why it is going to return true. So here important observation, what type of operators are going to return true or false. So that is very important question for interviews also, because everyone knows what arithmetical operator is going to do, what assignment operator is going to do, what some bitwise operators. That is fine, but especially some operators like relational operators, logical operators, and this membership and identity. These four operators are going to return either true or false. Okay, so that is also sometimes it's important to know what type of operators are going to return true or false. And maybe sometimes they are going to ask what type of operators are binary operators in Python, and what type of operators are unary operators in Python. Unary means, for example, let's say negation. Okay, like bitwise not, there we are going to take only one input. And logical not, in logical not also we are going to take one input. So those type of operators where we are going to take only one variable or only one value, those type of operators are going to be called as unary operators. If you take any other operators like some additional operator, arithmetical addition, all arithmetical operations are binary, because I can't write a plus. A plus is invalid. I'm supposed to write a plus b, something like that. So a b, here we are going to require two values. Multiplication also, a into b. Division, a slash b. Okay, exponential, a double star b. These all are binary. Similarly, relational operators. I can write a less than b. So I can't write a less than. A less than is invalid, or less than b is invalid. So I need to write a less than b, a greater than b, a equals to b, a greater than or equals to b, a less than or equals to b, a not is equals to b. So these all are requires two values. So that is the reason why we can call all these operators are binary operators. Even logical operators also, logical are logical are requires two inputs, right? So that's why we can call logical and logical are binary. But if you consider logical not is going to take only one input, single input. So that is the reason why we are going to call logical not. Logical not is one operator, logical not is one operator, and as well as bitwise not. These two operators are going to take only single input. So the operator which is going to take single input, or the operator which is going to take single value, those type of operators are going to be considered as unary operators. Okay, so all the operators which are going to take two values, those are known as binary. Let me write here unary operators. Unary operators. Unary operators are nothing but the operators, the operators which are going to take one value, which are going to take one value. Example, logical not, bitwise not, bitwise not. Next, binary operators, binary operators. The operators, the operators which are going to take two values, two values. Example, all arithmetical operations, all arithmetical, relational, assignment, etc. So these operators will comes under binary, because if you observe any assignment operators also, we can't write a plus equals to. Okay, we can write a plus equals to some value, a plus equals to 2, or a plus equals to b, a plus equals to some 10, like that. So that's why it is going to take two values, a and b, or a and some other number. So if it is going to take two values, so all those operators will be considered as binary. If it is going to take only single value, so that is going to be considered as a unary. So this is also very important question from operators point of view in interviews. So uh, what is the operator available in Python? Unary operator. And what are the binary operators? They may ask some examples. Okay, and they may ask why that is known as unary operator, and why some operator is known as binary operator. They may ask that the difference also. So why you are saying all arithmetical operators are binary operators? What is the justification you are supposed to give? And why this logical not operator is you are telling that it's a unary? Why bitwise not operator is unary? So these type of questions are also going to ask in the interview, right? So with this we completed the operators topic, and next class onwards I'll start the list tuple and as well as dictionary sets and so on. Okay, so from this class onwards we'll discuss about collective data types in Python. It's very important in all aspects. In industry also, mostly we are going to work with uh, this collective data types, especially lists, tuples, dictionaries, sets. So we'll see how this collective data types, or we can say collective data types or sequence data types also. The other name for this collective data types is sequential data types. So what is this sequential or collective data types? Okay. So let me define what is the meaning of collective data types or sequential data types. So far, whatever we seen, so those are nothing but normal variables. Like for example, if I say like age equals to 10 or some x is equals to 20, so these all are actually normal variables. But if I want to store uh, a collection of values. For example, in A, I need to store some 100 values. Okay, so that collection of values, if you want to work with that collection of values, so that is what we can call it as collective data type. Collective data type means more than one value can be stored in a particular data type. So under this data types, under this collective data types, we have first data type is we are going to talk about list. Okay, so first one we are going to talk about lists. So what is meant by list? List is nothing but a collection of collection of values of same data type or other data type. So what is the meaning of this definition? I'll explain what is the meaning of this definition with some examples. Okay, so collection of values. So collection means, as we mentioned, list is nothing but it's a collective data type. It is having more than one value. It's not like a single value what we seen in integers, what we seen in variables. Like so far, whatever the examples we worked, all are comes under single assignment. Means we can store only one value at a time like that. But in this list we can store multiple values. So in this in lists we can store multiple values. Okay, so uh, how can we create a list? So that is very important. List can be created by using square brackets. So this is the symbol by using square brackets, right? So example, if I say L is equals to, okay, something like this. Actually, it is an empty list. Okay, so here whatever I created, here actually there are no elements in the above example. The above example list L is empty because it is not having any elements, right? So it is an empty list. So let me explain this through this ideally also. Later we'll go for program. So let me explain all the operations on ideally also what we can perform on list and how a list can be created. All these things we'll see. So let me write lists. So now I am creating an empty list. L is equals to, just I can write square brackets. So now you may have some doubt whether it is list or not. So already we know. How can we know? By using type function, right? Type of L. So now it is returning list. So L is a list, right? But L is a list, but it is not having any elements. That is what we can call it as. It's an empty list, right? It's an empty list. So now we need to perform some operations on list. So operations on lists. So what are the operations? First operation, I want to add some elements into list. So first thing is adding elements into list. Adding elements into list. So initially we considered as an empty list. but I want to add some elements into list. So how can we add some elements into list? So we can add some elements into list by using a function called append, right? So we can add elements. We can add elements to list by using append function. By using append. Okay. So let's see some example how this append is going to work. So here I'll explain how this append is going to work. So initially, if I print L, L, okay. So now we are going to get empty list because there are no elements are there in this list L. So now I need to add some element. Let me write adding elements into list. I want to add elements into list, so I can write L dot append 10. So I added one element. So let's see is it added or not. Print, just I'll print list. Now see here, initially it is empty. But now it is having one element 10. Similarly, I can add some more elements. Append L dot append 20. Okay, similarly I can add some more element L dot append 30. L dot append 40. And similarly I add one more element L dot append 30. So just I added 5 elements. So now I need to print this list. Print L. Okay, so now the list is having 5 elements. We started with an empty list. Now it is having 0 elements. It's an empty list. Now we added some more elements. So how we added elements? We added some more elements into the list by using append function. So this is append function. Append what element you want to add, you need to write. So append, if you are written 10, 10 is added. If you are written 20, 20 is added. If you are written 30, 30 is added. If you are written 40, 40 is added. 50, like that. So we need to add the elements in the list by using append function. So that is one thing, right? So now here the point is it is added into the list. The elements are added into the list. That is fine. Okay. So you can add elements into the list by using append. Example, you can write any example here. Same example. We are considering an empty list, and we can write L dot append 10. So 10 will be added. L dot append 20. 20 will be added. L dot append 30. 30 will be added, and so on. Right. So this is a way how we are going to add some elements into a list. So that is fine. For example, actually, what is the problem in this append function? The problem in this append function is, let me add one more element, L dot append 60. Okay, now I can print list L. Okay, so now if you see here, all the elements are added at the end. So initially when I added 10, 10 is added here, 20, 20 is added here, 30 means all the elements are adding at the end. If I add 70, 70 will be added at the end, 80, 80 will be added at the end. So that is a problem actually, right? It is not a problem, but if I want to add some element in the middle, it is not possible by using append function, right? So by using append function, by using append, we can't add, by using append, we can't add the elements. By using append, we can't add the elements. We can't add the elements other than end position. So that is what the issue. So every element is going to be added at the last or at the end. But I want to add some element at some position, right? So that is a problem. So for that, okay. So if we want If we want,
Sir, other than n position means what, sir? I couldn't understand that line by using append.
yeah, okay. So here, if you see here, I want to add 15 in between 10 and 20. Is it possible by using append?
Add 15, no, sir?
1 5. I want to add 1 5 in between 10 and 20. Is it possible?
No, sir.
Yeah, if I written L dot append where it will be added, for example, I want to write like this. L dot append 15. Where it will be added?
Lost.
Last. That is what? That is the issue.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so not only that, if I want to add some number in between 35 in between 30 and 40, is it possible?
No, sir.
If I want to add 5 at the beginning, before 10, I want to add 5. Is it possible?
No, sir.
These all are not possible by using append, right?
Yes, sir.
So
At
that is,
last only we can add.
yeah, at last only every element will be added. So that is the purpose of append actually. It is simply adding at the end only. But maybe sometimes I need some elements to be added in the middle, or to be added at the beginning, or to be added in between. So these are not possible with append, right?
Yes, sir.
So that is the reason why we are going to work with, we'll see. Okay, so if we want to add the elements somewhere other than end, if we want to add the elements somewhere other than end position, this can be done. This can be done by using by using insert function. Insert function, right? So what is meant by insert? Now we'll see, right? So this is also adding elements only, but we are adding at some position other than end, right? So what is the syntax? So now I'll define syntax. Insert function, insert, right? So what is the syntax of this insert? Syntax of insert is insert. We need to mention the index and as well as value. Index means what? Index means position. Okay. So in general, example, I'll tell some example. Insert, it's L dot insert 0 comma 5. So what is the meaning of this? Here 5 will be added at 0th position. 0th position. 0th position means starting. So in general, list will starts, the index of the list will starts from 0. So if I want to let me explain this same in ideally, so that you can understand. Same example. Now I want to, here what I'll do, add 5 at 0th position. 0th position. 0th position means beginning. Beginning. Okay. So now, so if I want to add this, what is the syntax? L dot insert 0 comma 5. So 0 is the position where you want to add, 5 is the value what you want to add. So now if I print a list L, so now see here 5 is added at the 0th position. 0th position means starting position. For example, what is the position of 5? Position of 5 is 0. Position of 10 is 1. Position of 20 is 2. Position of 30 is 3. Position of 40 is 4. Position of 50 is 5, and so on. So always the index also known as position. The position or the index of the list will starts from 0, not from 1. So we have to start index or position from 0, not from 1. Right. So now I need to add some more elements. So for example, I need to add 15 in between 15 in between 10 and 20. This is the task. So what will be the syntax I need to write? Any idea? Anyone? Any idea? L
L dot insert
insert.
G
What will be the
15, 10 and 20 years, sir.
15 and 20? Yes.
1 comma 15.
One means what?
Index, first index.
First index already 10 is there, na? In zeroth index 5 is there. In first index 10 is there.
Yes, sir.
But we need to add 15 in between 10 and 20, right? Not in place of
Sir, zeroth position means
zeroth position.
zero. Oh, okay,
Why?
sir. Okay, sir.
First position.
2 comma 15.
Yeah, 2 comma 15.
Oh, in which position we have there? Okay.
Yes. Okay, correct. So now 15 is added in between 10 and 20. So let me do some more insert, like add or insert 25 in between 20 and 30. So now we can write L dot insert
L dot insert 4 comma 25.
0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 comma
0,
4
25.
comma 25. Okay, so this is the way how you are going to insert any element at any position. Okay, so it may be beginning or it may be ending, it may be in the middle or in wherever you want. This is the syntax. That is the reason why I written the syntax. Syntax is very simple. Insert followed by the position or index and as well as what value you want to add in that position. So this is insert. Next operation is, till now what we discussed so far, we are discussing about how to add an element into a list. So that is what we are talking about. This is the first operation. Adding elements into a list can be done by using two ways. One is append function and one more is insert function. But append function is going to add the elements only at the end. So that is the reason why we can prefer insert. And next function is deleting elements from list. Deleting elements from list. So how can I delete an element from a list? So what will be the syntax? What will be the syntax of deleting elements? So I want to delete some element. So syntax is, the function is del. Del will be used to delete elements. To delete elements from list. Right. So example, or I can write syntax. Syntax. Del list name followed by index or position. This is the syntax. Example del L of 0. So here the above example will delete the element at 0th position. So this is the meaning of the line. So we'll see same example here also. So we are talking about delete. Okay. So del of L of, I need to delete first element L of 0. So print, now you can print a list L. Now you see here 5 is deleted because we deleted the element at 0th index. Now if I want to delete some other element, del L of 1, L of 1. L of 1 means 0th position, now 10 is there, in first position 15 is there. So 15 will be deleted. So print of L. So 15 is deleted, and we have the remaining list in the list L. So this is about delete operation. Okay, so very simple, just delete del followed by list name and followed by the position what you want to delete. So this is the way how we are going to delete an element from a list. Next, third operation, accessing list elements. Okay, so how can we access the list elements? List elements can be accessed by using index. List elements can be accessed by using index. Example, before that we can write syntax. What is the syntax? Syntax is list name followed by the index. So this is a simple syntax. Example L of 0. L of 0 will display first element in the list. First element in the list. Element in the list. Okay, so this is the same here. So accessing list element. So if I return L of 0, print of L of 0, so 10, print of L of 1, print of L of 2, next print of L of 3, print of L of 4, print of L of 5. Okay. So now we can do like this, but for example, if I am trying to print L of 6, print L of 7. So now we'll get an error, because actually what is the error? Error is index error. Index error is list index out of range. Actually there is no element at the 7th position, but we are trying to access some element at 7th position. It is actually, we can say it is invalid position. Actually the position is not there. Okay, but I am trying to access. So that is the error what we got. Index error, list index out of range. Okay, so this is one way how we are going to access the list elements. List element can be accessed by using index. Okay, so we'll display the elements in the list. So we can access list elements in other way also. That is by using negative indexing. So only the language which will support negative indexing is Python. Other languages don't support. Okay, so actually here I'll mention. So positive indexing is 0 to index 0 to n minus 1, where n is The number of elements in list. This is positive indexing. Just what we see in all the examples, L of 0, L of 1, L of 2, and so on. This example is actually accessing all the elements by using positive indexing. What about negative indexing? Negative indexing is access.
Sir, yes, number of elements in the list, sir. Can that number of elements will start from 0 or 1, sir?
Number of elements. Number means count. Count. For example,
Okay, sir. Okay.
count is different. This index is different. Always count is
Index will start
yeah. Index
start from
starts
1.
with one. Yeah. If you see here, how many elements are there in this example? 1, 2, 3,
7.
4, 5, 6, 7. Right. But what about
Yes.
index? Index will 0 to 6 only, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that is what. Okay. Negative indexing is index. Okay. So negative indexing is index -1, 2. Okay, it will start from -1, right? So if you see here, we'll try to access. It is, can you mute? So it will start from -1. So let me display the list first so that you can understand what is negative indexing. So here I'll write accessing list elements using negative indexing. So it is also known as accessing list from right to left. Right to left. Right to left means 60, 50, 40, 30, 25, and so on. So if let me write print of L of -1. It is negative indexing. We need to write -1. So it is small l. It's not capital L. Written by mistake capital L. It is small l. L of -1. Okay. So -1 means last element 60. And similarly, print of L of -2. Print of L of -3. So print of L of -4, -5, L of -5, print of L of -6, print of L of -7. So -7 L and to write print L of -7. Okay, so this is the way how we are going to get the elements. If I written -8, then I'll get an error because actually that index is not available in the list. Okay, so I'll get an index error. So this is the way how we are going to access elements in a list by using both the ways. Negative indexing is index -1 to -1 to minus n, -1 to -n, where n is the number of elements in list. Of elements in list, right? So positive indexing also we can call it as, okay, positive indexing. This will works from positive indexing will works from left to right. Left to right. What about negative indexing? Negative indexing will work from right to left. Negative indexing will works from right to left. So this is about accessing elements. Okay, next function or next operation, fourth operation, copying, copying list elements. Okay, so copying is nothing but very simple. We can use okay, we can copy list elements into another list, other list by using assignment operator. Assignment, assignment is equals to operator. Assignment operator. Example, list 1. Okay, L is equals to M. So here all the elements of list L are copied into list M. Okay, so this is a simple example. Let me write the same thing here. Copy list. So I can print L before copying L. So I can write M is equals to L. So now I can print M. So we can see here M is nothing but all the elements what we copied in the list. L elements are copied into M. Right. So this is copy. Next, next operation. Next operation is update. Fifth operation is update or modify. Update list elements. Update or modify. Okay, we can update list elements by using its index. Okay, so what is the syntax of this update? Update syntax is syntax list name index is equals to new value. So we need to pass the new value. So here I'll give an example. So I want to change some elements in a list, right? So if I want to change some element from one value to other value, then we can have this example. Example, we can write L of 0 is equals to 100. So here the value at 0th position in the list is updated to, the list is changed to 100. So previously it is having some value, but here now it is changed to some other value. So that is what update. So we can write update operation here. Update list elements. So same example, I can write L of L of 0 is equals to 100. So now we can print list L. So previously first element is 10 actually. Okay, if you see here in this line, first element is 10, right? But now it is changed to 100. So if you want to change other elements also, that is up to you. What elements you want to change, you can change. For example, I want to change some more elements. L of 1 is equals to 100. Okay, so then you can check whether it is changed or not. Print L. So now it is changed. The first element previously it is 20. Now it is changed to 200. Right. So these are the ways how we are going to change the elements in a list. Right. So this is also known as update operation, also known as uh, modification, modifying list elements. So simply accessing also we can do by using index only, and update also we can do by using index only. Next operation, next operation, repetition. Repetition. We can repeat the elements of list by using star operator. Syntax, syntax, list name star, list name star, list name star n. So here the list elements will be repeated. Okay, this is the syntax, and I'll write some simple example. Example, example, L into 2, L into 2. So here the L, list L elements will be repeated two times. Here you can write any number, not only 2, you can write any number. So we'll see that repeat operation. So let me print the list L here. This is the list L. So now I need to repeat print L into 2. I need to repeat this list two times. So now you see here to here one time, and next again it is repeated. Same elements are repeated one more time because I given 2, so it is repeated two times. If you want to give some number, then you will get another okay, so another time, like 3 means it will be repeated 3 times, 4 times, depending on the number what you are giving n value, it will be repeated those many number of times. Okay, next operation, next operation, concatenation. Concatenation. So concatenation is nothing but adding the list elements or merging. We can say merging or combining, merging or combining the elements of lists into a single list, into a single list. This can be done, this can be done by using plus operator, plus. Okay, uh, syntax, syntax L1, list name 1, list name, list name 1 plus list name 2. Example, L plus some M. Okay, so we'll see this example how this will works. So I can create one more list here, list concatenation. So I'll create one list here. So I know already I am having one list L. So print of L. So already it is having. I am going to create one more list. Okay, some list x equals to I'm going to create some list 1000, 2000, 3000, 4000. So this is x. So now I can write print l plus x, l plus x. So now see here, l plus x is nothing but it is concatenating two lists, list l and as well as list x, and finally it is printing all these in a single list. So till 60 it is list l, and from 1000 it is list x. So it is showing all the two lists elements in a single list. So this is what we can call it as concatenation. Okay, next, length. Length is nothing but how to find out the length of a list. Length. Okay, it will gives or it will return the number of elements in list. List syntax len len and followed by list name. Example, len of l. Okay, so in list l, how many number of values are there? It is going to return those many values. Length. So let me write print len of l. So it is having seven elements. List l is having 7 elements. So it is going to return those many number of elements. How many elements? For example, if I create a list a is equals to something like 1 comma 2 comma 3. So I want to know the list length of a. Print len of a. That is having 3 elements. So that is a way how we are going to use len. It is going to return the um number of elements in list. Next, we'll see membership. Membership is nothing but you can say search. Actually, search is nothing but it will check whether a particular element is there or not in list, in the list. So we can use example. I can write some number, some item in list name, item in l. Okay, so like 2 in l. So it will return either true or false. That's it. So here I can write search in lists. So for example, I can display list L here before going to this. So print of L. So now I can write 100 in L. So it is true. 100 is there because it is there. It is going to return true. I can write 1000 in L. So it is false. So it is searching all the elements in the list L, and it is not there. That is why it is returning false. So this is nothing but a search operation. Okay, so already we seen this in membership also. So in membership, we are going to have just will check whether that is there in the list or not. If it is there, we can write it is available, and if it is not there, we can say it's not available. And next, maximum and minimum, maximum and minimum elements in list. Maximum and minimum. Okay, so this will returns the maximum and minimum elements in list. This will returns the maximum and minimum elements in list. Okay, so function is syntax max of list name and similarly min of list name. So we'll see some example here. So maximum and minimum elements in list, maximum and minimum. So I can write print of max of L. So maximum element in list L is 200, and similarly print of min of L. Print of min of L. The minimum element is 25. If we see here, minimum element is 25 and maximum element is 200. Right. So I hope no doubt so far. We have some more operations, maybe 2 to 3 operations. We'll see that 2 operations in the next class. In the last class, we discussed about list. Of course, all the operations are not completed in the last class. Let me continue all the remaining operations on list, and after that we'll write a complete program. What type of operations we seen in the previous class and as well as this class in a single program. I'll write a complete program so that you can understand how a program can be implemented for all the.
Actually, ex- excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, actually, you will be teaching basics, no, sir. When you will be teaching problems on list tuples
Yeah, list
combined with loops.
yeah, list topic is just to started. Once this is completed, list tuple. Next we will go for this conditional statements. Okay, once conditional statements are over, of course, in list also I'll give some assignment actually. So you can do that is what once this program is
Uh,
over, I'll give assignments. So I'll give real time assignments. So
yes,
that
sir. For practice problems, same. I'm asking for practice problems, sir.
yeah, practice problems only I'll give. Okay, I'll give some student application.
Okay.
I'll give some employee application. I'll give some other real time applications. I'll give. So you are supposed to do it.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so next operation is extend operation. So what this extend operation is going to do? So it's going to, for example, already we seen some function like append. So in append, what it is doing? Can you mute?
Teach about level of data, sir, for 10 minutes.
Sorry.
At last, can you teach what is level of data, sir?
Yeah, sure. Okay. So
Okay, thanks.
extend is nothing but, for example, if I want to add, multiple elements at a time to a list, we can use this. So in the previous class, we seen some function like append. Append is actually used for the same purpose. Append, append is used for similar purpose, but we can add only one element. We can add only one element. So, but whereas extend is going to adding multiple elements at a time. So let me give an example. For example, I have a list. I have a list L. It is having some elements 10 comma 20 comma 30, and I have some more list. M is some 40 comma 50 comma 60. So I can write print L dot extend of M. Print of L. So just we are extending L and as well as M. So actually we are having similar type of operation we seen in previous class, that is concatenation. So concatenation and extend looks like same, but there is a difference. In concatenation, what it is doing is, concatenation is adding two lists into a single list. It is also same, but the only difference is after concatenation. For example, if I say print L plus M, it is also give you the same result. Print L plus M. So it is also giving the same result. Means now L is here to here and M is, it's adding 40, 50, 60. The only difference between concatenation and extend is, in extend the list L is going to be changed, but whereas in concatenation list L is not going to be changed. Let me give an example. I'll take some other example. A equals to some 100, 200 and B equals to some 300, 400. Let me do concatenation first. Print A plus B. This is concatenation. So now if you see here, concatenation result is 100, 200, 300, 400. Now if I want to print A list is not going to be changed. A is, we are going to get this one only. Okay, let's see here. So now see here, A is not changed. A is having only two elements, right? But whereas if you see here, after extending L with M, if I print L is changed. L is initially it's having three elements only, but after extending with M, so now L is having 6 elements. So that is the main difference. Extend and as well as concatenation. It's a very important question for interviews also. What is the difference between extend and concatenation? Of course, they are doing a similar type of task, but
None, sir. L dot extend M means why it's printing none, sir?
it's printing none. By default, it is going to print none because that function is not going to return anything. It is actually function. This function returning nothing actually. That is why it is returning none. Okay.
I couldn't. It will. In list extend won't work, sir.
Which one?
No, sir. Print L dot extend of M. It's printing none. Why it's printing none? I'm asking.
Yeah, this function is not returning anything actually. Okay, so this is not going to return anything. So only individual elements, individual list. If you want to check what about L, okay, so then you can see the difference whether L is extended or not. You can check like that only. But this one is not going to print anything. So that is the reason why it is going to return none.
Sir, if we print L dot extend of M, then again no. If we write L dot extend of M, then print L means it will be correct.
No, L dot extend of M is nothing but it is not going to return anything. It is actually, it's not going to give any result. That is the reason why it is printing none. If you want to see whether your extend is working or not, you need to check individual list L. You can print L value so that you can see whether the list is extended or not. After this line, we need to write L so that you can see whether we are getting actual list or whether we are getting extended list. So that is the way how we are going to check. Here also.
Sir, actually in list extend will work, no, sir. Why it's coming? None, I'm asking.
No. Actually, it is not. After extending, where it should happen, where the modification is going to happen, where it is going to happen, the modification in list L, right? But what
Yes, sir.
trying to do L dot extend of M, right?
Yes, sir.
Actually, I am not supposed to write it because it is what I am doing here. It is a function. For this function, I am sending one list, and one more list is there here, right? So that is the reason why it is
Yes,
giving
sir.
like that. That is the reason why it is.
If I print M dot, I couldn't understand why it's coming none, sir. That's
None is nothing but it is a return type in Python. Okay. If a
no, sir.
function,
It should add no 10 plus like 10, comma 20, comma 30, comma 40, comma 50, comma 60. It should come no, but it's coming none. That I'm asking. It should concatenate.
that is what we are getting here, na. That is what I am telling. We are not supposed to
Oh, okay,
use
okay, sir.
print statement. Understood? We are
Ah,
not
okay, sir.
supposed to use print statement.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Only this is the logic to extend the list. Okay. If I use print
Ah, okay, sir.
statement,
L dot extend. Okay, sir.
what it is doing,
Ah, I got it.
it is thinking that is there any
Got
return
it, sir.
type
Got it.
or okay.
Got it.
So I think you understood what is the difference between concatenation and extend, right?
Both are giving same answers only.
No, 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 not same answers. After operation, you need to check. After a plus b, we are getting the concatenated list. But after this, if I print a,
Yes, sir.
it's previous elements only
Hmm.
we are getting. It is having two elements. It's giving only two elements.
Oh,
But what about this? After
oh.
operation, if I print L, initially it is having three elements. But
Sir,
after
yes,
this,
sir. Sir, print A plus B means both concatenating. Print A means only A value will come now, sir.
yes, print A plus B means A concatenated with B. All the elements in B will
Ah,
be added to list
mm,
A. So we are going to get a new
mm,
list by adding elements of B and A. That is what we got here.
mm,
But
mm,
after this, if I am going to
mm,
print A is giving the initial elements what A is having. It is not giving this result. But if I am going to use
mm.
this extend operation, if I print L, am I getting only 10, 20, 30 here? If I print L, what I am getting?
No, both
That is the difference.
combination.
After extend
Mm.
operation, your list will be changed. But after concatenation operation, your list is not going to be changed. You will get the
Okay.
default elements what initially it is having. So next
Okay, sir.
operation is slicing operation. It is very important. So slicing is nothing but printing. Please mute. Printing a part of elements in the list. So slicing is nothing but printing part of elements in the list. For example, I have a list L. L is equals to some 10, comma 20, comma 30, comma 40, comma 50. So if I am going to slice operator is nothing but we are going to use colon. Colon is the operator will be used for slice. So it is having different formats. So first I can have three formats. Slicing can be done in three ways. Slicing can be done in first thing is I need to write list name, list name, left index, colon, right index. So it is going to give us, this will give all the elements from left index to right index minus 1. Example, if I return L of 0 colon 3, so then the result is we are going to get L0 means we are going to get 10, L1 means 20, L2 30. So this is the output of this program. If I given this range, left index value will be included, right index value will not be included. Right index minus 1, till right index minus 1 we are going to get. So let me show this operation in ideal shell. So L is equals to, same example I am taking, 10 comma 20 30 40 50. So slicing L of 0 colon 3. So now we are getting L of 0, L of 1, L of 2. That's it. So for example, this is one way. Next, second way is we can access elements only by using list name, and as well as I don't give any left index. I'll give only right index. Right index. So this will give all the elements from index 0 to index 0 to right index minus 1. Index 0 to right index minus 1. So example, if I given L of colon 4, so it is going to give us L0, that is 10, 20, 30, 40. It is the output for this. To give right left index. So L of only I'll give right index, that is 4. So I'll get 10, 20, 30, 40. Why? Because here I am not giving any left index. By default, it will be considered as 0. If you don't give anything, by default, it will be considered as 0. Okay, and other way is we can use only left index. List name, left index, colon, that's it. So here, this list will give us, this will give all the elements from left index to the last element. Example, L of, I can use some 1 colon. So 1 colon means it is going to give us first element to the last element. First element is 20. So 20 to last element 50. So 20 to 50 will get 20, 30, 40, 50. So we'll see here L of 1 colon, I am not giving any right index. Then we'll get 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. So these are the three different ways how can we use the index slicing. We can give both the indexes left and right. We can give only left index or we can give only right index. So of course we can do same thing for negative slicing also. The slicing can be applicable using negative indexes also. The same slicing can be applicable for negative indexing also. So you can give negative indexing also. Let me give some examples here. L of -3 -3 colon -1. -1 means this one. Okay, -3 is nothing but small number, and -1 is nothing but big number. So -1 -2 -1 -2. Okay, so here -1 is not going to be included, it will be excluded, and it is going to print -2 and -3. So -1 is not included. -1 means what? 50. 50 is not included, and it will print -2 and -3. Okay, so like that we can use other indexes also. So always it will be includes the left index, and it will exclude the right index.
Means excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, from left side means it will start from 0. From right side means it
No,
will
no, no.
start from minus, sir.
Yes, yes. But
-1.
but but what is the
Okay.
left side value here? Left side value is what is the maximum value here?
Left.
Maximum value is -1, right?
50.
Maximum value -1, right? So -1 will be excluded, and it is going to print
Yes, sir.
-2 and -3. -2
Yes.
-3 means -2 -3 means 30 and 40 will be printed.
Okay, sir.
So now I
If
write
instead of -2 is there, mean one
instead of -2.
-3 instead of -3, -2 means only 40 will come, no, sir.
Yes, yes, yes. Only instead of -3,
Okay, sir.
if we are going to have only -2, only 40. This is the way how slicing works. Now I'll write a complete program for all these operations. So first I need to create an empty list here. So now I am going to ask the input from the user. So I'm writing here list operations. Please mute. I'm going to first I'll perform addition append. So this program is very big program. You need to understand. So try to understand how I am writing. Append operation first I am doing. So first for append operation, what we need to do, what required. I required first, what is the syntax of append. I required one element. So I can write print. So element 1. So E1 is equals to print int of input enter first element to be added. Okay, so now I can write L dot append E1. So similarly, if you want, you can add some more elements. Just we'll see only one by one operation. I'll simply extend this program. I'm not going to write all the operations at a time. If I write all the operations at a time, you'll confuse. So that's why I'll write only one by one operation. So I'm going to add second element. So enter second element to be added. I added second element, and similarly I can add a third element. Just I'm adding some 5 numbers. So enter third element to be added. So this is E3. Just enter fourth element we added, E4. Next E5. So now I added 5 elements. So now I need to display the list. Print after appending 5 elements, the list is, after appending 5 elements, the list is L. So this is the list. So just I am trying to execute this program. So far we did only one operation. List operations. So now I'll execute this program. Okay, so enter the first element to be added 10. Enter the second element to be added 20. Third element to be added 30. Fourth element to be added 40. Fifth element to be added 50. So after appending 5 elements, the list is, so this is the list. Initially we started with empty list, and now we added one by one elements. So now we added 5 elements. After adding 5 elements, the list is looking like this. Okay, so now this is the first operation, append. So now I'll go for next operation, that is print insert operation. Insert. So what is the syntax of insert? That is, we should remember, insert requires two parameters. Okay, so first I need uh, position. Position is equals to int of enter where you want to insert. Where you want to insert the element. Where you want to insert the element in list. So first we are asking in which position we are inserting. That is what we are asking. Int of input of. So we are asking the user enter the position. Okay, so now once the user has given position, immediately we'll ask value. Value is int of input of enter the value what you want to insert. So now we are asking two things. One is in which position you want to insert and what value you want to insert. So once the user has given position and value, now we need to call L dot insert position comma value. So this is the way how we are going to insert. Now we can check print after inserting the value at given position the list is. So we inserted. So now we are going to display the list. So this is actually insert. If you want, you can insert more elements also, but I am doing only for one element. Let's see how this program will execute. Just I am trying to explain one by one operation in detail. So first again we are asking same appending 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. So after append we got the list. This is the list. Now we are going to execute insert. So it is asking me enter where you want to insert the element. I want to give position 1. And what the value you want to insert? I want to insert 15. So now see here, after inserting the value at a given position, so position is 1 I given and value is 15 I given. So now 15 is inserted at position 1. So that's why after inserting the value at given position, the list is. So this is the list. If you want more elements, if you want to insert more elements, same code you can repeat for multiple times. As I inserted only one element, but if you want more elements to be inserted, you can write the same code again and you ask the position and value how I did for this append. Append we did for 5 elements, but insert I did for only one element. If you require, you can add more same logic. You can add again and again. Next operation I am going to write delete operation. Delete. So how delete will work? First, what we required for a delete? For a delete, we need the index. So that's why we are going to ask. We are going to ask position delete position. DELPOS. Delete position is nothing but we are asking the user int of input of enter which position element, which position element you want to delete. You want to delete which position element you want to delete. Okay, so now once the user has given some position, immediately I write del of L of the position I will pass here DELPOS. So once this is done, print after deleting the element, the list is. After deleting the element, the list is. This is the list. So now we did one delete operation. If you want more operations for insert or delete anything, just you repeat the same code. Just I'll run this once again so that you can understand what operations we are doing. So far we are completed append, insert and delete. So it is asking me append 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. So I added 5 elements and after that it is asking me insert operation. I am giving index 1 and element 15. So this is what insert. Now we are doing delete operation. So in delete operation, what it is asking, enter which position element you want to delete. I want to delete an element at a second position. Second position means 10 is 0 position, 15 is first position, 20 is second position. So 20 should be deleted. Now see here, after deleting the element, the list is, so 20 is deleted. So now this is the list. So this is about delete operation. Now after delete, you can perform accessing list element. Okay, how can we access the list elements? By using index. So print the element first element in the list. First element in list. First element in the list is L of 0. And similarly, you can print all the elements. Means here just we are accessing the list elements by using index. First element in the list is we can access by using index 0. Second element we can access by using index 1, and third element we can access by using index 2. So like that you can access. If you want, you can access all the elements. So this is about accessing. Next we can write update. So update is nothing but, for update what we need the position, in which position element we want to update and what value we need to update. Okay, so again I need two inputs, so I can ask the user position update. Okay, so here I am going to ask int input of enter the of element position of element position of element what you want to update. So this is position. Now I given the position. Now I am going to ask the value, updated value. Okay, so I can call it as new value. So int of input of enter the new value to be updated. So now we got the position. In that position, which value I need to update? I need to update what value? So here so L of position update is equals to new value. So this is a line. In this line we are updating. So now if you want, you can print it. Print after update the list is, after update the list is, this is the list. So now we'll see so far these operations. So append operation, first I am giving 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Okay, insert operation I am inserting 15 at first position. So delete operation I am deleting second element. So after deleting second element, 20 is deleted. This is the list. Accessing elements. So index 0, first element 10, second element 15, third element 30. So this is the list. In this first element 10, second element 15, third element 30. And update. Enter the position of element what you want to update. So I want to update first element, that is 0. 0th position element I want to update. What are the value you need to be updated? I need to replace that value with 100. So now you see here this 10 is updated to 100. So 10 is replaced with 100. So this is about update operation. So just we need to give the index means position and as well as the new value what to be updated. That is about update. Next we'll go with uh, max and min, length max and min. So here length max and min. So print maximum element in list. Maximum element in the list is max of L. Similarly, minimum element minimum element in the list is min of L. And similarly, length of the list is len of L. So these are common operations, length, max, and minimum. Next operation, print of repeat operation. So for this also we need to ask the input n value. N is nothing but int of input of enter how many times you want to repeat your list. You want to repeat your list. So here we can write print of after repetition the list is so L into N. So this is about repeat. Next, print of extend operation. So for extend what we need one more list. So I can take one more list, m is equals to something like I can take some elements 100, 200, 300, 400. So print extending the list, extending the list. So L dot L dot extend of m. So after this, after extending your list, you need to display the list. Next, concatenation. Concatenation. So in this concatenation, just we need to print after concatenation the list is L plus M. Okay. So next we'll have some other operation like slicing operation is there. So for slicing also we need to give input. So let me run this, and after that I'll go to slicing. So these all are actually looking like a very big program, but all the operations. That is the reason why I explained all the operations separately on IDLE shell with some examples. Okay, if I written this program initially, definitely you are going to confuse. So that is the reason why I explained some examples, and just we are writing all the operations what we discussed in the previous class and this class in the form of a program. All the things just we are combining in a single program. That is what I am doing. I am not doing anything new. All the things already we seen what is all these operations. Just I am putting all the things in a single place. That is what I am doing. Okay, insert, just I am inserting some element here. Next, delete, I am deleting some element. So already we seen this. After deletion, accessing, and this is accessing. Update, I want to update a first element. I want to update with 1000. So now this 1000 is added in the first place. That is, this is updated 1000. And next, length of the list. What is the length of the list? Length of the list is 5 elements. Maximum element in the list. Maximum element is 1000. Minimum element is 10. Max and min. Length is 5 elements. Repeat. How many times you want to repeat the list? I want to repeat the list 3 times. I'm giving 3 as input. So now 3 as input. So we got the list is repeated 3 times. So here the list is repeated 3 times. So now extend. So I think I missed N. So the spelling is extend, E-X-T-E-N-D. I missed the letter T. So that's why we are getting this extend, E-X-T-E-N-D. So that is extend. And of course concatenation. So just I am giving the remaining operations as homework. Please complete this program. The remaining operations are slicing operation is there, and you need to perform 3 types of slicing in the same program. Okay, so I'll stop here. So in the last class we discussed about list program, actually different types of operations on list, and we seen how the program can be implemented using various list operations. So let me revise what we seen in the last class. So we discussed about various types of list operations, and as well as uh, program for each and every operation, like how we are going to perform insertion, how we are going to add two lists, how we are going to delete an element from the list, and how can we merge two lists, how to extend a list, and how to print the elements of a list or accessing
Sir,
elements.
that and all we saw in last class itself, no, sir?
Just I'm revising. That's it. Okay.
Okay, sir.
So and uh, slicing operations on list, and as well as uh, minimum element, maximum element. These all are the operations we seen. So now in this class, I'll start tuple. So what is meant by tuple, and it is also comes under one of the sequential data type. So where we are going to have some similarities between list and tuple. So that is the reason why I am revising what we seen in list, because most of the functions and most of the operations are very similar in list and as well as tuple also. So but there are some basic differences between list and tuple. So we'll see how the tuple can be implemented, and as well as with respect to this tuple, what are the differences will be there in list also. It is one of the sequential data type used to store uh, used to store collective data. Okay, so so we can store multiple items in a single variable as similar to your list. So we can store multiple items in a single variable. Next, we are going to differentiate this tuple with list by using very important. This is very important for interviews also. So let me differentiate list versus tuple. After that, we'll go for operations and tuple. So list is also nothing but similar to your tuple, or tuple is also similar to your list. We are having collection of elements in list and as well as in tuple. So the main difference in list and tuple. So list we are going to create by using this square brackets. If I want to create an empty list, or if I want to store some elements in list, then we are going to represent any list by using square brackets, whereas tuple is going to be represented by using normal parenthesis. So this is the representation of tuple. We can create a tuple by using normal parenthesis. And most important difference is list is mutable. Mutable. What is meant by mutability? Mutable means we can change, we can modify, we can update. But whereas this tuple is immutable. So immutable means so it is not going to be modifiable. So only it is we can't change the elements of a tuple. So apart from this, some of the operations are very similar as we seen in list and tuple, and in list also it may be similar type of data. You may have similar type of data. Similar type of data means uh, it may be only integers list, or maybe only float list. It may be similar type of data or collection of different data types. So collection of different data types. Let me give an example. What is the meaning of this point? Collection of different data types. So it is I can have a list of only integers. That is what similar type of data, only integers. Or maybe I can have a list where I have some integers, some float numbers, and some uh, uh, strings and some complex numbers. But here also same. This point is common to both list and tuple. So here also we'll have, it may be a similar type of tuple, similar type of tuple, and as well as, or it may be collection of tuple, or it may be collection of different data types also. It may be collection of different data types also. So same point here also. It may be other means collection of different. Let me explain this point in ideal shell. So far in our previous examples also, we considered only one type of list where all the elements of same type. For example, what we seen in previous classes, let me take something like 10 comma 20 comma 30 comma 40 comma 50. It is a list actually, right? So if I want to print its type, if I want to print its type, then I'll get it's a type list, right? So it may be combination of other types also. M is equals to, so here I'll consider some integers, some float number, and some string. Okay, I can have some other numbers. So this is also nothing but a list only. So if you see here, type of M. So if you see here, this is also list only. So we have two types of list, we can say. So it may be heterogeneous list or it may be homogeneous list. So it may be heterogeneous list or it may be homogeneous list. So please check once audio from your side. It's fine. My side it is fine.
Sir, audible, sir.
Yeah, okay. So this is
Sir, what is the difference between heterogeneous and homogeneous, sir?
yeah, homogeneous means similar type. If you see this example, this is homogeneous. Why? Because all are integer numbers only. There is no other data type. All are integers only. But what about this? This is also list only. M also list only. This is an example of heterogeneous. Heterogeneous means different data types. One integer is there, one float is there, one string is there, again integer is there. You may have any type of data. That is heterogeneous. So collection of different data types. So here if you see here, all are integers only. For example, if I take something like n, so it is also list only where I am having purely some strings. So this is what we can call it as homogeneous. So where I am having only one type of data. If I am going to take a
Sir,
combination of,
excuse me, sir.
yes,
Sir, excuse me, sir. Sir,
yes,
once like covering the topic side by side, can you give some many sir as assignment so that I can practice? like
Yeah.
basics, from basic to some medium level questions.
Yeah, sure, sure, sure. Okay.
If you give assignments, means it will be easy for me to
Yeah, in the last
practice
class,
that.
actually,
Please give me.
I asked you to go with the student
Assignment
question.
means like many questions, many questions,
Okay, okay, okay.
many questions in this tuple like that. If you prepare the assignment questions and give means, it will be
Means
easy
programming
for me
questions
to
only, right?
learn.
Programming questions. Many questions means not theoretical, only programming you are expecting, right?
Ah, yes, the programming questions, like to
So,
practice that I'm asking to
yeah, yeah,
practice.
yeah. That is what. Actually,
And to clear some interviews,
okay,
in my company, they are conducting some interviews, so to clear the tests. Yes.
okay, okay. Sure, sure. So, if I want to create any tuple also, let me create some tuple here. Here t is equals to, I can have something like a 10 comma 20 comma 30. So this is actually it's a type of a tuple. If I am going to print its type of t, so it is a tuple. So here, if you observe here, this is a homogeneous. Actually, there is no other data involved here. So it is nothing but a homogeneous. But whereas we can consider other data types also. So that is what heterogeneous. So here I may have something like t is equals to, I'll have something like 1 comma 2.3 comma some hello comma some 6 plus 7j. So here, if you observe here, we are having different data types. So even if there are different data types also, if you are going to print what is the type of this t, then we are going to get it. Still, it is a tuple. So that is the meaning of the last line what I written here. So similar type of data. This point is applicable for both tuple and as well as list. It may be similar type of data or collection of different data types. A list may be similar type of data, or it may be collection of different data types also. Similarly here also, a tuple also maybe it may be of similar type of data. Okay, so it may be having similar type of data, or maybe it may be of different different type of data. Means it may be combination of different data types. Maybe one string, one integer, one complex number, one float number, like that. So that is the meaning of this. And now we'll see the operations. So first thing is, so we as I discussed, if we want to create any tuple, so that can be created by using a normal parenthesis. So a tuple can be created by using creating tuple can be done by using this parenthesis. Okay. So now, so as we seen in this differences, list is immutable, tuple is immutable. What is the meaning of immutability? So that is very important point. What is the meaning of immutability? We can understand now. So now I'll take some example tuple here. I can take t1. T1 is equals to, I'll have something like 10 comma 20 comma 30. So this is a tuple. So now I'm going to perform adding some elements. I'm going to perform append operation. So if I return t1 dot append of some 40, so then I'm going to get an error. Why I'm going to get an error? Because I'm trying to add a number into the tuple, but it is not trying to give us the permission to add something. Why? Because the reason is it is immutable. So immutability is nothing but we are not supposed to modify, we are not supposed to add something, we are not supposed to delete something. So now if you observe here, so we are going to get an error. This error is tuple object has no attribute append. So it's not going to allow us to add something into the tuple. So we can say this tuple is always static. The data cannot be changed. The data cannot be modified. So even if you want to delete also, it's going to give you error. So for example, I am trying to delete some. I'm trying to delete some number from. So I'll try to delete something from this tuple del of t of. First, I'm trying to delete something del of t of 0. So it should be in general some first number 10 should be deleted. But again, we are going to get an error. Tuple object does not support item deletion. So this is nothing but all these errors. Why we are getting the reason for all these errors is the tuple data type is not going to be support these type of operations because it is immutable. It's immutable. Similarly, if I am trying to if I am trying to update, so how can I update some element? In general, as we seen in the list also, any element in the list can be updated by using its index only. Okay, so if I want to update something, I can write t of 0 is equals to something like 100. So again, we are going to get an error. So because tuple object does not support item assignment. So these all are the various errors, or we can say the reason for all these errors is nothing but only because of this property of the tuple. Okay, so that is very very important. So here I'll mention as the tuple as a tuple is immutable data type. We can't perform we can't perform uh, append, insert, delete, and update. So because of we are trying to perform these operations, if we are trying to perform these operations, we'll get an error. Okay, so this is very important interview question also. So what is the meaning of immutability? So the property of the tuple is immutable. But what do you mean by the word immutable? Or what is the difference between list and tuple? So, but some similarities are there. As I said, some similarities are there. We'll see what are the similarities. So, for example, we can perform accessing elements of tuple. So, it is very similar to the list. Okay, in list, how we access the elements, we access the it's similar to list. We can access the elements of tuple also using index, and here also we can access uh, the tuple elements using both types of index, that is positive index and negative index. Tuple also supports both positive and negative indexing for accessing elements. So we can access any element in tuple by using index. So now we'll see. Let me print what is the tuple here. So this is a tuple, for example t. Now I am trying to uh, accessing elements of a tuple, accessing elements of tuple. So now So I want to print first element as it is index is 0. So I can access first element, and similarly I can access the second element by using its index, and third element I can access by using index 2. Similarly I can access the remaining elements also by using its indexes t of 3. Okay, so similarly if I am trying to access the element which is not available as similar to your list, here also you are going to get an error. The error is index error will get. So you can see here index error, tuple index out of range. So as we are not having the index 4 in the tuple t, so as it is having only 4 elements, we can access only index 3. So this is also similar to your list. In list also, if I am trying to access any element which is not available, then we are going to get an error, index error. That is what we can call it as range. So similarly, we can access the elements by using negative indexing. So by using negative indexing also we can access. So negative indexing, it will starts from right to left. So if I return t of -1, so then we are going to get the last element. And similarly, if I am trying to access t of -2, then we'll get the last but one. And similarly, we'll get the next one from right to left, and next one t of -4. So if I am going to access t of -5, we'll get an error as that index is not available. So we'll get an index error, tuple index out of range. So these are the different types of uh, ways how we are going to access this tuple elements by using index. So you can use either positive index, or you can use even negative index also. So that is up to you what type of index you are going to use depending on your requirement. Okay, next. So similar to your list, we can access the elements, uh, and as well as we can find out the number of elements in a tuple. So number of elements is nothing but we can call it as length of the tuple, length. So here also print length of tuple t. So it is having 4 elements. So that is the reason why it is going to print 4. So this is what tuple length. And next, so we can check, we can perform search operation also in tuple as similar to your list operation. So we can perform search operation. Search operation means just we need to check whether a particular element is there in a tuple or not. So here we can perform length. Length is nothing but
Sir,
yes,
to find length of list also length of list name if we print means it will come as
yeah, len of list name.
len of
List name.
bracket.
Yes. I'll give an
Okay, sir.
example here. I'll give an example. Let me create some list here. A is equals to some list 100, 200, 300, 400. So this is a list. So I want to print len of A. A is actually here list name. Okay, so if you see here, the list is having 4 elements. List A is having 4 elements. So that is what it is printing. So here also same, just you need to pass len is a method or it's a function. For that we need to pass the list name or the tuple name, so that it is going to return how many number of elements are there in a list, or how many number of elements are there in a tuple. Okay, so next the other operations, like for example, I want to print some part of the tuple. That is what we can call it as slice operation. So we seen in list also how the slice operation can be done. So slice is nothing but simply printing the part of a particular data type. So we seen in list also slice operation. So it is length is nothing but will give you the number of elements. Will give us will give us the number of elements. Okay. So next slice operation. So slice is nothing but just we are trying to check whether is it going to give us the part of a tuple or not, right? So now we'll see slice. So print of t and I write 0 and 2. Okay, so now see here. So it is going to print 0th index in the tuple and as well as first index. As we know, it is going to exclude the right index. The right index is 2, it should be excluded, and it's going to print 0 and 1. And similarly, for example, if I want to print of t, if I don't write anything here, and simply if I return something like 3. So when I'm not going to write anything as left index, if I kept left index as empty, then by default left index is going to be considered as 0. And this is already be seen in the case of list also, how the list is going to print uh, the values as per your slice operation. And similarly, if I didn't mention any index for right, if I didn't mention any right index, so let's say I want to write a t1. So here it is going to consider from t of 1 and it will print till the last. So t of 1 is nothing but this one 2.3, and we have hello and 6 plus 7j. So this slice operation is also very similar to the list what we seen. Slice is nothing but selecting or printing the particular part of your list or your tuple. So it may be some particular selection depending on your requirement. So this is what a slice operation. So already we seen slice is nothing but printing part of a tuple. Next, I can have this min and max operations also. If I am having only something like min and max. So if I have any, I'll create something like b is equals to, I'll have some tuple 100, 200, 300, 30, 10. So print of max of b. So similarly, we can print of min of b. So maximum and minimum operations are very similar to the list. Okay, max function will return maximum element, min function is going to return minimum element. Okay, so now extend is not going to work here also. Extend, we'll see extend also. Already we seen this extend operation in list also. So extend is nothing but so I have something like I have a tuple b. So I have a tuple b, this is tuple b, and I am going to create one more tuple c. So where it is having something like 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4. So this is having 4 elements. Now I need to write something like b dot extend c, b dot extend c. So now if you see here, tuple object has no attribute extend. Why it is not giving any extension? Because it is trying to modify It is trying to modify the tuple b as per the property of the tuple. It's a immutable data type, so it is not going to allow the extend operation also. As we seen, it's not allowing append operation, insert, delete operation, update operation, and similarly it is not allowing us to perform extend operation also. The reason why it's not allowing us is it's not going to extend. It's going, extension means simply modifying, adding something or adding at the end. So that is the reason why it is not allowing extend operation. And similarly it is not going to allow us okay, so it is not, it's not possible, it's not possible as the tuple is immutable. Okay, so next we'll try to see merge operation. Merge means we can say concatenation. So concatenation is simply, so concatenation is simply it is adding two tuples. So I have tuple b and tuple c, so I can perform concatenation, print of b plus c. So now it is okay, it is performing concatenation. So already I mentioned in the last class what is the difference between extend and concatenation. So why it is performing concatenation? The reason is it is not modifying any tuple. So if I am trying to print b and c, you can see here, if I am trying to print b, and similarly if I am trying to print c, so after concatenation the tuple b and c are not changed. The b is having the same elements what we considered, and c also having same elements what we considered. So that is the reason why it is going to perform concatenation. Concatenation is nothing but just simply combining two lists temporarily. It's not going to be stored, it's not going to be updated in the existing list. B is not changed and C is not changed. If I am trying to perform any operation, so where I am trying to change some tuple b and some tuple c, that operation is not going to be allowed. But this operation is allowed. Why? Because we are not going to modify individual tuples. If you are trying to modify individual tuple, then only that type of operations are not allowed. As per the definition, it's immutable, right? So these are the different types of operations we can perform on tuple. So now we'll see how we are going to, for example, from the the from the property of the tuple, from the property of the from the property of the immutability 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 of tuple, we can use, or we can prefer this tuple, in the applications where the data is static. So this is very important point. So why we need to have this tuple concept, even though it is immutable? Why we need to focus on this tuple? So why can't we go with only list? So there are some situations where the data cannot be modifiable. Means that is what we can call it as static data. If we are going to work with some static data, then we need to use the tuple. So if you are going to work with dynamic data, then maybe we can prefer list. So this is also very important question interview point of view. So if you are going to work with, dynamic data, then we will prefer we will prefer list data type. List data type as it is, as it is, as it is mutable, mutable in nature. So this is the reason where we are going to use tuple and where we are going to use list. So that is depending on the type of the application and type of the data what you are having. We can prefer either a list or tuple, but some situations where we need to work on the same data, then what we'll do is we'll try to convert. So this is what we can discuss now. So casting, what is meant by casting? Casting is nothing but we can convert we can convert tuple into list, tuple into list. For example, you want to work on the same data where your tuple is having, and you want to perform some operations. As tuple is not allowing this append operation, insert, update, all this, as it is immutable, then what we need to do, the solution is, we have one more solution. The solution is we can convert that tuple into list format. So we'll see how that can be done. So now I have some tuple, let me print this uh, conversion from tuple to list. It is very similar to the conversion of integer to float or float to integer. So we seen some conversions in our initial classes, how to convert an integer into float and how to convert float into integer. So here also, for example, let me print tuple b. What is this tuple? So this is b. So now I want to convert this b tuple into a list format. So how can I convert? Simply I can write print of list of b. So now if you see here, that is converted into list. So only the difference is it is having square brackets in the list. If you observe here, it is having square brackets, but whereas in the tuple it is having normal parenthesis. So now it is converted into list. But if you try to print b, so it is in tuple. So it's not going to be affected in your actual tuple, right? So for example, if you want to work on the same data means 100, 200, 300, 30, 10 is your data. So in that data you need to have list. Then what you need to do, you need to convert that tuple into list format. Okay, and you need to store in some other variable. So for example, if I did like this, list of b, then what I'm getting only these numbers, right? 100, 200, 300. This is list, that is fine, but it is not affected on b. Only for our temporary purpose it is changed, but permanently I want to change this. I want to change this permanently. Then what you need to do, you can take some other variable and you can assign list of b. So this is the way how we are going to get it. Now you can see here print of d. What is print of d? Now d is a list. D is a list. What elements we are having in the tuple b, the same elements are there in list d. So now if you want to perform anything, you can perform. So let's say for example you want to perform append operation. d dot append d dot append of append of 400 is added, right? So how it is added? As we did conversion, actually it is in tuple format. Now it is in list format, as we converted the tuple into list. So this is the alternative way how we are going to perform this mutable operations on a tuple. If you want to perform some mutable operations on a tuple, the first step what you need to do is you need to convert the tuple into a list, right? So you need to convert the tuple into list, and on that list, if you want to perform anything, that is that can be done. So I hope this is the very easiest way to work with the data what is there in tuple format. But if you want to work on the list type of format, so of course we'll see all these uh, examples in the form of a program. We'll see all these things. Let me write a program for all these operations on tuple, the complete program for tuple. So tuple operations. So now I am going to consider some tuple t is equals to some 10 comma 20 comma 30 comma 40 comma 50. So here also one more important point. If you observe our previous program, list program, in the list program actually I started the list program by considering an empty list. By considering an empty list, I started the list program. But here what I am doing, I am not taking any empty tuple. Why? Because if I am going to take empty tuple, then it is not going to allow me to add some elements. So that is the reason why it is known as static data. Tuple is going to work only with the static data. But if you observe our list program, so let me open the list program what we did in our previous class, so that I can understand what I am talking about. So this is the program what we see in. Okay, so now if you see here, first line itself, what I written empty list, right? So why I written empty list? Because as list is mutable, we can perform all the operations on list. But why I am not taking any empty tuple here? I am not taking any empty tuple. Why? Because empty tuple is not possible. Empty tuple is not possible means if you are going to add something into tuple, it is not possible as it is mutable. So that is the reason why we are going to take some elements in a tuple always. So that is what we can call it as tuple is static. Static means the elements whatever you are going to consider, that elements you need to mention in the program itself. We are not supposed to add that elements at runtime as it is immutable. So that is a point what I want to convey. So now we'll see how this remaining operations can be done. So this is the tuple what we are considering. Next thing is tuple operations. So tuple operations. So now we'll perform one by one operations. Let me try to perform append. Of course, you are going to get an error, but getting an error itself is the operation you are performing. Okay, even though maybe some of the students are going to think that okay, anyway if I am going to perform append operation we are going to get an error. So that is the reason why we are not supposed to demonstrate append operation. So you should demonstrate. Okay, you should demonstrate the append operation, and how we are going to get the error, that is what important here. Getting error is nothing but you are doing append operation. Whether it is working or not, that is depending on the data type. So first operation we need to perform is append. So print append operation. So now we'll try to perform something like t dot append of you can have something like 60. Okay, so now print after append after append the tuple is, so we are appended and we are trying to print a t. So of course we'll get an error. That error also we need to demonstrate. So we are going to demonstrate that error only. Okay, just I'm going with only one operation, and I'll try to extend this program. Let me extend it by adding some more operations, but initially I started with only one operation. So now we'll see here. So now append operation itself we are getting an error. A tuple object has no attribute append. So this is what the output of this program. So if you got error, then only you are completed append operation. Okay. So in the interviews also most of the students are going to do this mistake. So as it is giving error, they are not supposed to write this. You need to display the error. Then only the interviewer know that you are having an idea of the property of the tuple. So everyone knows that it's going to give us error as it is immutable. But you should demonstrate that. The demonstration also very important, and you need to explain why it is giving error. Okay, so that is what very important. And of course the deletion operation and as well as the update operation are also going to give you error. So these type of uh, modifying the tuple is nothing but we can call it as mutability. So as tuple is not supporting mutability, always we are going to get the errors for any type of operation, whether it is append or whether it is delete or whether it is update. Okay, so or whether it is extend. So these operations you should remember, and you are going to demonstrate these operations. So next operation. So now I'll work on the other operations where we are going to get some output here. So let me print the length of the list. Let me print the length of the list. So here print length of the tuple, or the number of elements in tuple. Length of the tuple is len of t. So now we are going to have the length. Next, similarly, we can perform min and max also. Min and max. So print minimum element in tuple is min of t. And similarly, we can print maximum element. Print maximum element in tuple is max of t. Okay, so now we got length of the tuple, and we got the minimum element, and as well as we got the maximum element. So now we'll try to perform some other operations, like we'll perform print slice operation. So slice operation, as it is going to require uh, the indexes. So now I can ask left index li is equals to left index input int of input enter the left index. So we need to enter the left index, and as well as I need to ask the right index. So right index is int of input of enter the right index. Okay, so now we got left index and right index as given by the user. So now we need to print after slicing the tuple is after slicing the tuple is so t of so left index is li colon right index is ri. So this is slice operation. Next operation we can have concatenation. So in concatenation we should have one more tuple. I can take one more tuple, something like yes. S is one more tuple I can consider here, and I can perform the concatenation. S equals to one more tuple I can consider here. I can have 100, 200, 300. Next, print after concatenating two tuples. Okay, so what is the list? What is the concatenation operation? So just I'm adding T and S. So this is concatenation. Next operation, print accessing. So how can we access? We can access by using index. Print first element in tuple is I can access by using a zeroth index, that is first element in the tuple, and similarly we can access the other elements also by using its index. So now we can access other elements. Print second element in the tuple is so we can write a t of 1. So we can access second element. So like that we can access all the elements. So that is how many elements we need to access. We can write all the elements, and we can access all the elements by using their indexes. So you can write t of 0 means first element we will get, t of 1 means second element we will get, and similarly we can access the other elements also. That is up to you whether you are going to access the elements by using positive index or negative index. So that is up to you. So in the tuple is third element in the tuple is t of 2. T of 2. So so this is the way how we are going to access it. It is up to you whether you can go with whether positive index or negative index. And of course you are supposed to perform the other operations like update, and as well as extend, and as well as delete. Of course those operations are going to give you error as I am performing one operation, that is append operation, but you need to perform this update also. You need to do uh, update. Okay, so what is the syntax for update? Update is nothing but just we are going to ask the user to enter a new element for some position. So here we need to ask the user to enter some element for some position. Anyway, I'll explain these operations separate in a separate program, because anyway these are going to give us error. So I'll explain these operations in a separate program. So now this is about all the operations, what we are going to get some output for this uh, people program. So let's see how this program is going to work. So okay, so tuple operations length. So length of the tuple is 5, as it is having 5 elements. Minimum and maximum minimum element in the tuple is 10, and maximum element is 50, And slice operation, it is asking left index. I am giving left index as 0 and right index I am giving as 2. So if you see here, left index is 0, right index is 2, and right index, as I said, it will be excluded. So 2 will be excluded means it is going to print 0 and 1. So 0th index value for tuple is 10 and first index value will be 20. And concatenation, after concatenating two tuples, as we took first tuple is some 10 to 50 and second tuple is 100 to 300. So after concatenation, this is going to give us the concatenated tuple. Next, accessing, as we are given the index 0 first element and index 1 second element and index 2 third element. So if you want, you can give negative indexes also. If you want to access the elements by using negative indexing, means from right to left, if you want to access, you can access. That is up to you in which way you are going to access the elements. And other operations already we know it is immutable. So if you want to access other operations also, we can have separate programs for update operation and separate program for delete and as well as separate program for extend. So these operations are going to be give us error as it is the nature of the tuple. It's immutable. So now we'll see this one also. These uh, operations also we'll see in a separate program, so that how this we are going to get an error also we can understand. So now I'll write some programs, separate programs for tuple addition, means adding some elements, and as well as updation. So append tuple append, as I'm going to take some elements in tuple 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. So now I'm going to perform some operation like something like I'll ask the user, first of all, I'll ask the user enter some element to append. So let me ask some element is equals to int of input of input of enter value to add into tuple. So we are asking the user add some enter some value to add, and after that I can perform t dot append of element. So now print after append the tuple is so t. So just we are going to execute this. Of course, it is going to give us error as the nature of the tuple is. So it is tuple append. I'll write separate programs for append and as well as I'll write separate program for update and delete also. So we'll run this. So it's going to ask the input from the user. So it is asking enter the value to add into a tuple. I am giving some 100. So now we are going to get an error. Why? Because it is a immutable. It is not going to perform the append operation. So this is the meaning of immutability with respect to append. Of course, it is not adding anything. Now we'll try to perform same for update and as well as for delete. So now same operation we can perform for tuple delete. Okay, so I'll take some tuple here, uh, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. So for this, I'm going to ask the user which element you want to delete. So I'll ask the user delete element. Delete element is int of input of. So I'm asking the user enter the position of the element. Enter the position of the element you want to delete. It's very similar to the list where we are asking the index or the position. Both are same. Enter the position or index of the element you want to delete. So we are asking user what element you want to delete, the position of that element. Next we can write del of t of this position we need to pass DEL ELE DEL ELE. So now after this we need to display print after deleting the element the tuple is, so the tuple is t. So now we'll run this program. Just we are trying to delete this. This is tuple delete. So you should aware of these errors. Okay, even though these programs are going to give you error, you should know how the operations can be performed and how you are going to get the error. That is also very important. Somebody will ask you in the interview, okay, can you perform delete operation on tuple? Then immediately your answer is okay, as tuple is immutable data type, we can't perform delete operation. Then immediately we will ask you, can you justify your answer, can you prove it? Then immediately you are in a position to write the program. Of course it is going to give you error, but you should know what are the statements and what are the functions you are going to use, so that you are going to get an error. So this is also, that is the reason why I am explaining. Otherwise if I say simply tuple is immutable, okay, so no one is going to understand. So immutable means getting error, but how will get error and for which type of operations will get error, that is also very important. Can we get error for any operation like concatenation? Can we get any error for some operations like slicing? So that is also very important. Why we are not getting any error there and why we are getting error here for these type of operations? You are in a position to explain and you are in a position to justify. Okay, the justification is very important, especially in programming interviews. If you say something, okay, you ask some question, you are given some answer, but the answer should be justifiable. So how you are going to justify? By writing some program, by explaining some example, okay, by writing some code. This is the way how you are going to justify your answer. Simply if you are going to say something like okay, some statement, it is not going to be valid at all. Everyone is going to if I ask some question, you will give some answer, but how can I believe that the concept behind that question? The way how can I believe is nothing but with your justification only, with your examples only, with your program only. That is the reason why you should know all these operations. So I'll run this program. It's going to ask the enter the position of the element you want to delete. I'm deleting first position element. Okay, so now you are going to get this. For example, they may ask you, okay, what type of error you are going to get if you are trying to perform delete operation in a tuple? So then this is also important. What type of error you are getting? You are getting type error. What is that error? Tuple object does not support item deletion. For append, what error you are getting? Attribute error. What is the error? Tuple object has no attribute append. So this type of questions are also, they may ask to test your knowledge. They may ask. And next operation, we need to perform some extend operation. So how can we perform extend operation? Tuple extend. So I'm going to take some tuple here. First tuple t, t is equals to, I have some elements 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. So this is first tuple, and I'll have one more tuple. S is equals to, I'll have 100, 200, 300. So I have two tuples here. Then print after after extending the tuple t dot extend of yes. Okay, so now I'll save this tuple extend dot py. So now I'll run this program. So now you'll get an error. Tuple object has no attribute extend. So why it is giving no attribute append? Okay, don't support the item deletion, no attribute extend. So this type of operations are not going to be valid, are not going to be performed on this data type of tuple. And similarly update also. So we'll try to perform update operation on tuple update. So here t is equals to, I can take some tuple here, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. And now if I want to update, I am going to ask the user which position and what element. So first I'll ask the position. Position is equals to int of input of enter position of the element. Enter the position of the element you want to update. Okay, what is the position of the element you want to update? So immediately we'll ask value also. Okay, now we are given position, and in that position what value you are supposed to replace. So now I am going to ask the value from the user, int of input of enter the value, or enter the new value. So in that position what value you are going to give. So for example, if I given position 1, so in position 1 what is the previous value? Previous value is 20. So if I given something like 200, then 20 should be replaced with the 200. That is what update operation. So I can write t of, I'll pass index pos is equals to val. So here what this line is very important. Just we are giving the position. Once user has entered some position, that position we are taking here, and for that position what value you want to replace, what is the new value you want to give, that value will be stored here. So now after this it should be updated. In general it should be updated. Print after update the tuple is t. So we are taking the position. For example, if in this example, in general how this program will be executed, if we are given position as 0, if I given position as 0 and the new value as something like 100, then what will happen? Position you are given 0, right? So t of 0 is equals to new value you are given 100. So t of 0 is equals to 100, means this 10 will be replaced with 100. It's going to be work like this. In general it's going to work like this, but as tuple is immutable, we are not going to get any update. Okay, tuple update py. So now I'll run this. So enter the position of the element you want to update. I am giving some 0th position, and new value I am giving 100. So now we are going to get an error. Tuple object does not support item assignment. So these all are very important, along with the operations what we seen on tuple. The general operations we seen, like length of the tuple, minimum element of the tuple, maximum element of the tuple, and accessing elements of a tuple, concatenation of the tuple. Okay, of course, along with that accessing elements, along with that we need to know how update operation we can write, and how extend operation we can write, how append operation we can write, and how delete operation we can write, and what type of operations are going to work, and what type of operations are not going to work on the tuple data type. So this is also very important. And after this, so you can write one more program. The program is conversion. So as I mentioned, we can perform the conversions, right? So this is a tuple conversion. So I have some tuple like t is equals to it is having some elements 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. So now print people to list conversion. People to list conversion. Okay, so very simple how this can be converted. Print of print of after converting the tuple into list. So how can we convert list of what is the tuple t, list of t. So now we can see here tuple conversion dot py. So now I'll run this. Okay. So now actually we are considered that t as a tuple, but if you see here after converting that tuple into list, we are getting the square brackets. But of course, the tuple is not going to be changed. If you are going to print some tuple, again that is in tuple format only. That is the reason why what I'm suggesting you is when you are going to convert any tuple into list format, better to copy this converted list into another variable. Then only you can perform the mutability operations. So instead of doing like this, you try to convert this tuple into list format and you store this in some variable. Okay. So what I'm trying to convey is we can store this in something like s is equals to list of t. So this is what I am trying to suggest. So what it is doing, it is converting your tuple t into list format, and as well as whatever the list you are getting, that is going to be stored in C. Right. After converting the tuple into list, then directly you can write a S here, as S is a list. So on yes you can perform the other operations also. On yes you can perform append, on yes you can perform delete, on yes you can perform extend operation. All the operations you can perform on yes, because now yes is in the form of a list, not in the form of a tuple. So that is the way how you are going to perform uh, the operations on tuples. Any doubts? If you don't have any doubts, then I'll start the next data type, that is sets. Please let me know if you have any doubts. Okay, so let me start the next data type, that is sets. So it is also very important data type, and it is very useful in Python. So what is meant by set? Set is nothing but already in our mathematics also we may studied about set. Okay, sets and different types of operations on sets. So what is the basic definition of a set? The basic definition of a set is nothing but yes, you can ask your doubt. What is the doubt? What is the doubt? Concatenation is not changing. That is what I am trying to explain. Let me explain what is meant by concatenation. Concatenation is just it is adding two tuples a into some tuple, but it is not changing the actual structure of the original tuple. Okay. So let me give that. Most of the students are going to confuse at that point, because we are getting the answer in some other format. So that is the reason why you may confuse. I'll give some example. I'm going to take some some tuple here. T is equals to 10 comma 20 comma 30. So this is a first tuple, and second tuple s is equals to some 100 comma 200 comma 300. So now I am going to perform concatenation. Print concatenation, concatenating tuples. So now I'll try to perform t plus s. So t plus s is only we are doing as per our requirement. But if I am doing t plus s, it is not going to change t, and it is not going to change s. Okay, so now you see after this, if I print t, is t is changed? T is as usual, right? It is the same as the previous elements what we have. And similarly you can see is s is changing, s is also not changing. So because if any operation on a tuple is not going to change, the elements of original tuple, okay, then all that operations are possible. But what about the operations we see in like append, update, extend? Okay, they are trying to change the original structure of the tuple. So that's why they are not allowed, right? So same if you want to extend it. For example, I can write t dot extend of s. So it is going to give us error. Why it is going to give us error? In this operation, actual tuple t is going to be changed. Actual tuple t is going to be changed. Let me explain this with the example of list. So L is equals to, so that you can understand, L is equals to 10 20 30, right? So M is equals to 100 200 300. So now I'll write L dot L dot extend of M, and print L. So now you see here, it is now see here, what is the actual list? Actual list is having 3 elements. But what about after extend? What about the elements in list L? It is having 6 elements. So this extend operation, what it is doing, it is trying to change the number of elements in the actual list. Same will be applicable for a tuple also. That is the reason why tuple is not allowing this extend, whereas list is allowing this extend. That is the only simple okay reason why extend is not possible in tuple, and why append is not possible, why delete is not possible, why concatenation is possible. Why concatenation is possible? Concatenation operation is not changing the actual structure of the tuple. If any type of operation is not changing the actual structure of the tuple, then that can be allowed. That is what the meaning of immutability. Immutability means my original structure cannot be changed. So that is possible with concatenation operation. So that is the reason why sir tuple doesn't allow extends. That is what the reason is. It is trying to modify the actual structure of the tuple. Extend is nothing but it is trying to extend the original tuple. Okay, that is not allowed. That is what immutability. As per the property of the tuple is by default immutable. Okay, but extend is mutable. Extend operation will comes under mutable category, as it is adding some elements. So that is the reason why as it will comes under immutable category and tuple is immutable in nature, it is not going to allow extend. And same answer for update and delete also. Okay, any operation on tuple, if it is trying to change the number of elements or if it is trying to change the structure of concatenation, is not doing ma. That is what I am trying to explain. Just see here, just you try to find the highlighted lines. See here. So these are the two lists, right? Don't see that, don't see only this line, don't see only this line. Okay, if you are going to see only this line, then you will confuse. Don't see that line, first see this line. What is t, what is s? How many elements are there t in t? How many elements are there in s? Three elements are there in t and three elements are there in s. Okay, next, after concatenation, just I am trying to print t and s. Is there any number of elements changed in t after concatenation? Is there any number of elements changed in s after concatenation? It's not changed. T is having same elements whatever we have before concatenation, and s also having same elements whatever we are having after concatenation. Before concatenation, the number of elements are same in the actual tuple. So that is the reason why concatenation is allowed. Concatenation is not going to modify the structure of the tuple. It is per our requirement. As per our requirement, we are doing. Okay, it's a temporary operation, we can say. It's a temporary operation. We are not going to modify the actual structure of the tuple. Same thing you can see here. Okay, now see here. What about L? Means here also. If I am going to use the same operation for extend, so T is this one and S is this one. But in case if extend is allowed in tuple also, then then T is going to be 10, 20, 30, 200, 300. What is that? It is trying to modify the actual tuple, right? So that is what it is not allowing. I hope you understood, right? The question what you asked. Don't see that. Okay, uh, we are getting some output for concatenation and we are getting error for extend. But after concatenation, you try to print the actual tuple, whether it is having same elements as before or not. And after extend, you try to print the actual tuple, whether it is having same elements or not. Okay, if for example extend also not going to change the tuple, then extend also can be allowed. But here, if you see here with this example, you can understand what extend is doing, right? So extend, if you see here, what is the list L? List L is having three elements. But after extend operation, how many elements it is having? It is only L, right? I'm not going to print any other list. It is L only. Just you see this L after extend and before extend. So now you can understand why this extend is not allowed in a tuple, because extend is trying to modify the actual structure of the tuple, which is not possible in tuple as it is immutable in nature. That's why extend is not allowed, right? I hope you understood, right? You understand. I hope I answered your question, right? So uh, another data type we are talking about, that is sets data type. So already maybe in our mathematics and as well as in some other mathematical related subjects, we may studied about what is meant by set. What is the basic definition of a set? Set is nothing but it's very similar to your list and as well as tuple. It is also nothing but used to store multiple items. Store multiple items. Okay, in a single variable. You can store multiple items in a single variable. Okay, so um, it can be represented. We can create, we can represent any set in Python by using this curly braces. Okay, so this curly braces is a uh, symbol to represent any set in Python. We are going to use the curly braces. Okay, and of course set is a mutable data type. Set is mutable in nature. Mutable means we can perform all the operations, like we can add some element, uh, okay, we can delete some element, we can update some element. Okay, we can perform all the elements in a set. So how we can perform all the elements we can see. So operations on sets. So first operation is we can add some elements. So how can we add some element? So let me take some example in the ideally shell. So s is equals to, I can take some s1. S1 is set 1. So it is having some 10 comma 20 comma 30 comma 40 comma 50. So let's see whether it is a set or not. First of all, print type of s1. So it is a set. So if we see here, it is a set, and now we can see what type of operations we can perform on a set, right? So now we are going to add some elements into set, and next we are going to perform some okay, deletion operation. All these operations we can perform. So first, how the elements can be added into set? So first we need to perform some elements. We try to insert some elements, or we try to perform some append operation type of thing. It is not append actually here. So first operation is adding elements into set. Adding elements, right? So what is the syntax for this? Syntax is set name dot, so set name dot append something. Append is nothing but adding something. So here we are going to use add function and the element. This is a syntax. Add. So example, if I am having something like s is my set name, s dot add of something like 10. This is going to add the element into set. So let's first we'll see all these operations on ideally. Next we'll write a complete program for all these operations. So now I'll try to print this set before going to perform this add operation. So now adding element to set. So first I need to add some element to set. So how can we do that? S1 dot add. S1 dot add. I need to add something like 100. Okay. So we need to add something like 100. So now we can see print of S1. So now see here 100 is added. Okay, you may have some doubt why the elements are not coming in the order what we created, right? So actually I created set S1 is equals to 10 comma 20 comma 30 comma 40 comma 50. But how it is displaying? It is displaying something like 50 20, okay, 40 10 30. So why it is going to display like that? Because the property of the set itself is nothing but it is unordered data type. So what is the property? The property of the data type is it is unordered. Unordered means there is no order. We don't know in which order the elements can be displayed. So it is unordered. Previously we seen tuples and as well as list. In tuple and as well as in list, they are ordered data type. Ordered means I'll get some 10, 20, 30 means if I create 10, 20, 30 in a list, I'll get it same order. If I create some 10, 20, 30 in a tuple, I'll get in the same order. But whereas tuple sets, tuple and list are ordered data type, and sets are unordered. Okay, and each element in the set must be unique. So this is also very important. Unordered, and every element in set is unique. Means there are no duplicate elements are allowed. Every element in the set is unique. So there are no duplicate elements can be allowed. So from this point, what is the point? Unordered. Unordered means what? Unordered means we want unordered means we won't access we won't access we are unable to access elements using index. Okay, so why we are unable to access elements using index? The reason is set is unordered data type, right? So we'll see here. See how this point explanation I'll give with an example, so that okay. So now I'm trying to access some element using some index, right? Accessing. Okay, so now I'll write print of s1 of 0, s1 of 0. So now we'll get an error here. Why we are getting error? Because it is unordered. Unordered means we don't know what we are going to get in 0th position, what we are going to get in first position. So unordered is nothing but we'll get all the elements, but we can't access in the order. That is the reason why set does not support index accessing. Index accessing means we can't access the elements of the set using index. Okay, I can't get any element by using index, right? So we are unable to access the elements in a set by using index. That is a very important property of the set. Why we are unable to access? The reason also very simple, as it is unordered data type. So that is the reason why we are unable to access, right? Okay, so now we'll see um, we add some more elements to the set. We can add s1 dot add of, I can add 200, s1 dot add of, we can add 300. Okay, now I'll try to print s1. After adding this, I'll print s1. So if you see here, 200 is added here, 300 is added here. Okay, there is no particular position where we are going to add, because it is unordered, but it will be added in the set. Somewhere it will be added, right? For example, if I add something like s1 dot add of, I want to add something like 120. So now see here, print of s1, right? So now see here, 120 is added at the end, whereas 100 is added here, and 200 is added here, and 300 is added here. There is no particular order. So that is the meaning of unordered. The point unordered is nothing but there is no particular order for the elements in a set, right? So there is no particular order, but how can we perform deletion? The next operation is deletion operation. Second operation, deleting element from set. Deleting element from set. So how this deletion can be done? So this deletion can be done in two ways. Okay, one is discard. One is discard function, and next one is remove function. So this is also very important. What is the difference between discard and remove function? So these two are used for the same purpose. Discard is used for deleting an element only, and as well as remove also used for deleting an element only. So let's explain with an example how this discard and remove is going to work. So here the task is deleting element using remove. First I'll discuss about remove function. So here let me display set before going to delete s1. So now I am going to remove some element here. So how we are going to remove some element? S1 dot remove of S1 dot remove of 200. S1 dot remove of 200. Now see here, print S1. So now it is deleted. Now see here, 200 is not there as it is deleted. Similarly, I can remove some more element. S1 dot remove of 100. S1 dot remove of 100. So now you can see here print of S1. So now 100 also deleted, right? So for example, delete delete an element delete an element which is not there in set, which is not there in set. This is very important uh, point here. How can I delete an element which is not there in set? So let me write S1 dot remove of, let's take an element which is not there. What is not there? For example, 60 is not there. So now see here we are getting an error. Okay, so here we are getting an error for 60. Why we are getting error for 60? The reason is 60 is not there in the set, right? So this is the important observation with respect to remove operation. So let's okay, write this operation. So remove operation, what it is going to do, if the element if the element is not there, the element is not there in the set, what we are trying to delete we are trying to delete, then it will give an error. This is very it will give an error, right? So now the same deletion operation I want to perform with the discard function, right? Same deletion operation I want to perform with the discard function. So let's see here. So let me print s1 here. What is the status of this state? S1. So this is set S1. So let me delete some elements. So by using discard, okay, delete using discard. So same operation we did by using remove. Now I am using discard, right? So s1 dot discard of 10. I am going to delete 10 here, right? Print s1. So s1 I am printing, right? So now 10 is deleted. Now I am going to delete an element which is not there using discard. Now what I am going to do, I am going to delete an element which is not there. I am going to delete an element which is not there in the set. So now I try to delete some element. So s1 dot discard of s1 dot discard of I'll try to delete an element. For example, here 1000 is not there. So now see here, you see these two observations, this observation and this observation. These two are same actually. Deleting an element which is not there by using remove function is giving an error. Deleting an element which is not there by using discard function is not giving an error. That is the difference between discard and remove. So the purpose of discard and as well as the purpose of remove is same. They are used to delete the element from a set. But where the difference will come? The difference comes if we are trying to delete an element by using discard function, then discard function is not going to give you any error. Even though the element is not available in the set, it is not going to give you an error. But whereas remove function is going to give you an error if the element is not available in the set. That is very important difference, right? So remove function, if the element is not there in the list in the set, what we are trying to delete, then it will give an error. What about discard? Discard function, okay, if the element no output, actually output is nothing. Okay, so output is nothing. There is no output because if the element is there, it will simply delete it. But if the element is not there, it is not going to give anything. If the element is not there, the element is not there in the set, but we are trying to delete. The element is not there, but we are trying to delete it. We are trying to delete. Trying to delete. Then doesn't give any error. Doesn't give any error. This is the only difference. Apart from this, these two functions are going to perform the same task. The task is okay. Discard is also going to delete the element, and remove also is going to delete the element. The only difference comes when we are going to use discard, it doesn't give any error. But whereas if we are trying to perform discard operation, we can will get an error, right? So and one more function is there for performing the delete operation. So that function is known as pop function. Pop. So next, pop function. So what this pop is going to do? Pop. Okay. So s1 dot pop. Okay. So now what it is deleting? It is going to return the deleted element. If you are going to use pop function, it is going to give you the deleted element. So now s1 dot pop means what it is deleted? It is deleted 20. For example, if I return again s1 dot pop, it's going to delete some element that is returned. Okay, so what it is deleting? It is deleting 30. So similarly s1 dot pop, it's going to delete 40. So now you can see here print of s1. Okay, so now we are having our list is having only 3 elements. So pop function is also used to delete an element, but okay, as it is unordered, it is going to delete the element. Okay, so in general, the pop function is in general, if we are talking in a general way, pop is used to delete the last element. Okay, in data structures like the stack, in stack actually we are having a separate function called pop. So what is the purpose of pop? Pop is nothing but it is going to delete the last element. But uh, as the set is unordered, So here we can't say which is last, which is first, which is middle. We can't say like that. So that is the reason why pop is in general it is used to delete an element. Right. So here I'll write down the same. So pop it is used to delete some element from the set, and the deleted element will be displayed on the screen. Okay, so it is going to display the deleted element in general. For example, if somebody asks what is the functionality of pop, not with respect to set, in general, what is the functionality of pop means pop is going to delete the last element. But here as set is unordered, there is no last, there is no first like that. So that is the reason why it's going to delete some element from the set, right? So apart from these operations we can have some other operations, especially already we may studied in our mathematics, what are the other operations. We have union operation. So union of two sets. Next, intersection intersection operation, and as well as we have uh, set minus means we are going to take the a minus b like that. So we are going to have some other operation like set minus. Set minus means difference. We can say set difference, and as well as we can have some other operations like symmetric difference. Symmetric difference, and as well as we can have set comparison. Set comparison, and we can see whether okay, and we can convert some set into frozen set. So these are all the different types of operations, and here also we can find what are the different types of operations we can perform. Well, like some set is a subset of some other set, or some set is a superset of some other set. So that is also possible. Let's see what is meant by first this operation, union operation. Okay, already we know union is nothing but the purpose of union operation is combining elements from both the sets, right? Combining the elements from both the sets. So we need to combine the elements from the both the sets. So for example, how it is going to combine, you can see here. I can create some two other sets for union operation. I'll create set A. Set A is some 100, 200, 300, and I'll create one more set B. B is 200, 400, 500. So now what is the union operation? So union operation is nothing but we can do union in different ways. One way is I can write print of a dot union of b, right? So now see here a dot union of b. So this is a union b. Union is combining both the elements from sets, right? So it is 100, 200, 300, and 240, 500. So it is combining both the elements. So this is union, and this union can be done in other way. The other way is we can use the operator. Okay, the operator is nothing but we are going to use the pipe operator. Okay, so pipe symbol you can use. You can use pipe symbol. is used to perform union operation. So if I want to perform by using that symbol, also we'll get the same result. Print of a pipe symbol b. So it is also give us the same result. Okay, you can do in by using this method union, or you can use this symbol also. That is up to you. Next, what about intersection? Intersection is intersection. What intersection will do? It's going to return the common elements from the both the sets. Okay, return the common elements from both the sets. So, for example, if there are no common elements, what it is going to return? It is going to return null. For example, let's say I want to return print intersection a dot intersection b, a dot intersection b. So what intersection is going to do? Intersection b. So there is a common element 200 among this a and as well as b. So if we see here 200 is common, so that's why it is returning 200. For example, if there are no, let's say I have some other sets, u is equals to some 10 comma 20. This is one set, and v is equals to some 100 comma 200. So now if we see here, print of u dot intersection v. So now it is returning an empty set. Okay, so we are getting an empty set because there is no common element in both the sets u and v, right? So this is about intersection, and intersection also can be done by using an operator that is nothing but a ampersand operator. If you use ampersand operator, then you can get intersection of that both the sets. So that is up to you whether you want to use intersection function or whether you want to use operator. Operator is ampersand. So for intersection, the operator is we are going to use ampersand. So let's see how this is going to give the result. So let's write print of this time performing a intersection means ampersand b. So a intersection b. This is what I am doing by using this symbol. This symbol is for intersection, and pipe symbol is for union. Pipe symbol is for union. This is pipe symbol is for union, and ampersand is for intersection. Okay. Next, set difference. Set difference is nothing but just it is going to perform the subtraction from one set to other set. So here set difference. Set difference. So simply I can use some operator print a minus b. Okay. So what is a minus b? A minus b is nothing but it is going to perform only the common elements can be removed. So here what about a? A value is a is having three elements 100, 200, 300. A minus b means the common element can be removed from a and remaining elements will be returned. What is the common element? 200. 200 is removed and remaining elements can be returned. What are the remaining elements? 100 and 300. For example, if I return b minus a, b minus a means common element is 200. This will be removed. We will get 40 and 500. Let's see here. So what about b minus a? So b minus a is removing the common element b minus a. So removing the common element 200 and remaining elements in b will be returned here. So this is about b minus a. So set difference is very simple. Just remove the common element in the both the sets and give the result. And for this also you can use either set difference. Set difference is, let me give with some example so that you can understand. I'll open some paint here. So for example, I have some set here. So I'll have some set here. This is A and this is B. Okay. So this is set A, and this is set B. Set B. So set A is having something like 10, 20, and 30. So these are the elements in set A, and set B is having 30, 40, and 50. So these are the elements in set B. So if I am going to write set difference A minus B, so A minus B is nothing but just you need to take set A elements. Okay, and what are the common elements in both the sets? Both the sets common elements are 30, right? So now I need to write all the elements in set A except a common element in both the sets. So now what is the output of A minus B? A minus B output is we are going to get 10 and 20. So that is the output of A minus B. It is going to give us 10 comma 20. 10 comma 20 is A minus B. For example, I want to write B minus A. B minus A. So B minus A is nothing but what? So again same. Writing all the elements in B except a common element. What is a common element in both the sets A and B? The common element is 30, right? So 30 will be excluded and we need to write the result. What is the result here? 40 and 50 is B minus A. 40 comma 50 is the result. So A minus B is nothing but writing all the elements by subtracting the common element, by excluding the common element. B minus A is nothing but writing all the elements in set B by excluding the common element. That is what set difference. So same thing we did here in the example also. If we see here, what is A set? A is nothing but A is nothing but 100, 200, 300. A is 100, 200, 300, and B is 200, 40, 50. So if I written A minus B, what is the common element in both the sets? Both the sets common element is 100. If I written A minus B, then 100 will be excluded. Output is 200 and 300. And if written B minus A, what is the common element? Common element is 200. So this will be excluded and result is 40 comma 500. So that is what we got here. A minus B we got 100, 300, as 200 is the common element, it is excluded, and 200 is common element in the B set. The remaining elements will be written for B minus A, right? The common element you need to remove from the particular set, and remaining elements you need to write as it is. So this is the example you see here. A is having 3 elements 10, 20, 30. A minus B. A minus B means write all the elements in set A excluding the common element. Common element means what? A intersection B. So what is A intersection B here? A intersection B. A intersection B is what? A intersection B is common element is 30. Just you exclude 30 from A. A minus B. A minus B means write all the numbers in set A, exclude the common element. What is the common element to be excluded? 30. So if you remove 30, then what will be there in set A? That is the result of A minus B. And B minus A means write all the elements in B, exclude the common element. What is the common element? The common element is 30. So if I remove 30 here, what are the elements in B set remaining? 40 and 50. That is B minus A. Is it clear?